mean to change when I'm around. If it's money, then it's up, cause I could never turn it down. Got some rims, now I need pipes, then this bitch gon' be super loud. Any group I make go dumb, I guess I got a stupid crowd. Doing 90 and a 35, just past the trooper, wow. Ass is fat, she out the shower, I can see it through the towel. I come off as master, she food to these niggas, make them bow. Coupe European, protected on the go, I keep the stick. Piss off the gang, we on that time and yeah, we with the shits. Don't gotta ask, I know my niggas riding in this bitch. What these hoes got to offer, nigga, I will never miss. Probably no trespassing, she gon' blow me like a head gasket. Niggas out, got me jet like Cloud9, fantastic. For papa passing, this my who laughing. Top off in traffic, them checks, yeah, we cashing. The weed on relapsing, update on remapping. Yeah, she don't know what nigga she capping. Probably no trespassing, she gon' blow me like a head gasket. Niggas out, got me jet like Cloud9, fantastic. For papa passing, this my who laughing. Top off in traffic, them checks, yeah, we cashing. The weed on relapsing, update on remapping. Yeah, she don't know what nigga she capping. We talk only business, yeah. Skip the intermission, yeah. Now you know you trippin', yeah. Ain't a hoe I'm missing. It can rain, hell, snow, I'm always drippin'. Cut up on back roads, the tires slippin'. Nigga, I like both the semis with me. Crazy you didn't know our backs was different, yeah. Coop in any weather. Niggas wanna act funny cause I'm better. Name any bitch, I didn't sweat her. Bag different, money stuck together. She gon' lick me like I'm a letter. She gon' lick me cause I'm a letter. Tried to kiss me when I just met her. This shit too clean, Italian leather. Bring out the best in her. One round I'm testing her. Face down arresting her. Don't shoot the messenger. Cut off, don't mess with her. Foreign drop, caress it her. Play her part inside of this movie, I'm just directing her. Yeah, you know, we talk only business, yeah. Skip the intermission, yeah. Now you know you trippin', yeah. Ain't a hoe I'm missing. It can rain, hell, snow, I'm always drippin'. Cut up on back roads, the tires slippin'. Nigga, I like both the semis with me. Crazy you didn't know our backs was different. Hit her once with data, different exotic strands, mixing flavors. I do my dance while I'm dropping bangers. You said I changed, yeah, so did the paper. Hold on, I'm snapping now, I gotta say this. Wall like the shit like a go like the greatest. Up in the mall and we copping the latest. She like my smell, you know, muddy the fragrance. Told her what happened, stay private like Vegas. Forget all their names, remember they face though. If it ain't USD, I'm getting pesos. Don't gotta rush it, I know how to play slow. Fuck with my bitch cause she do what I say so. Got the same plug cause nigga my race low. No nigga trying me, smoking that premium. High on that 93, you got a problem then solve it, come try it please. Like I'm a bull, get her rough when she riding me. Get what she want when she want, but not lie to me. Feel my heart frozen inside of me. Damage is done, it's too late, no rewinding me. You can't beat me cause it's only one kind of me. I'm in a vert and the top is behind me. I got a couple niggas who is sliding. Don't gotta ask, I know my niggas riding. We on that timing. White on the package, light up that Irish cream, that shit smacking. It's never what it seems, I ain't lacking. High niggas selling weed, no protection. All of that woman needs, I done mastered. Take you a little peek, I ain't average. Money like it's on trees, I'm a bastard. New coupe is Japanese and it's faster. Bitch, we talk only business, yeah. Skip the intermission, yeah. Now you know you trippin', yeah. Ain't a hoe I'm missing. It can rain, hell, snow, I'm always drippin'. Cut up on back roads, the tires slippin'. Nigga, I like both the semis with me. Crazy you didn't know our backs was different, yeah. We talk only business, yeah. Skip the intermission, yeah. Now you know you trippin', yeah. Ain't a hoe I'm missing. It can rain, hell, snow, I'm always drippin'. Cut up on back roads, the tires slippin'. Nigga, I like both the semis with me. Crazy you didn't know our backs was different, yeah. First round pick, I'm my number one. Popping my shit like it's bubblegum. How many came in this clip? It's a lot of them. Nigga messy like they working for the cops or something. You see a track star, how I'm running shit. Tryna run me, can't run this bitch. Snatch boy, who chain, run it down real quick. Nigga asked if I'm strapped, bitch, I'm clutching it. Better have life insurance, I'm the general. The L bad bitches, too bad I ain't feeling them. 1, 2, 3 bitches low when I'm pinning them. Catching at a 2 with the clips while I'm filling them. Got the haters mad cause they screw how I'm drilling them. Hit them with a 2-piece combo, finish them. Try to cut my pot.
Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Let's make sure we all in here. Make sure we all in here. Shout out to the chat. Well, Kwame, a debate is anything other than an argument. You know what I mean? So that's why I call it a debate. And that was a nice way of speaking about the topics that we, discussed on. Anytime you can talk about things where people don't have to go left and all that crazy stuff, it's a debate. Whether it's political, whether it's about anything, you know what I'm saying? People have different ideas. They tell their research, they tell whatever knowledge they got. That's a debate. Y'all, we all my mods, unless somebody's being disrespectful, we're not timing anybody out unless they're getting disrespectful, and we can let them rock out for a little minute until things get out of line. Shout out to the chat, man. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Shout out to the music that we had playing, Mom Boss Son. Y'all always get to keep the live lit for us while we get prepared or whatever. I had to go run to the car to go grab some waters and everything. I forgot Lady Earz told me to do that this morning, and I kind of procrastinated. So I got to do what the boss of the house say first before I get started playing around. So today, of course, I played a little hooky on work. I was supposed to be at work today, but I had a little situation this morning, and after I got done with it, I didn't even feel like going in. So y'all got me for today. Y'all got me for today. You want to kick someone out? Who you want to kick out? Who you want to kick out? I'll let you know. So you just can't argue and be a, well, I mean, hey, we can have a debate. I don't call it arguments because, in order to be an argument, I have to participate in it. And, I'm not going to, I ain't got time to goddamn spend my energy on just arguing with a motherfucker. Now, I'll debate. I'll challenge what somebody's saying. We can do the research on it, all of that stuff. But in order for me to argue, it got to be like a name-calling thing, a back-and-forth type of thing. I ain't doing all that. I got to spend my energy on what's important right now. And I got a whole bunch of important things going on in my life. And I'm not going to cloud my mind and all that stuff with a whole bunch of negative energy or arguing about stuff that don't put any money in my pocket. So, but shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody that's chilling on this Monday morning. Chilling on this Monday morning. Like I say, I played hooky from work today. It is hot as a motherfucker out there. So I'm kind of glad I did. It is hot as shit. I just went outside for a minute. I'm like, oh shit, well, I'm glad I missed work today. But I would have had to get up this morning for that 3-hour drive, and I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I was not up for the task. I had a long weekend. We've been doing all kind of stuff this weekend. Plus last night I hadn't got me a damn massage, y'all. Oh Lord, have mercy. I went to the massage parlor. Ling done rubbed me up and got me right and everything, and now I came home relaxed, and I don't know why I got on that live because I know I was half sleepy. Man, me and Lady Earz had a nice weekend, we got to chill with some of my family from Brunswick that came down here, and we, got to eat some lobsters and seafood, and I told y'all about my ghetto cousin yesterday stuffing all the goddamn lobsters in her purse. Oh, man, you gotta love family, man. You gotta love family, man. You get in these folks' establishments, and she done stuffed about 6 lobsters in her purse. I ain't lying. But anyway, man, there's a lot of news in the news lately. We're coming up, I think we're about 50 days away from the presidential election or selection, whatever you want to call it, however you look at it. But the closer we get to these things, the more situations end up happening. Uh-oh, my alarm going off. It must be lunchtime, y'all. That's my alarm for when it's lunchtime. Hold up. Yeah, usually around this time I'm taking lunch. Around this time it's time for lunch, y'all. So, but yeah. So last night, as I came on, and I was just having light conversation. I really wasn't trying to do anything. I'm just making sure I come on and show my face, let y'all know, Earz, I'm live and well. It's just that I can't always go live and, do what I do. But I want to have a couple of conversations, especially about the new attempt supposedly on Donald Trump's life. Oh, yeah, y'all. Earz to the street mugs, man. Don't forget to get your mug. My beverage is hot. Anytime you can see the name, remember this cup starts off black. And when you put your hot beverage in it, yes. It pulls up all the cool colors. It pulls up. So make sure y'all go to the merchandise page. Get your Earz to the Street morphing cup. I was the only one in the area that had these type of cups. But a lot of people like the design. So a lot of people are now, getting these morphing cups. But shout out to the people who, who thought Earz had a good idea. So they decided to, join in on the good idea of getting you some morphing cups. But anyway, yeah, man. So last night as I was finishing up my massage, I was looking at YouTube. I was looking at the news, actually. And then I noticed about the assassination attempt on Mr. Trump's life. And so let's get some details first, and then we'll discuss more on it. Because last night I just pretty much told y'all that, no, it's hard to believe anything surrounding Trump. Because we know that, he's an entertainer. He's an actor. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, I got a couple of these cups, man. These jokers are the shit. I love them, man. I got a couple of them that morph. I'm going to put some more pictures on there that are morph when people, put your coffee in there. So, let's get rolled up. I got my camos ready. So, let's just see what's on the surface first, and then we'll go back to giving opinions and everything. I'm going to drop the link. Anybody is welcome to come up. Please keep it respectful. These are just debates. These are just political ideas. Nobody have to kill anybody or cut anybody's head off about their political beliefs. I believe everybody should vote in their best interest, and we all live separate lives. We live different lives, so people have different interests. And this is what me and KB was talking about last night. And I was telling him, hey, I have my personal interests. So if I'm going to give my vote, I'm going to vote to my personal interests. And that's what everybody should do. But anyway, let's start off by checking out what they're saying about the assassination attempt as we get warmed up.
We are coming on the air with breaking news about former President Donald Trump, who is safe, according to his campaign, as the FBI says it is investigating what appears to be an attempted assassination, in their words, of former President Trump. 4 senior law enforcement officials tell NBC News Secret Service fired in the direction of a person with a gun just outside Mr. Trump's golf course in South Florida today, and that they recovered an AR-style rifle. They say one person is in custody tonight.
Now, what's crazy about that is how these motherfuckers are trying to assassinate a dude with AR-style rifles. You would think that these people that are trying to snipe him out, they would use like some kind of sniper or, or something like that. Or they would wait to, maybe he's, I don't know, maybe in a more crowded space or something like that. Florida? I mean, bruh, it's hard to get in some of these places in Florida. I can imagine how hard it would be to get somewhere where Donald Trump is going to be in Florida. Because in Florida, you clearly see the difference between the rich folks area and people that are not rich. You don't just get to go where the rich folks at in Florida. I'm sorry, especially golf clubs. Them motherfuckers got levels and levels of security. So these will be things that always like, how? And people love Trump in Florida.
Night. Want to show you, we're about to hear an update from officials there in Palm Beach County in Florida. It looks like that news conference is going to begin any second. And as it does, I want to bring in our correspondent, Tom Winter, who's been following this. Bring us up to speed on what we know, and Tom, importantly, what we don't know, because there's still some real big questions here, too.
Big questions here, Hallie, as far as the sequence of events, but as best we can figure it out, when the former president or any president is on a golf course in what's called an off-the-record event, in other words, they don't tell us about it ahead of time, it's not publicized, what the Secret Service does is they fan out agents behind the president or their protectee or in front. The agents that were in front, several holes ahead of Trump, were told spot an individual along the tree line or in the bushes outside of the property, the golf property, where Trump was playing golf.
Okay, so they're saying that what you say, Benjamin Scott said they're working in gun control, bro. Is always AKs and assault rifles. I agree there. Every time we have one of these school shootings or we have some kind of situation happen, it's always going to be these assault rifles because, of course, they want us to focus on these assault rifles. They did that the last election. Do y'all remember before the last election? Do y'all remember before the last election when the guy went to Capitol Hill and they were having the, I believe they were having a Republican softball game, and the guy came out there and tried to call himself trying to shoot up a bunch of Republicans? Yeah, it's always going to be these assault rifle type of things. Every time we get a school shooting, the last guy that supposedly tried to shoot Trump. You know, these assault rifles, you know, they're going to try to get them up out of here. I don't agree with trying to ban assault rifles. I mean, I agree that you don't need an assault rifle to hunt and all that stuff, but I was seeing that sniper, and he made a very valid point. I can't remember his name. He's a black sniper, the one with the dreadlocks. And he was saying, if you're going to take our assault rifles, you need to take them from the police too. I can agree to. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to take all Americans' assault rifles, don't let the damn police have them either. Make them motherfuckers have handguns and shit too. So, yeah, I'm not with that. But at the same time, I don't think that it's been a long time that people have been talking about they're going to ban assault rifles. They're going to ban this, ban that. And it's never happened. They said that when Obama was about to become president. Obama going to take all y'all guns. And shit, Obama made a more laxer gun law. So it's a lot of times I don't listen to the rhetoric because, you know, whatever side you on, you're going to point at the other side and try to say, oh, they're going to do something. And most of the time, it's going to be some extreme shit.
They see him. It's not clear whether he was aiming at the former president, whether he was aiming at the Secret Service agents or something else. But they see clearly, according to them and the law enforcement officials we've been speaking to, they see that this individual is armed. They fire upon that individual. He flees, dropping.
So they shot at the nigga. Hold on, let me rewind that back for y'all. So they, just in case you wasn't paying attention, they say that, you know, on Trump's golf course, the Secret Service, they kind of go in front of him and behind him, you know, and they seen a guy with a gun pointing through a fence, through the bushes. I want to see this golf course because I'm pretty sure this is a state-of-the-art golf course. I want to see some damn bushes where somebody can hide behind with a gun. I just want to see it. I ain't saying it's not true. I'm just saying I want to see the setup of this golf course. I would just love to see the setup of this golf course.
Where Trump was playing golf. They see out agents behind the president, or there was called an off.
I'm going to rewind that back for anybody who just came in, and, you know, I just want to hear that again. Just the whole setup.
We can figure it out. When the former president or any president is on a golf course in what's called an off-the-record event, in other words, they don't tell us about it ahead of time, it's not publicized, what the Secret Service does is they fan out agents behind the president or their protectee or in front. The agents that were in front, several holes ahead of Trump, were told, spot an individual along the tree line or in the bushes outside of the property, the golf property.
Okay, I missed that part. So he was in the bushes in the tree line outside of the golf cart, the main area. Okay, that's more understandable. I missed that part. Sometimes I miss parts. So I'm not always saying I'm perfect when I'm listening. I just had to listen to that again. Okay, they got pictures of it? Okay.
Where Trump was playing golf. They see him. It's not clear whether he was aiming at the former president, whether he was aiming at the Secret Service agents or something else, but they see clearly, according to them and the law enforcement officials we've been speaking to, they see that this individual is armed. They fire upon that individual. He flees, dropping the weapon, and then is...
How the hell y'all fired at him and y'all missed this motherfucker? So y'all started shooting in public at a guy and you didn't hit him? How did that happen? I thought they were trained shooters. Trump, you need to get you some better shooters, bro. I didn't say this was fake. I just say I question everything surrounding this guy. The more I listen to it, it does sound, like, what I'm saying, it could have been some shit. But me, I'm going to ask questions about everything. I don't blanket say, oh, everything was, is what the media says. I don't trust the media. I don't trust Trump. I don't trust the media. I don't trust too much of no motherfucking body. So I just look at it and I assess it myself. And that's all I'm doing. Everybody can believe anything they want to. You should always further look into, you should question everything. That's what I say.
Is pursued by local law enforcement who has the license plate and has the detail.
Let me rewind that last part back a little bit. That was interesting. They shot at the guy. They seen the guy and they started shooting at him in broad daylight in the public, but they didn't hit him. These motherfuckers need Trump. Go hire you some better security, my guy. These motherfuckers that you running around with, hey, because it's not like Trump is actually not in danger. Like, your security the ones that got you in some shit right now. Yeah, they might have caught this guy before he actually hit you, but he actually got away from the scene of the crime. Because now when he goes to court, you're going to have to prove that that was him. You're going to have to prove that that was him. So he could possibly beat this charge and be let back on the streets, which is not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. So I don't know how the fuck they didn't catch him on the scene. That's a little crazy.
Individual is armed. They fire upon that individual. He flees, dropping the weapon, and then is pursued by local law enforcement.
Somebody said he's still alive. His security is fine. Shit. Man, his security ain't fine, nigga. If a nigga shot at him, if you got to take a shot at him, your security ain't fine. Ain't that motherfucker took a shot at Obama. Obama was the most hated motherfucking president that ever came through here. We know this. Anytime you black and you in power, you hate it. Y'all, they can try to make y'all think Trump is more hated than Obama. Hell the fuck no. Hell no. People love Trump. You can't get caught supporting Obama. You have to, I swear to God, you can't. You can't support Obama to black people. You can't support Obama to white people. You cannot support Obama in this country and without somebody getting mad. You can support Trump and have a whole group of people telling you all kind of bullshit. I'm just saying. They did not love Obama, bro. I'm telling you. I'm just saying, if you go into a regular, like, I'm just speaking from my perspective. Everywhere I go, I can never speak of what Obama has done without getting attacked by at least 2, 3, 4, 5 people. If I'm in front of black people and I say, Obama was a good president, I'm going to have black people say, he didn't do nothing for black people. You can speak of Trump. Oh, Trump, everything was better under Trump. All people do is repeat what they heard Trump say. Nobody ever will show the evidence. That's just the way things are. It's always been like that. I mean, shit. I've been around in the political world. Good morning. Salute Doe Eyes for the 5. What you say? Hold on, let me look at that. You say, good morning, Earz. I don't agree with a lot of what you say. I said I don't trust this. Remember, a witness took photos of tag. What if no witness? You're right. A witness took photo with of the tag. What if there was no witness? And that does make a lot of sense. But how is it that you are able to be close enough to take shots at him? Because if they're taking pistol shots, handgun shots at him, he can't be too far. How did he get so far till he could get in the car and take off? A witness could see it, but they can't see it. There's a lot of questions to ask. If there was no witness, he would have got away. And there's a lot of evidence that he supposedly left behind also. Hell, if he got shot at, shit, he might have should have took his gun with him. That's crazy that somebody can get out of their car and walk around with an assault style rifle and nobody see him until the I'm not talking about the gun that the shooter had. I'm talking about the Secret Service. Now, I'm not sure if the Secret Service shot at him with an AR type gun. I'm just assuming the Secret Service shot at him with a handgun. And I definitely don't agree that people love Obama more than they love Trump. Now, people do love Obama, but people don't really speak on Obama like that because they're scared of the backlash. You cannot speak of Obama in public. Now, I do because I'm not afraid. And then when people ask these questions like, what did Obama do for black people? And what did such and such do for this and that? I always break down what the person did. And the same thing happens every time. People, they don't answer the real shit. They don't want, when I mention what a person does, then they start the name calling. That's the Trumpism. Black people, their favorite thing, Obama didn't do nothing for black people. Tell me what Trump did for black people. A black person come up here right now and tell me what Trump did for black people. Because that's all y'all love to put in the chat. Trump, Obama ain't do nothing for black people. We only hold black people accountable for not doing for black people, but we'll love a white man that ain't never did shit for black people. What y'all love about Mitch McConnell? Tell me what Mitch McConnell did for black people. And the reason I say Mitch McConnell, because every time a reparation bill come up, every time something that benefits black people come up, Mitch McConnell is front and center shutting that shit down. Now tell me I'm lying. Mitch McConnell is front and center. Marjorie Greene Taylor, whatever the beach blonde bad bitch that got busted out a couple of months ago. Tell me what she did for black people. Fuck around and put a bill up there to benefit black people. See who shut that shit down. All you gotta do is look at goddamn C-SPAN. Look at C-SPAN when they're voting on something that benefits black people. See who shut it down. See who shut it down. Do y'all watch C-SPAN when they're voting on bills that's on the floor?
or something else, but they see clearly, according to them and the law enforcement officials we've been speaking to, they see that this individual is armed. They fire upon that individual. He flees, dropping the weapon, and then is pursued by local law enforcement who has the license plate and has the details and the information to make that pursuit. They take that person into custody. The Secret Service and law enforcement find an assault-style rifle, a semi-automatic rifle, in the bushes there, and perhaps some other items as well. That's something we're still trying to figure out. So it does appear, to bottom line it, Hallie, that an armed individual with a semi-automatic rifle was outside of the property where Donald Trump was playing golf this afternoon, and the Secret Service engaged with that individual in...
That's not true. When Trump had a platinum plan, there were plenty of people that sat with him. What you think all them black people did when they sat around him? What you thought Kanye did? Kanye went and hugged them, sat around them, had all the black people. He had the 2 black women in there dancing with him and shucking with him. Y'all got to stop that, man. Y'all got to stop that. Like, we're making too many excuses. How do y'all make more excuses than you do than you do for everybody else? I'm so confused why people make so many excuses. Your boy Kanye. Shit, Ice Cube. Everybody was mad at Ice Cube. Oh, now black celebrities don't. God damn, we can't win with y'all. What about the regular people? You didn't see all the regular people that sat down with him too? The regular black people that sat down with him. What did we get done? I'm still waiting in the chat so somebody to tell us what did Trump do for black people, because every time you mention Obama, y'all say the same shit. He didn't do nothing for black people. Okay, tell me what. Not just Obama. Fuck Obama. Let's go all the way back to goddamn after LBJ. Cause even though LBJ was clearly racist, he went on ahead and did what John F. Kennedy already had set up, and that was pass the Civil Rights Bill. Fine. He didn't do it because he liked us, just like Abraham Lincoln didn't sign the Emancipation Proclamation because he liked black people. He felt like we should be segregated. But he didn't like slavery. So just because somebody signs a bill for something, that doesn't mean they actually like you. LBJ did not like black people, but he signed the Civil Rights Movement. Now tell me, but he did rewrite it, but he didn't originally write it. So tell me what president after that did anything for black people? Give me any president. Hell, goddamn, Kanye came up and said, Bush don't give a damn about black people. Y'all seen when we was in a surplus. We had a hurricane, a national emergency. Bush was doing what? Playing fucking golf. Ain't sending them folks help till a week fucking later. When he left office, we was in 2 wars. Gas prices had to shot up to $6, $7. Everybody was out of work all of a sudden. At the snap of a finger, everybody was out of work. So why do everybody always want to tell us what Obama didn't do for black people? But y'all are perfectly fine with all these white people never doing shit. Not doing shit. And it don't make no sense to me. I'm still waiting on all y'all people that's talking in the chat. Somebody just tell me, all we asked for was one thing. One thing that Donald Trump did for black people. That's all we need. Give me one solid thing that you can back by the evidence. So I'm looking for a fact. Facts are backed by evidence. Please put a fact in the chat of what Donald Trump did for black people. Please. Or how he called us, what did Donald Trump do for the blacks? Now, let me post that, Beetlejuice. it's supposed to be, we supposed to do for the people, not just black people. That's my argument right there, Beetlejuice. But my black people, every time I sit right there and tell you what he did for the people, they be like, oh, he didn't do nothing for black people, so I don't even support him. But I love some Trump. I love this white man. I love Trump. Trump gonna do everything for us. Trump was the best thing. Trump is backed by 100 white men that don't even look at a black man as a real fucking person. Look past Trump. Look at the party. Look at the party. What does the party represent? Do you see different color faces in that party? Do you see different color faces in the Republican Party? Do you see different cultures? Do you see people that can understand your black struggle in America? I'm just checking. When I saw John Lewis, a man that marched with Martin Luther King, got his ass whooped, a man that had to pull himself up by his bootstraps, a man that comes from a family of slavery, when I see him, I can salute a guy like that made it to Congress off of his hard-earned, by picking himself up by his bootstraps. What's the black woman, the young black lady that called the white girl the beach blonde body? What's her name? Somebody put her name in the chat. When you see that lady fight for the rights of blacks, whites, and all that, when she get up there and have to put that white lady in check, have to put all those white people in check, you don't see no type of person like that on the other side. Bernie Sanders, one of the only motherfuckers, a white man. Bernie Sanders, one of the only motherfuckers put together a bill for reparation for your black ass. One of the only Jasmine Crockett. Appreciate that, M. Mac. Do we see a Jasmine Crockett on the other side? No. Why is that? But y'all all for black people. Oh, black people, black people, black people. Why y'all ain't up for black people being in powerful positions to make a change? Oh, she is gorgeous. Why are we not voting at a local level for the change that we're asking for? Everybody looking at Trump. Everybody looking at Biden. Everybody looking at Obama. Everybody looking at Kamala Harris. Why are we not voting at the local level? He didn't bow down. He just got swept out. I can't say what happened to him because I got struck last time I said what the Democrats did to him. Said looking to Jill Stein. Let me pull up Jill Stein real quick. I think I heard that name before. Let me see. Jill Stein. Okay, Jill Stein, she ran for president. Oh, she ran for president with the Green Party. Okay. I have to look more into it. She said she's an activist. She's the Green Party nominee for President of the United States 2024 election. Previously is a candidate in 2012 and 2016. So she's tried to run. She's a Harvard-educated doctor. But guess what? People come up here and say, hey, we need Trump. We don't want the smart people at the top. We want dummies. Thank you for throwing that up there. Look at her policies. I will. I don't want to off rail it too much, this live too much, but we definitely come back. I'm gonna circle back around to her. Bernie was out there getting bit by dogs and marching. He a real one. Exactly. But when Bernie was running for office, what all these black people were saying? We want Trump. We want Trump. They want a nigga that tried to get 5 young men hung without them even getting their day in trial. What kind of American shit is that? What kind of American shit is that? But then they'll say, he love black people. Trump is our man. Trump, he ain't for you, nigga. He ain't for you. He funny. I like Trump as an entertainer. Yeah, the Central Part 5. I love Trump as an entertainer. He's funny as a motherfucker. But when I look at his background, when I look at what he's done, yeah, he's made money for himself. Anybody could, if you're gonna say I'm a businessman because my daddy gave me a small loan of a couple of $1 million, nigga, anybody can be a businessman if you get a loan for a couple of $1 million. How many of y'all in the chat can go to your daddy right now and say, I just need a small business loan, couple of $1 million? Where does that resonate with anybody in this chat that's sitting here beating on the drum for Donald Trump? I'll wait. Any answers yet? Do we got any answers yet? Nobody still want to tell me what the hell Trump done did for black people? Ain't nobody came up with an answer yet? God damn. I asked that question 15 minutes ago. Ain't nobody told me yet what Trump has done for black people. The First Step Act, that was for black people? Hold on, let me pull up the First Step Act. I could have sworn, let's see. The First Step Act. The First Step Act requires the Attorney General to develop a risk and needs assessment system to be used by BOP to assess the recidivism, risk, and criminologic needs of all federal prisoners, and to place prisoners in recidivism reducing programs, productive activities to address their needs and reduce the risk. That's not something for black people. That's something for people locked up. So y'all are only happy if somebody does something for people locked up, and y'all make it like that's for us. Why do we only get looked at as the niggas that's locked up? Oh, what did Benjamin say earlier? He's talking about the Recidivism Act. Bought for blacks, but it benefited a lot of blacks, bro. Oh, you meant to put not for blacks. Yeah, it's not for blacks, but y'all, let's be clear again. Because when somebody says Obama, y'all says he done nothing for black people. When I asked about Trump, I said, what did he do for black people? Hey, he let some black people out of prison. What? Is that what it is that we need? That's what we want. We want our cousins and shit to come home because they shot another nigga. We want the dope boys and all that shit. That's all we asking for black people. That's all we need. God damn. What Trump, didn't Obama pardon Big Meech? Oh, Lord. He funded HBCU schools. I knew it was coming, y'all. I knew it was coming. So, if he funded HBCU schools, you do know Biden and Kamala Harris, they just gave the most money ever to HBCU schools. Does that mean that they for the black people? All of them, right, boss lady, all of them fund HBCU, but Biden and Harris, they just gave $6 billion, with a B. Y'all know how much money Trump gave to HBCU schools? $250 million. Now tell me the difference between $250 million and $6 billion. Why Trump put so little into black schools? And y'all ain't got shit to say about that. They giving them $6 billion. But do y'all know? Count 250 million. How many times can 250 million go into 6 billion? How many people? Y'all be respectful to people's opinion. You know what I'm saying? Let them do their argument. That's fine. And the link is, let me make sure the link is dropped, so if anybody want to come up here and, give evidence or something like that, that's cool too. How many times can 250 million go into 6 billion? Somebody pull out your calculator. He said the difference is he did it while in our office, not campaigning. What do you mean? They did that. Biden is in office right now. He did that while in office. Biden ain't campaigning. Biden did that while in office. I'm moving the goalposts? How? I'm just answering questions. I'm just answering questions. $250 million. How many times did 250 million go into 6 billion? I mean, y'all trying to make an excuse for it. Oh, because of this, because of that. Oh, because of, it could go 24 times that 200. So you telling me they had the same 4 years? Biden had 4 years. Trump had 4 years. What's the difference? What's the difference? 6 billion, 250 million. And y'all are praising a nigga that gave less. No, my question was, what did Trump do for black people? Somebody said he gave to the HBCU funds. I said, well, in that case, we got to say Biden did for black people. We got to say Obama did for black people because both of them gave more money than Trump did. So if that's your argument, I'm just saying, why you ain't giving the same credit to other presidents? Why are you beating on the table so hard for a man that gave less? That's what I'm saying. There's no moving the goalposts. We said that whatever you do is supposed to be for the country. Okay? I'm black. Right? When Bush left office, hold on, I want to make sure I give an accurate number. Let me give an accurate number. I don't want nobody to say I'm not being accurate. What was the unemployment when Bush left office? Hold on, 1 second. Let me get it to answer my question. Let me check real quick. Oh man, if y'all seen all the shit that goddamn Obama did, it'll make y'all throw up. If I show y'all the shit that is telling you everything Obama did, y'all would probably throw up in your fucking mouth because y'all can't defend you couldn't lie no more. But I'm not gonna show it because then y'all gonna say, oh well, that's just some right wing, that's just some media. The media work when you want to say what you want to say, but it don't work for everybody else. I'm trying to, hold on. I'm trying to see what the, okay, the economy had lost 2.7 million jobs and the unemployment rate was, oh, and we got Trump numbers too. Hold up, y'all. I'm trying to find the specific question that I asked. Hold up. What was the unemployment rate when Bush left office? Babe, you got the air off? It's hot as a motherfucker in here. All right, Bush Senior, JFK, along Biden, Truman. I don't know why it's not showing me, y'all. Yeah, it's not showing me what was the unemployment rate, but we know it was double. I don't think anybody debating that the unemployment rate wasn't double. Yeah, I know you're just showing the example of Benjamin Scott. I appreciate you participating, and don't worry about anybody in here that's just, that's wanting to debate in a negative way, man. I ask that y'all debate in a respectful way in the chat. So y'all are saying that the only thing is the only thing that we are concerned about is people being let out of prison. That's pretty much what I heard people say about black people. That's the only thing we get looked at. Oh, he let some black people out of prison. Y'all do know Obama definitely pardoned a whole bunch of black people when he was about to leave. I think he pardoned including Big Meech or somebody like that, ain't it? Y'all wasn't happy about that? Hey, man, my black people, man, y'all motherfuckers never seem to surprise me, man. The type of shit that y'all be goddamn coming up with. Anyway, let's get back on topic, man. And we'll definitely, I just want to hear this news report real quick. And we'll definitely go back through some of this fact checking or whatever to see. I'm still waiting on somebody to tell me what he did for black people, though. What did Trump do for black people? I'm taking all answers.
Gunfire. The question is whether or not that person fired upon the Secret Service or fired upon Trump prior to the Secret Service engaging. There's a lot of conflicting information, as you might imagine, Hallie, at this stage of the investigation. But that's something that we're trying to figure out, as well as who this individual is and what their specific motive might be. But the statement from the FBI is just put in.
Beetlejuice, I am speaking what I know and what I think, because I'm entitled to an opinion. Most of y'all are speaking what you think and not what you know. I'm right here in front of a computer. Everything that I say, I go and double check. So what I spoke on was I asked the question, what did Trump do for black people? Y'all say HBCU schools. I know for a fact, because we have the technology right here to fact check, that he didn't even do the most for HBCU. So you got to find something else. Y'all saying that he did a First Step Act, which is like a prison reform act. Every president has done a somewhat of a prison reform. Some black people got let out of prison. Fine. Some white people got let out of prison. That's not answering the question of what did he do for black people. The same question that y'all ask from a black person. This is the problem. Our black people be quick to say that a black person ain't did nothing for a black people, but you'll praise a white person that also does nothing for a black person. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. That's all I'm saying. So there's nothing that I'm speaking of that is not backed by the evidence. If I speak of something that's not backed by evidence, I'm quick to say, oh, I was wrong about that. Everything I'm talking about, we pulling up right here. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy how long it takes for all these people that want to tell you how much Obama didn't do for black people, but they can't tell you what Trump did for black people. All everybody got is a whole bunch of slander. Just answer the fucking question. Just answer the question. Mika said, I know Obama messed up insurance at my job. They don't insure us anymore because of him. He gave the fruities 2 minute rights, give black people a hate crime bill, life they gave everyone else, fuck everything else. Mika, I gotta disagree with you on that. Obama ain't have shit to do with the crime bill, just like Trump ain't have nothing to do with the crime bill that got passed while he was in office. Why don't y'all blame Trump for the fucking Asian bill? Why y'all ain't saying, well, why you gave the Asian people a bill, but you ain't give us a bill? Trump, you in office. Why y'all don't say that? Because if Obama was in office when that Asian bill got passed, what y'all would have said? Obama, you ain't doing enough for black people, but you do this for them. Why y'all ain't blaming Trump for the Asians getting their bill because the Asian got the bill because a lot of people started jumping on the Asians because of the COVID shit? Why aren't y'all blaming the damn president that was president when the goddamn Asians got their bill? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Now, insurance, Obamacare did not mess up insurance at nobody's job. That's your job that's choosing not to care about you more than they caring about their bottom dollar. That's who you need to be blaming. The Affordable Care Act is for people who have pre-existing conditions. If you have a baby right now and your baby got sickle cell, do you want to be able to take your baby to the doctor and get denied Medicare, medical treatment because your baby has a pre-existing condition? Now tell me you would be okay with that. So y'all could be mad at Obama for not doing nothing for black people, but black people are the only ones catch sickle cell. Do white people have sickle cell? No. I'm going to say I think plenty of times, sir. But the issues that I'm talking about, I say that I go through the what's name? I have a right to think. Are you telling me I shouldn't think? I'm saying the issues that I'm going across shit that is known because there's evidence behind it. Don't tell me don't think on my own platform. Everybody's supposed to think. That's the problem with most of these people here. They don't fucking think. You listen to who you like. Oh, I say I think he pardoned Big Meech. He pardoned some big time drug dealer. That's not okay. Talk about what I know. Let's see who all Obama pardoned. I think he pardoned Big Meech. I said that. I didn't say, oh, it's a fact. Hey, this is gonna make the difference between like. No, the nigga did pardon one of those big drug dealers. Y'all like? Let me ask. Did Obama pardon Big Meech? The last day of our charge came out who was waiting sentence for giving false statements. Federal investigator will recover part fast. So yeah. Big Meech, VMF free 2007 granted President Obama free Meech president. Yeah. Obama gave him a pardon. So obviously, me speaking of not even being 100% sure, I am speaking on something I know. So maybe you should stop speaking on stuff you don't know about. How about that? You said I think. Hell, I think I already read that. It wasn't that important to me, but I think I already read it. So I have the right to say I think. Now I went and pulled it up, so now I know. He tried to. It didn't go through, they say. He tried to. But you know what I do know? Since you want me to speak of what I do know, I know he pardoned more people than Trump. I don't have to think about that. I know he pardoned more people than Trump. You want to see that for yourself? Since you think that since we talking about think, let's talk about thinking. Okay, let's look. Hold up. Let me look. Let me go right here real quick. Yeah, let's look. I said I think that he did try to attempt to do that. A lot of people tried to get him to do it, and he probably, hell, that's a black person. That's what I'm saying. Are y'all satisfied with a black person getting free? Because that's all y'all care about. Oh, he let out some people out of prison. Now, here we are, right here. Oh, yeah, say he pardoned Denver Broncos wide receiver, mother and grandmother, Demaryius Thomas. Rest in peace, Demaryius Thomas. So there's a lot of black people that got out because of Obama. Now look at this right here, y'all. Look at this real quick. Hold up. Hold up 1 second. All right. So check this out right here. And hold on, I'm gonna come back to the chat, y'all, because I'm on my other screen, so I can't. If y'all are saying something in the chat and I missed it, don't think I'm ignoring y'all. I can't read everybody's shit at one time. I'm trying to. So I don't know if this is showing very clear, because it doesn't look very clear on my screen. But how many pardons did this is a summary of presidents and pardons. George W. Bush pardoned 200 people. Look how many people Barack Obama pardoned compared to the other presidents. Even Biden. Biden ain't pardoned nothing but 11 fucking people. 11 fucking people. What the fuck wrong with Biden? Trump pardoned 237 people. Barack Obama pardoned 1,927 people. Since y'all want to give credit to people letting people out of jail. How many of those people y'all think was black? How many of those people y'all think was black? We waiting. We gonna wait a little second. How many of those people y'all think was black, y'all? Yeah, Biden forgot to pardon people. I don't know what the fuck Biden had going on. that nigga Biden ain't letting nobody out. That's crazy. That nigga Biden, you ain't shit. 11 people? God damn, my nigga. You might well not let nobody out. A lot of us only are concerned about policy, NC lady. I'm only concerned about policies. But a lot of these people always want to bring up a whole bunch of irrelevant shit. So if you're going to bring up some irrelevant shit, I'm even debunk the irrelevant shit. You want to tell me, because he gave all this money to HBCU schools. Okay, cool. Let's look at it. He didn't give all the money to HBCU schools. Oh, he pardoned all these black people. He made a prison reform. Okay, let's look at it. Nope, his prison reform wasn't worth shit. Say they typically do a lot of pardon on their last couple of months. Yeah, right. Because Obama's last 4 days, that's when that nigga went pardon crazy. He went pardon crazy. I'm wondering when people gonna start going back to this HBCU thing that they used to like to throw on. It don't matter if that nigga was under there he said he was there for 8 years, but he did, 10 times as much as the next person. He did 10 times as much as the next person. Yeah, he was there for 8 years. Trump was there for 4 years. Let's say Trump stayed another 4 years, and he pardoned 3 times as many as he did the first year. He still wouldn't catch up to Obama. This nigga pardoned damn near 2,000 people. We got 50 states. 50 states. That means Obama pardoned a whole bunch of motherfuckers all over the country because he felt that they didn't get their shit right. Yeah, Bush was there for 8 years, pardoned 200 motherfuckers. When did Obama find the time to pardon all these motherfuckers? God damn. How much time did this nigga had to lock into a room for a whole month just pardoning all type of niggas? That nigga had to just lock in like, God damn, I got to sign all these papers. How much time do you think it took that man to pardon 1,900 motherfuckers? You said this has a lot to do with Ukraine? What do you mean? What part has a lot to do with Ukraine? Let's get back to the video while y'all figure out what Trump did for black people. We still waiting on that answer. We not letting y'all get away, y'all. We're still waiting on the answer to what Trump did for black people. I heard one person say he got some black people out of jail with the reform. So I guess that's all we asking out of our president. Hey, let some of my cousins out. Let some of these niggas out. That's all we expect. That's what we claim that people do for us black people is let some people out of jail, because that's the only thing black people are known for, I guess. That's all we care about is if some of our black people get out of jail, so we will praise our president if he gave us some free money, some goddamn pandemic money. He only pardoned, I mean, he pardoned some people. I mean, come on, give me some solid shit that Trump has done for black people. We still waiting. We heard about the HBCU schools, $6 billion compared to $250 million. That's like me telling you, nigga, I could give you $25 or $600. You say the compression will have been Biden administration and Trump administration. I don't know why you keep going to Obama. I keep going to Obama because I go to Bush too. You ain't saying nothing about that. I talk about Clinton too. You don't say nothing about that. I talk about Reagan too. You don't say nothing about that. I'm speaking of people. That's just like saying that's like saying LeBron the best player. But people are like, hold on. What about Mike? What about Wilt? What about the people that you can compare to? He's a president. I have to compare him to other presidents. I'm going to talk about the president before him and the president after him for comparison. He can't even compare to Biden. But if I talk about Biden too much, y'all going to claim I'm trying to vote for Biden right now. So I'm going to go to the man before him, the man that he ran on, trying to act like he's going to reverse all his shit. He's going to reverse all this shit. Beetlejuice, you literally don't know what the fuck you're talking about, because what shows your mind does not, your mind doesn't work right, because first of all, you got to go to Kwame. Second, you haven't stated a fact yet in this motherfucking chat. Only thing you're ready to do is go to slander. That's all you're ready to do. Every time you're wrong, you get mad. Oh, don't go to Obama. Don't go to Obama. Why? Because you don't want the motherfucker to look bad? You don't want to compare a motherfucker to somebody that actually did something? You don't want me to pull up that this man only gave $250 million to Biden $6 billion. You don't want to talk about that. You ain't got to agree. You don't got to agree. We just mad because you just mad. Now, oh, none of the president do not. When you expose their president, when you ask real questions, and they can't answer, this is what they do. What Beetlejuice is doing right now. All I ask Beetlejuice is you to tell me what Trump did for black people. That's all I ask. Why you in knowledge can't answer that question before y'all go to putting all this other crazy shit in the chat? Why y'all can't just tell us what the man did for black people? Say 260 million 24, but you don't want to do that math? What do you mean? 260 million 24, what is the 24 for? Because if the money he gave was going to last, they wouldn't have had to just give them $6 billion. So just because, knowledge, you can't answer the question, you're trying to act like somebody dumb or can't add. Nigga, do you know the difference between a B and a M? You're talking about 250 million in 24. Well, how about you goddamn do the math of how many times goddamn 250 million can go into 6 billion. Your question was, my question was never answered. You said the HBCU shit. I said, how is that him caring about black people if the person came after him gave 24 times more? How? I'm just asking, nigga, you can't just throw some bullshit out there and expect somebody to just say, okay. I'm just saying, it goes, 260 million goes into 6 billion 24 times. That's what somebody said. I ain't pulled out my calculator. It could be wrong, but it sounds about right. And Obama gave more before Trump did. But y'all would run with the lie and said that, oh, Trump gave more than the HBCU school. But now that you find out somebody else gave more, man, that shit don't even go to black people anyway. Trump put less restrictions on how they could spend money on, let's look that up. Did Trump put less restrictions on how HBCU schools spend their money? Did Trump put unlimited restrictions? Oh, damn, I said the wrong thing. My bad, hold up. Said wait for the answer for this is the Affordable Care Act. Yes, Affordable Care Act. Now you can have a pre-existing condition and still get medical care. And Trump wanted to get rid of that, and it took a Republican. A Republican had a deciding vote. Somebody that was dying and he knew what was right for the people. And I guess y'all gonna say, oh, that was because he was a Democrat. Who didn't answer the question? Do you know that 250 million, 12, how much is? Who didn't answer the question? You know that 250 million, 12, how much is that is? What do you mean? 250 million, 12? 12 would be 3 billion. 12 would be 3 billion. That wouldn't be 6 billion. If that's what you're trying to say, you're trying to say that 6 billion 250 million is 6 billion 250 million. I don't get what you're saying. Yeah, the Biden administration gave 6 billion. Trump administration gave 240 million. I don't get what your question is. I didn't see what you were trying to say, Toby. All right, let me listen to a little bit of this. We're never in one conversation. I'm trying to look at all y'all shits, but I'm going back and forth, and plus I come and see one of y'all shits, and I don't know if you said something before that or after that. Beetlejuice, this ain't your strong suit, sir. So I get it. I get it. When you don't have any logical answers, I get it. Just start slandering the messenger. This is my strong suit. Hell, I'm way more knowledgeable about this stuff than any the nigga that you came in here referring to. Cause this nigga came up here, he couldn't show not one evidence of anything he said. At least I get up here and I'll Google it right here in front of your damn face. And y'all just get mad that the real answer ain't what you been spreading. That's your only problem, Beetlejuice. You mad because, well, I ain't gonna say you're mad, but something seemed wrong with you because when we Google, it ain't saying the same thing that you lying about. It's very clear. You said it wrong to buy them, shouldn't give them $16 billion. The promise to invest 16. I don't get what you're saying. Yeah, KB trying to come up here and tell us that the tax plans that they're taxing on I Googled what and I was wrong. What part did I Google and I was wrong? I know he just here for distraction. I'm about to stop ignoring him because if you ain't gonna answer what Trump did for black people, matter of fact, to y'all people that's over here trying to argue me down, if y'all don't put what Trump did for black people, I'm not even gonna acknowledge what you say in the chat no more. You might as well stop typing. If you're not gonna put in the chat right now what Trump did for black people, make that your next motherfucking goddamn comment. If you ain't gonna make what Trump did for black people your next comment, please do not comment no more. Because I asked that question 20, 30 minutes ago. And y'all niggas arguing about everything other than the fucking main shit that y'all sit here and try to bash a black man about. He didn't do nothing for black people. But then when you ask about the white man, Trump gave money to all HBCU schools. There we go again. Wow. Let's pull it up, y'all. Let's pull up the evidence. How much money did all presidents give to HBCU schools? Let's see. HBCUs get historic funding from Biden administration. How has $16 billion? Damn. I took off $10 billion. I said 6. $16 billion? God damn. You got a long way to catch up on Trump. God damn. The Biden administration recently announced that it invested a record $16 billion with a fucking B. Hold on, let me pull this up for you slow motherfuckers in the back. Y'all want to give Trump credit for this bullshit. But when somebody else do it, it ain't no credit. He made sure they had money every year. If he wanted to make sure they had money every year, he would have gave them $16 billion. He wanted to make sure they had money with $250 million. It's 100 and something HBCU schools. I think it's like 116. So all of them get what? About $2 million a piece? When did it happen? They gonna say I'm a Democrat? No, I'm just a person that fucking can read. I'm just a person that like the truth. That's it. I ain't got to be no Democrat. I ain't got to be no Republican. I'm just a person that like the fucking truth. That's all. The administration announced a record investment on Thursday ahead of Biden's commemorative speech on Sunday at Morehouse College, one of the country's most referred African-American academic institutions. You said, when did this happen? This happened back in May when this article was up. They announced a record investment, $16 billion. These historic funding levels demonstrate the administration's ongoing commitment to HBCU schools, which serves as an engine for upward economic mobility in our country. Nearly $4 billion invested in HBCU schools through American Rescue Plan and other COVID relief legislation. $2.6 billion invested from the Department of Education to build institutional capacities at HBCUs. So $2.6 million just to make these bitches bigger. To make the schools bigger. I can't read the comments right now, y'all. Just to make them bigger. Oh, they don't help no black people. They fuck them black people in their education. According to administration, this effort supports the growth sustainability of HBCU degree programs, increase the enhanced human, technologically, and physical infrastructure for research. That's what that money does. It puts you in a bigger field where you can research more. Make the facilities bigger. Give them more technology where they can compete. When you get an education from it, it's worth something. Over $1.6 billion invested through federal grants, cooperative agreements, and other competitive. That means, nigga, if you just smart enough to stay your ass in school, you can go to an HBCU school for fucking free out of a federal grant. $1.6 billion invested in that, into your black education. Almost $950 million to support HBCUs in growing research capacity and related infrastructure. You think that don't help? Nearly $719 million in grant funded to expand STEM economic capacity and educational programs. You think that don't help? Over $150 million in federal contracting opportunities awarded to HBCU schools, including for research and expansion of STEM education programs. In Department of Health and Human Resources, Department of Transportation, Department of Energy, and the U.S. Agency for International Development. $1.6 billion in capital finance debt release for 45 public and private HBCUs. So debt release, $1.6 billion in capital financial debt release. You think that don't help? Over $2.4 million in Project SERVE funds to support HBCU schools affected by more than a dozen bomb threats. So they even invested in protecting them from bomb threats. $2.8 billion with a B in need-based grants and other federal programs, including Pell grants, which everybody is damn near can get if you just under a certain income. Nearly $1.3 billion to support veterans. Veterans. You know, the veterans that we claim we care about? $1.3 billion to support veterans attending HBCU schools through the GI Bill, other college graduates. The impact of historically black colleges, there are more than 100 HBCU schools around the country. What the fuck $250 million gonna do for goddamn 100 schools? HBCU schools represent 3% of all colleges and universities, but account for 8% of all undergraduate enrollment of black students. Do y'all need me to read that part again? Do y'all just need me to go over the black part? 13% of the bachelor degrees earned by black. Y'all love to talk about what? Black. Motherfucker, black. $16 billion to black. If Trump did this, y'all motherfuckers would be beating on the motherfucking table. Oh, Trump, we love Trump. He did it for black people. But when somebody do it for black people, oh man, that ain't for black people. Don't know black people, goddamn, don't know black people benefit from that. Research suggests that HBCUs provide opportunity for upward mobility compared to other colleges in the country. Nearly a third of students who graduate from HBCUs will move up at least 2 income quantities from their parents by the age of 30. Do that not help out black people? Do that not help out black people? About 40% of all black engineers, 40% of all black, not white, not Mexican, not Ukrainian, half of all black teachers, 70%, half of all black teachers go to HBCUs. 40% of black engineers go to HBCUs. 70% of all black doctors and dentists earn their degrees from HBCUs. So you thinking that $16 billion doesn't help out? Oh, what did they do for our black people? Our black people need fucking education. That's what our black people need. That's what the fuck our black people need. Education. They wouldn't be saying the dumb shit that I keep reading. According to social mobility research by the United Negro College Fund, HBCU support almost 5 times more students than Ivy League schools in helping community members transition from the bottom 40% in the U.S. household income to the top 60%. I bet you go pull up most of the successful black men, I guarantee you they went to fucking the HBCU school. I know it might be a bad example, but look at P. Diddy. Look at P. Diddy. Went to HBCU school. Shit, if the nigga wasn't so freaky, he'd just be a fucking billionaire. He'd just be a billionaire. So every time we make a good point, guess what they do, y'all? Now we moving the goddamn goalpost. People want to talk about Ukraine and all that crazy shit. Now they want to start talking about Ukraine and all of that. What happened to us financing our black people and trying to get ahead? But when somebody do that, y'all mad at them about Ukraine. Oh, fuck our black people now. We still waiting on the answer. Have anybody answered the question, what did Biden do for black people? Oh, he did? Yeah, he didn't graduate. He still went. Stephen A. Smith went to one. I thought Stephen A. Smith said he went to the University of New York. I could be wrong, though. Black people don't need to be indoctrinated first. So now black people don't need education. Wow. So now if you get education, you being indoctrinated. So black people don't need to be doctors. They don't need to be lawyers. They don't need to be engineers. They don't need to be what? You have to get educated to be those type of things. I appreciate that, man. We got a new subscriber, y'all. Mar Taylor, new subscriber. Earz, I really enjoy your content. Salute to you. I appreciate you, brother. I definitely appreciate you. That's what it's all about. Nobody ain't answered the question yet, Queen. God damn. Oh, he went to Winston-Salem? Okay. Nobody ain't answered the fucking question yet. The easiest question of the day. Do I need to post the question? Do I need to pin the question? What has Trump did for black? Matter of fact, I'll ask Google since none of y'all niggas don't know. Did we send $16 billion to Ukraine? How much did we send to Ukraine? Let's ask Google. How much money has Trump sent overseas? Damn. They put how much he received from overseas. God damn. Hey, it say Trump took at least $7.8 million from foreign entities while in office. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? Wow. Ain't none of y'all gonna talk about that, huh? Let's see how much foreign aid Trump put out there. Since y'all love to talk about what Biden put out there, let's see who put out foreign aid. Because every president is gonna send out foreign aid. That's not something they have a choice about. That's what Congress do. But since y'all wanna since that's what y'all wanna do, y'all always wanna include shit that doesn't mean shit. Okay, we'll do that. And you still lose that argument. You'll still lose that argument. So let's look at it real quick. Let's stick to it. No, you need to stick to the beating meddling queen, because obviously you ain't got a brain. See, your brain don't work where you can see shit in real evidence and you still excuse it. See, that's why you listen to Kwame. We fact checking. Did you see what's on the what it say on the title? Fact check. I can't help that you too slow to fucking recognize what's really in what the facts say. Now look, the American taxpayer has been generous to foreign countries between the years of 2013 and 2018. Nearly $300 billion in U.S. taxpayer money flowed as aid to other countries. Now, a lot of that time was Obama. Obama was there from 2008 to 2016. Trump was there 2016. Oh, hold on. When did Trump come in office, y'all? Was it 16 or 17? 17 and 18. Each year, the U.S. spent about $47 billion. $47 billion, not Trump, not Obama, not the U.S. That means Congress. The president has no choice. It's Congress that sends that money over there. But for you motherfuckers that are too stupid to realize that, let's just look at the overall. Who was in office when what got sent out? Since that's what y'all do. Okay, each year U.S. spent about 47 and half of the aid went to Africa. Half of the aid went to Africa, not Ukraine, and the Middle East. In 2018. Who was the president in 2018, people? Interestingly, despite President Trump's American First agenda, aid to foreign countries remained virtually unchanged in his first 2 years of administration. This week, our organization, OpenTheBooks.com, published an oversight report, U.S. foreign aid, and how and where the U.S. spent $282 billion. Plus updated COVID-19 aid and payments to the UN and other agencies. Our auditors found that U.S. foreign aid dwarfs the federal funds spent by 48 out of 50 state governments. So, yes, we spent way more money in foreign aid than we spend on our own people. On our own people. But it's not exempt from any president. Every president does it. Trump did it. Obama did it. Bush did it. Clinton did it. And it's going to go on and on and on and on. Look right here. Look right here. Number 2. The U.S. spent at least $282.6 billion on foreign aid between 2008 and 2018. Almost $47 billion in foreign aid in 2018 alone. Who was the fucking president that gave out $47 billion in 2018? Who was the president in 2018 that gave $47 billion in foreign aid? At least $14.6 billion in COVID-19 funding has gone into 4 foreign-related spending accounts, while billions of those dollars have yet been allocated, or spent. $14 billion that ain't been fucking spent in goddamn foreign aid from COVID. Who the fuck was under COVID? Who was the president under fucking COVID? Somebody tell me in this goddamn chat. Who sent that $14 billion over there for fucking COVID for other countries? I'm waiting. For example, the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, has nearly $10 billion in emergency COVID-19 aid to distribute. Only $643 million is out the door as of June 30th, 2021. So they might have done fixed that by now. But who was sending out all this money? Who was sending out all this money in 2018? It wasn't Obama. It wasn't Biden. See, every time y'all open up a motherfucking goddamn can of worms, trying to put something on somebody else, all you got to do is do the fucking research yourself. In 2019, 23 U.S. federal agencies reported they spent, what year, y'all? Can somebody repeat what year I'm saying? What year did it say? In 2019. Who was the president? Who was the president? 23 U.S. federal agencies reported they spent $12.2 billion with a fucking B from the U.S. taxpayers, me and you. I go work my ass off. And Trump was over there sending fucking money to these people. And now y'all got something to say? Now y'all got something to say. Nobody had nothing to say when Trump was sending all this money to these fucking people. Why you don't mention that? Just say all the presidents do it. Then we could get on to the next subject. Stop trying to act like one did it and the other didn't. Sent my fucking taxpayer money over there. 25 of those international organizations received a combined $11 billion. And 21 of the 25 took home over $100 million each. Now let's look at what they spent that shit on. World Food Program. We feeding the world, y'all. We got goddamn hungry people right here. But we feeding the world $3 billion. But we complaining about fucking immigrants coming in here, taking our jobs. Well, obviously we got enough money to give motherfuckers all kind of money. This was all under goddamn Trump now. This is all under Trump. $3 billion, the World Food Program. UN High Commissioner for Refugees. We giving $2 billion for UN High Commissioner for Refugees. What does that mean, y'all? We're paying other countries to let people come in their country. That they can't come over here to America. So it ain't like we trying to get them in there so they don't come to America. $2 billion we pay motherfuckers to try to let people in their shit. Global aid. Kwame came on here last night and said, why we trying to help out everybody? Ask Trump that. Ask Trump why the fuck they got global aid $149 million. Y'all wonder why we can't get reparations? Y'all asking for reparations? Did y'all ask Trump, hey, bruh, all this money y'all just gave all these foreign countries, why we can't get a little something? Why we can't get a little something? UN's Children Fund. What the fuck? The United Nations Children Fund? We gotta support them niggas' children too? NATO, $625 million. International Organization of Migration. We paying for the migration of the international motherfuckers. $572 million. International Commit on Red Cross. The UN Direct. World Health Organization. UN Mission in the Republic of South Sudan. What the fuck we gotta do with South Sudan? Oh, now he just want to name another person. Ain't nobody seen nothing about no Nancy Pelosi. 2019, Trump was president, and this is what them niggas do. Oh, it's the Democrats. It's the Nancy Pelosi. No, we're talking about you. We're talking about your president. We're talking about the money getting sent overseas We're just talking about the facts. That's what the title say. Fact checking. You put some crazy shit in the motherfucking chat, I'm gonna fucking fact check it right now. And you gonna sit there with egg on your fucking face. Fucking hugging on this goddamn white man. No disrespect to anybody that hug on the white man. 48 out of 50 U.S. states receive fewer federal dollars than Washington sent to other countries. In what year, y'all? 2018. Why is it that Trump funds other countries more than he funds the people in his country? When y'all gonna start asking that question? Trump, why you giving more money to overseas aid than the states that's in America? What happened to America first? What happened to America first? What happened to America first? International simpleton, unless you're going to come up here and break it down, pull up the evidence, that's just bullshit. We know China owns most of America, but they ain't got nothing to do with Democrats. China owns both of these motherfuckers. That's the problem. Y'all look for a name to stamp this shit. When it's our American system, they been sold us out. The right and the left. We don't own half of fucking America, the land-wise. They want babies to be born for bonds. Let's just keep it real. But y'all are cheering for a team. Y'all are just, oh, I like the color red. You're cheering for a team. You're not even you're not even paying attention to the shit they doing right up under your nose. Because all they got to do is get you riled up for one team or another. You won't even look at what's right up under your nose. We were given technology, all the information right at your fingertip. And you know what people would rather do? You know what people would rather do? Watch TV and be entertained. And as long as somebody entertain you, that's all they got to do. Let's keep going. Afghanistan received $6 billion with a B. Afghanistan received $6 billion in U.S. foreign aid. In what year, y'all? Somebody say it for me. Queen, tell me what year that Afghanistan got $6 billion. I appreciate you, Dead Black. This is a small donation to the young black entrepreneurs and tradesmen. Have a good day, brother. Salute the Dead Black for that donation. Queen, you want to put it? You want to do the honor, Queen, and tell me what year did we give Afghanistan $6 billion? Huh? He did take he did both power. He accepted foreign money for personal gains. Now we're talking about the money that was given away under his administration. So, sir, I mean, you could try to move the goalposts, you could try to throw all kind of bones out there. It doesn't trump the facts. The facts is right here, sir. Read along. Knowledge is power, sir. Tell me, one of y'all had a whole bunch to say about the money we send overseas. So why don't you have this same problem when Trump sends millions and billions of dollars? And I can ask Kwame the same thing, because Kwame was on my panel yesterday telling me about all the money we send overseas now. All these are B's that we're talking about. We ain't talking about M's. We're talking about B's over here, y'all. We printing up money right now. We over here in a fucking with inflation right now. But we giving money away? I know that all of them do it. That's my point. But y'all try to, when you want to make a Democratic point, that's when you say, well, the Democrats giving all this money overseas to Ukraine and all that. Okay, well, that happens under all presidencies. So what are you talking about? That was my point. That's my point. But y'all don't want to hear it. I keep asking the same question. What did Trump do for black people? Because that's all y'all want to talk about when somebody mentioned Obama. That's all y'all want to talk about when you mention Biden. Oh, Biden called all us, what you say Biden called black people? Which he never said black people. But you claim that he said this about black people when we literally listened to the video ourselves and that man never said black people. He was talking about predators. He was talking about predators. Predators come in all colors. Predators come in all colors. But you said Biden said that about black people. I can't deal with misinformation. Talk about the facts. I'm not beating on the drum for goddamn Kamala right now. I'm talking about the facts. But that's how y'all want to separate shit. Oh, you want to take up for an Indian girl. Oh, Kabbalah. That's all you motherfuckers do is just name call and throw out all kind of bullshit. Stick to the goddamn facts. That's what an educated mind does. You say because I tried to compare the money that Trump gave HBCUs to buy them and Biden did. No, I compared the money that they gave because we're talking about you have to compare presidents. Because y'all are saying Trump gave more money to black people than any other administration. I'm saying that's not true. When I asked the question, what did Trump do for black people? What y'all say is he gave money to HBCU schools. My argument was every president does that. And if you're going to give him credit and say he's doing for black people because he gave $250 million to HBCU schools, then you must going to say that Biden and Kamala love black people above and beyond because they gave $16 billion to HBCU schools. Intellectual simpleton, you're actually showing your lack of knowledge, sir. Because of one, you won't bring your ass on this panel and show anything that shows evidence. I have evidence on my screen, sir. Your lack of knowledge is making you type in here and be mad at me because you can't win an argument where the evidence is right here in your face. That's your problem, intellectual simpleton. I'm just showing the evidence. You don't know who I support. You assume that I'm supporting the Democratic Party. You assume that I'm supporting. No, I'm just showing you the qualifications for a job. The differences. That's all. If you can show me different, you come up here and show me what anybody did for a for the black president. That's all I ask. Only thing you got is insults. Only thing you knowledge power and what's that other person in here? Only thing y'all got is insults. Y'all haven't answered not one intellectual question yet. Only thing y'all have given me is insults. That's all y'all giving me. And that shows a lack of intelligence when you can't stick to the issues, bring up your evidence to win the debate. You start with insults. That shows a lack of intelligence. I'm just saying. So if y'all could throw these lack of intelligence little statements at me, you know I'm going to punch back. Not saying that you're mad. I'm just saying, if you're going to tell me I have a lack of intelligence because I'm researching, but you're not coming up here with anything you research, then, sir, You're showing a lack of intelligence. Yeah, you didn't insult me, but you just insulted me. You just said that I have a lack of intelligence because I'm up here pulling up the goddamn facts. I'm up here just pulling it up. I'm not just up here talking. I'm up here pulling it up. No, I asked you a simple question. I said, what did Trump do for black people? Can you give me any answer? If you say that he did it for the HBCU school, I'm saying, how can you say that he did that for HBCU schools when there's another president that gave 25 times more? So where did you answer the question at? I would love to see it. I would love to see it. Come and educate me, sir. I love to be educated. I'm just going over the evidence. Where's your answer? Knowledge? Where's your answer? He let people out of prison? That's what your answer is? What he did for black people? Did he only let black people out of prison? I'm just checking. And then if that's your argument, then what about the man that let out 1,900 people? Do he love black people more than the person that, because y'all telling me a man did nothing for black people. Nothing for black people. But then I say, okay, well, what did the guy that you like did for black people? You know what I'm saying? So I can reference off of what do you consider people doing something for black people. Oh, they did a prison reform and some black people got out of jail. Okay, they did that with the previous guy. What else do you have? Oh, he gave HBCU schools money. Okay, so did the guy before and the guy after. What did he do for black people? No, I ain't. I'm asking what did he do for black people. That's all. That's it. And you ain't got no answer for it. So instead of you having an answer, you just go all off the grid. You moving all around the goalpost. I can't even keep up with you. And I'm only addressing you because you're a solid supporter. You typing so goddamn fast, you ain't even answer one question. Only thing you do is want to slander a Democrat or this and that or somebody that. Nah, I can't read everything you saying because I'm tired of reading shit where you not answering a simple ass question. What the man did for black people. That's not an answer, intellectual sympathy. Saved us from Hillary Clinton. Hell, Hillary Clinton was way smarter than him. She was way more suited for the job. But hell, we didn't get her. I ain't tripping. I ain't like Hillary anyway. Hell, I felt like, hell, he should have got an opportunity. I'm glad he had his opportunity at being president. He had an opportunity at being president. He could have did anything that he wanted to. That man promised us a wall that Mexico was going to pay for. We did not get that wall. Yeah, I'll pay it. We did not get the wall that we was promised. We got promised that we was going to have lower taxes. I didn't get no lower taxes. I mean, y'all claim that you got lower taxes. I don't remember that. Only thing I remember about the Trump presidency is that we end up getting stuck at home for a fucking year. And the tax in the goddamn country went belly flop and it ain't been the same since. And the only thing y'all can do is point the fucking finger. Nobody wants to take responsibility for a fucking pandemic that somebody mishandled. But y'all are telling me we was in the greatest economy of all time. That's bullshit. I ain't say you couldn't pull up nothing. I just say I don't want to hear all the running around. Come pull up the facts. You done pull up on my panel 1,000 times. All you got to do is pull up your evidence. All you got to do is pull up your evidence. That's all I'm asking for. I don't want to hear about no nicknames. I don't want to hear about somebody fucking somebody else. None of that. You don't hear me coming up here talking about Trump and to grab the pussy and Trump with all the dumb shit that he done said. That man done said so much dumb shit, we can go on for a year talking about the dumb shit he said. We just only want to go off of policies. I can't read just one person shit in the chat. Because if you ain't going to answer none of the questions, I'm just about to start reading your shit. Yeah, it's a coincidence. It ain't no coincidence. I'm glad you said that, M. Mac. Ain't no coincidence that 9/11 happened under Bush, and then COVID happened under Trump, and then the crack era happened under Reagan. Every time we have a red president, some crazy shit happened where our life changed forever. Our life changed forever every time we get a red goddamn, that red party over there. It could be a coincidence. Say, yeah, they always hit us when we got unqualified people in there. That's really what really is. Every time we got a bird brain in office, that's when they strike. They always manipulate the dummies that we get in there. You tried to come up? Hold on, let me drop it again. I want y'all to come up and talk in real time. I can't read everybody's shit because I'm switching over to different tabs. So sometimes I don't see what you're saying. I'm trying to read and all that shit. Somebody come up here and give me some real answers. And I hope you're on your computer so you can, when you say some shit, you can show the evidence too. That's what fact checking is. Yeah, the link is dropped. Let me make sure I drop it. Let me drop it and post and pin it. I want y'all opinions. Don't come up here with that name calling and all that crazy shit though. I want educated thoughts. I don't want all that motherfucking bullshit rhetoric. All that motherfucking slanging and shit. I want educated thoughts. Come whip me with the facts. Somebody come up here and whip me with some real facts. Whip me, and remember what the word facts mean. It means it's backed by evidence. Oh shit, I put the wrong. No wonder this shit showing up on my other channel. God damn it. Damn, did I go live on my other channel? No, I don't think so. Damn, why this shit dropping the link from my other channel? Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, why this shit got me signed into my other shit? Alright, I hit the Jeopardy music. All right. You know what? Otherwise, I don't think you banned. When I'm putting the link in my chat right here, for some reason, it's showing my other channel, my gaming channel. So I think the link that's getting put in there is for something else. Hold on, let me go on my phone and get a different link. It's something crazy. Oh Lord! But the thing about it, Knowledge Power, everything you saying, you can't show not one bit of factual evidence of it. You're talking about conspiracy shit. We do conspiracy shit. There's nothing wrong with believing conspiracies, but goddamn, my nigga, at some point you gotta actually show the evidence too. At some point, goddamn. I'm not just into only conspiracy and only, oh, Dr. Fauci did this and Obama made an office and he was having gay sex with another man and they was making a goddamn they made COVID from gay sex. Y'all niggas just come up with all kind of crazy shit. All I ask for is just just come up with the evidence, my nigga. Hold on, though. Hang tight real quick. I'm trying to, let me see if I can fix this link problem. Here, what? I'm just exaggerating when it comes to all that gay sex shit, but I'm just saying, people will say so much shit and mix it all in together that you don't even know where to start at. Why even say that? Well, Tay Ward, if you was here earlier, you would have heard me say that same thing, though. The link works. I don't know if it worked because nobody ain't pulled up yet. Some people saying they keep trying to pull up. Well, let me try it again. Let me drop it. Let me drop it and pin it. All right, y'all try that link there. Last time I think it was sending y'all to my other channel. All right, the link is open. Oh no, I ain't upset. Not me, Doe Eyes. You definitely welcome up here. Come and speak your opinion. Everybody's up here welcome to come speak their opinion. Just don't come up here, goddamn, trying to call me out my name, and just come up here and speak your facts. Even if your facts are not 100% right, I'll still let you speak them, and then we'll just fact check it. Ultimate Showgirl.
Hey, Earz, just testing out the link and your audio. How I sound?
You sound good. Can everybody hear Queen? She's testing out the audio for me. I appreciate her doing that for me. I think you good, though.
Okay, and the link is now working. Hit the Cash App, hit that like button, share and subscribe. And I yield the floor.
Okay. You said who would... Not you, Queen. I was talking to... I'm reading the question. Somebody said, help me understand who was president and watch for these murders by police. We've been having murder by police for shit since the beginning of police time. So, I mean, that's kind of hard to ask, but we've had murders by the police in all administrations, including Trump's. We've had murder by the police in Obama administration. We've had murder by the police in Biden's administration, Bush administration, Bill Clinton, every single candidate. Y'all hit the link. All y'all smart motherfuckers pull up so we can pull up your motherfucking research. Don't be sitting in the goddamn chat talking about how I'm uninformed, how I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, and all that crazy ass shit, but y'all ain't got no motherfucking shit to debunk it. Bring your motherfucking ass up. Bring your ass up with the smart shit. With the evidence, too. I don't want to hear no conspiracy theories. I want your fucking evidence. I want your source. When you go to school and your teacher tell you to go do a goddamn research report, you can't come up here and just bring up all kind of fucking conspiracy theories that you can't fact check, that you can't show your source. So why the fuck do y'all want to come to Earz to the streets and just say all type of shit without even being able to prove your source? Then niggas will tell me I'm the wrong one to talk about what? Because I'm not sitting here blowing smoke up your ass? It's easy for a nigga to just tell you what they seen, what another motherfucker told them, or what they want to believe. It's hard to show you the evidence. It's hard to goddamn pull up the history. Yeah, Dead Blacks, I'm trying to have the civilized conversation of going over the evidence, going over the facts, listening to what people say, going over the history. I got some motherfuckers in the chat just non-stop. They ain't answered not one fucking question yet. They ain't answered not one question yet. Only thing they been saying in there is goddamn slander. Niggas want to talk about eating dogs and eating cats and somebody they'll talk about everything except for the actual issue. That's it. I don't know everything. So when I don't know something, what I do? I go and research it. When I don't know something, I go and research it. That's what I'm trying to encourage a lot of you to do. I get it. A lot of us are tired of the system. A lot of us feel like the system bamboozles us on both ends. I get it. I feel the same way. But that don't mean I gotta just start pulling out a whole bunch of shit out my ass just because I don't agree with the government. I don't agree with the government. But I'm at least pay attention to the details. There are a lot of people that are tired of the government's bullshit. Some of them are in Congress. Tired of the government's bullshit. So they're trying to make a difference. So the people that are trying to make a difference, we're supposed to be helping them, not help the people who want to keep us in the same spot. Cause right now, let's take a look at, I tell you what. You know what I want to do? A picture of the Republican Party. I should have said members of the Republican. Picture of members of the Republican Party. Now, let's take a look at what our Republican Party looks like. The motherfuckers that all these niggas are over here beating on the drum for, right? Let's see. And for the life of me, especially when it comes to these niggas that are pro-black, for the life of me, I can't see how these niggas are. Hold on. I'm trying to get a picture that I can show of the full party so y'all can just see this. Matter of fact, I might have to do it like this. I might have to blow it up, do it like this. Mika, this is not one of them days where just because you're a supporter, I'm not going to speak the truth. If you don't want to hear the truth, this ain't the live for you, baby. I know y'all get all antsy and shit when the bullshit gets debunked. You don't like to have to see what you don't like to have to see what's actually in front of you. Okay, so let's look at both parties, right? Let's look at both parties. This is the Republican Party, y'all. What's wrong with this picture, y'all? Hold up. What's wrong with this picture, y'all? I ain't taking it too serious. You're actually taking it too serious because you don't have to say anything. You can just enjoy the content. All I'm doing is showing. I'm about to let you up intellectual sympathy. All I'm doing is showing. I'm arguing my point and I'm showing it. You guys get mad, want to call me names. I'm stupid all of a sudden. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's nothing wrong with you rooting for who you rooting for. But that don't mean I'm not supposed to be able to make my point. Look at this party. What is wrong with this party, y'all? All the black people that are telling me how bad any black person is for you. Look at this party and tell me what the hell is wrong with this party. But I love you though, Mika. We got intellectual simpleton up here to school me. What you got for me, intellectual?
Can you hear me, man?
Yes, sir. Shout out to you for coming up here and having a civilized debate.
Yeah, that's what I'm about. First show, teachers on. Everybody can have their own, opinion and mindset. But just, you say facts. I'm driving, so I can't just pull up all my facts and stuff. But what I can tell you, I'm going to tell you one thing. Kamala said this herself. She said when she first took the nomination, she told him, Trump's going to try to lock us up. He's going to lock us up. you know, since his first term, he been trying to lock them up for crimes against America, bro. Like listen, the Democratic Party.
Hold on. I'm confused. You're saying they've been trying to lock him up, or he been trying to lock them up?
No, he been trying to lock them up. That's why they be trying to lock him up so bad, because he been trying to lock the Clintons, Bushes. He been trying to lock them up for a while, bro. Because for crimes against America, they've done a lot of underhand shit that if you don't know politics, you won't know. And then I'm gonna tell you like this.
Hold on. Pause right there before we switch subjects, because I want to know more about that. Okay, I've never heard him. I mean, he could have said it. I'm just saying I never heard him say that he was going to go after Bush.
Yeah, he been after them. And like I say, Kamala said it herself on the nomination that night on the stage. She said he's gonna try to lock us up. She said they scared of this man. Why do you think they treat him like the boogeyman, bro? And I like I said, I don't give a fuck about this government myself, because they ain't for no people. It's really the people, and then it's the government. They for themselves. But with Trump, he ain't part of that establishment, so he do throw a curveball in there. That's what people not realizing. Even when he won the first nomination, if Hillary wouldn't have got in there, that 19 shit would have been way worse than what it was. And if you look, everything Trump told us to do, in hindsight, was the right thing to do. But they made him look crazy. But everything he said was the right thing to do. And they can't. And if you studying all the shit they came out with since COVID, you would see that we wasn't supposed to do that shit that they were saying. Like whoever said about Fauci, you see where he at right now, cause his ass in trouble for all that bullshit. So like I ain't for neither one of them. But if we gotta go
before you continue, what did Trump say when the what's name was on his way? The pandemic was on his way.
What you mean? He was telling you. He
won't. Hold on. Hey, Antonio, don't interrupt him. We're gonna do this the right way. Let him finish his point.
He was saying, tell you don't stay in the house. He was really telling you what type of drugs he was taking to kill the shit.
Bleach.
What they laughed at him, told him don't do that.
You mean the bleach?
Yeah, I ain't saying bleach though.
I'm saying though, but you gotta say what the man said though. See, that's what y'all don't like to do. Y'all like to try to pull out all the good shit. The man told you to put bleach in your shit.
And on that point, some of his supporters actually did inject bleach and they died from it. You know that, right?
Hold on. I know people who drank bleach trying to take a pass.
No, I'm talking about at the behest of Trump telling them to inject bleach to clear COVID. They did that shit and they lost their lives. What are you talking about?
We're talking about what this man recommended. This man recommended bleach. This man recommended, what was the other dumb shit the nigga recommended?
Azithromycin, the Z-Pack.
Yeah, the Z-Pack. This man recommended so much dumbass shit. He told us not to wear masks. He told us not to worry about it. It's fake. And the people that really rock with him, they really did that. And it cost more than it would have just been said, okay, I don't believe it, but let's just do this just for precaution. Everybody need to just start. Because people would have listened to him if he'd have said, hey, man, let's just try not to spread it. Let me handle this. But in the meantime, wear your mask or whatever. You think people wouldn't have listened to Trump?
He did look. He remember that interview we had with Bob Woodward, right? And the guy that wrote the book on Trump, and he recorded. Well, he had his permission to record it, and Trump revealed how serious it was behind the scenes. But he was telling American people that weren't that serious. It was just like a flu; they'll go away. But he was telling Bob Woodward how serious it was, how deadly it was. It was like 5 to 10 times more deadly than the flu, and the transmissibility was worse than the goddamn flu. This is what he's telling this guy behind the scenes.
Hey, Antonio, turn your mic down just a little bit. People in the chat say it's too loud. But I'm glad you clear today, because a lot of times you been coming up here, your shit been breaking up. So you clear today, I'm glad. So what you think about the bleach and all the suggestions that Trump put out there? Because that shit was crazy. You gotta admit. And if that would have happened under Hillary, y'all are not telling me y'all wouldn't have blamed that shit on Hillary. I'm not believing that y'all wouldn't have fucking went in on Hillary if that shit would have happened under Hillary.
But listen, the play was set up from Obama. Trump wasn't supposed to. It was supposed to be Hillary. All this pandemic shit, that shit was coming. Like I swear to God to you, I knew it was coming.
Oh, it definitely was coming because I seen a movie that was like, I went and rewatched it, and the movie came out like 2008, maybe 2007, and they were talking about it then. I was like, hold on, what the fuck? We didn't know about
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not something new. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it definitely was coming, but I'm just saying, why didn't you warn our people and give us an opportunity to fight it ourselves? Because it was overseas before it got over here. And then even after it, like while everybody was in and they was giving out the stimulus check, shit, what's the name proposed? Biden proposed to give people $1,700. Trump didn't even want to give us that much money. He was acting stingy with them little $1,200, little $600. Like, goddamn, everybody else was proposing 17 and 15. He gave us the lowest amount than everybody, and everybody was still happy about that.
And then we had to wait till the nigga put his goddamn name on the shit to get the motherfucker.
Yeah, the nigga stalled on the shit. Like, we didn't need that money.
Say, but guy, you know he egotistical. That's the shit he needs to stroke his ego.
Man, I ain't getting that nigga no excuse.
Look, fuck that shit. Come on, stroke his ego like that's a good thing. What the hell? Come on now, tighten up, man.
Say, man, I don't know what to tell you. He wanted his name on the check. You got the check though. But just overall, like you say, if you look in past history, before they told you he was the boogeyman, everybody loved him. And
we love him, but we love him like we love all rich people. Like if you rich and you dancing in our rap videos, yeah, we like Bill Gates, but we didn't know who the fuck Bill Gates was. We just knew he was a billionaire. When people used to always say, "Oh nigga, Bill Gates," nobody knew what Bill Gates looked like. They just knew he was rich. That's all our black people do. We love rich people.
For sure. So that's what I'm saying. But in that love, that shows where you at, but just overall politics, bro. And I'm gonna tell you like this: I get a lot of my sources. Like I actually talk to people. I actually talk to a lawmaker. The man worked in Washington. He retired now, but he made laws. He's worked on the side of the Clintons. He's worked with he don't like Trump. He's a Democrat. He don't like him. But the man, we have real conversations. He can't say that the man all bad. He tell me himself, like, yeah, everything they say ain't true. He a Democrat, so he got to roll with his party, and we have real conversations. The man tell me, like, nah, he ain't as bad as they say he is. I ain't gonna give him like he ain't no savior, but he ain't as bad as they say he is. And then we also talk about like real government and how it works. As a people, man, we really don't know how this shit works, and that's why they getting over on us, because we just don't know how the shit really works in the inside, man. And it don't work like we think it do. These people don't give no fuck about us, bro.
No, you're right.
That's on both sides.
They don't.
Really.
But
it's easier to find out how it works. It ain't no mystery behind it at all.
And I agree with you. These people don't give a damn. But if we're gonna, as American people, we're the ones holding the bag. So if we're gonna talk about it, we at least need to be honest with each other. You know what I'm saying? And realize that both of them are probably trying to play us. And we need to find a solution, like get a third party.
Yeah,
or vote for a third party.
Yeah, they got third parties. You got 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th parties. They just don't got the connections, viable personnel, and the connectivity between the two and the resources. That's it.
They ain't got the money that the Democrat or the Republicans can gain. And even if they do, like Bernie almost was the first independent candidate. But when they seen Bernie was getting too close, and I ain't gonna say what I said last time, that got me in trouble. It went wrong for him.
Oh, you right about that, Earz. I know that because I was going to vote for Bernie. Because I ain't see, because you seen how packed every time he went on the campaign rally, how packed them crowds was, just like it is now Kamala Harris. That's how great it was. And Biden, he was just in his motherfucking basement. He wasn't doing no campaign rallies and nothing.
Well, I'm talking about when it was him, Hillary, and Trump.
Oh, he's talking about I thought you were talking about 2020. Okay.
2020, I don't think he had
They did it to him again. They did it to him again.
Yeah, they did it to him twice, but the first time he actually had a chance. If he would have been the candidate, I think he probably would have won that.
No, it's just that Obama endorsed Hillary instead of him. Mm-hmm. That's all I came down to.
So let me ask you this question.
Somebody asked who this was on stage. That's intellectual sympathy, y'all.
Yeah, the intellectual. You see me in the chat before. But let me ask this question, Aaron. Y'all feel strongly about or seem to feel strongly about Kamala Harris.
I don't.
But her party didn't even feel they would rather have this 90,000-year-old white man try to run again, and only when they seen that he just can't do it, he's out of there, did they pick her. So why we so confident now when the confidence wasn't there? Because if y'all so confident
I'll tell you why. I know what you're about to ask. First of all, I ain't gonna say I'm confident in her. I'm just saying if we got to choose between them two, I think she's more qualified than him. Two, it's like Biden. I think most people's issue with him is he was too old, and we don't think he'll last another 4 years. You know, because as you get up in that age, you start losing memory and all that stuff like that. So I think that's more of it than it is that he just ain't qualified. Biden is pretty smart. But you know what I'm saying, we can't take away this man's 50 years of being in a seat. The man is pretty smart, but he might be losing it. So I think that was more of my concern with him. The man was getting too old.
But you can say the same thing about Trump because he's the oldest ever candidate now for president.
And I can. I felt the same way about him. I felt the same way about both of them. I'm like, damn, are we really voting for them or are we voting for the vice president? So if we vote for Biden, you might well vote for the vice president because I don't think he's gonna make it 4 years. Same thing with Trump. Same thing with Trump. If Trump becomes president, I don't think we're voting for Trump. We're voting for the J.D. Vance motherfucker. Do we really want him as our president? The nigga that's talking about people eating cats and dogs and shit? I don't want that motherfucker as the president.
And then the nigga quadruple down on it is, you know, them Haitian migrants, they're here legally now. They hard working, just trying to raise their families, trying to make a living for themselves. They getting threats right now. They getting bomb threats and shit like that. They getting harmed right now. Ain't no black people talking about that shit now. They're our ethnicity right now. Yeah. They're getting threatened right now in Springfield, Ohio for doing nothing wrong, for being lied on. Ain't nobody talking about that shit.
Yeah, you're right. There was cocaine found in the White House under Biden. Hell, that probably was his damn son.
Yeah, that was his son. The laptop. Conspiracy or mishandling the information. They got the laptop. That's true. I mean, they suppressing everything. But
you want to talk about outside of what Trump did?
The thing about it, they ain't suppressing it because he went to trial and the man got convicted. What more do you want?
We gonna talk about the classified documents that Trump stole from the goddamn White House and said it was his? But then try to lie and say the FBI planted. We gonna talk about that, huh?
He got cleared.
He didn't get clear of that. What are you talking about? He still got to go to trial. What are you talking about?
No, they dropped it. They dropped it.
They didn't drop it. No, they didn't drop it. It's the one in D.C. It's the case in D.C. for the same thing. You talking about the one in Mar-a-Lago?
No, I'm talking
about. And Jack Smith already appealed that. That's gonna go through 11th Circuit Court, and she gonna get that chain overturned. That trial gonna get right back on. They about to remove her. Judge Eileen Cannon. They about to remove her, sir. Yeah, that shit about to go to 11th Circuit. They about to overturn her decision. So that shit gonna be right back on.
I don't know. I think the Supreme Court. It was one of them judges that he put in the Supreme Court.
I mean, he's talking about John Roberts. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's always been for Trump. All them extremely conservative Supreme Court justices he actually put in place. He did that for a reason, so they can overturn Roe v. Wade. But that's gonna cost them election and them Republicans down ballot. It's been happening. That's been happening since 2022. Y'all remember that big red wave was supposed to happen? It didn't happen. You know the reason why it did happen? Roe v. Wade got overturned. That's why. And it's gonna hurt him again in the general election. Watch what I tell you.
And then I really do have a problem with somebody having so many felonies or whatever becoming our president. Man, this shows that this man does do a lot of things for selfish reasons.
He's been doing it forever. It's like it's who he is, but they don't care about that.
Man, you can't count his felonies, man. You can't. Come on, man.
Count his felonies. He got more coming. What you talking? He got about like over 100.
You can't count his felonies.
But this the same people that call him the boogeyman, man.
It was somebody you didn't like. It was somebody you didn't like that got the same kind of resume this man had.
To put some cases on you.
So if that was Obama, you telling me they wouldn't be running with it?
That's your ass. He wouldn't became president.
But that wouldn't have been Obama because that was their boy.
Well, that's because Obama didn't do it. Like
Obama didn't do none of the shit he did.
If Obama was frying and boosting up how much his property was worth and all that, yeah, you should convict that man. We're not he did what he did.
So what do you feel about Obama going across an African tour, trying to gayify the country. That's cool.
What?
That's a rumor. That's not a
That's a
fact.
rumor.
That's not factual.
He said gayify the continent. What are you
facts,
talking about?
bro. You can talk to Africans. This is facts. And then if you watch world news, there was a few leaders that came out like, nah, because basically they saying this. If y'all do this, we'll do this. And some of them leaders like, nah, we ain't doing that, bro. We ain't finna gayify a country just to get.
What are you talking about? Gayify the country.
What did he be more specific? What did he do to try to gayify the country?
I'm literally telling them, okay, if y'all,
he told them they need to be gay.
Basically, promote it, open it up, because some places they ain't tolerating that shit.
They persecute homosexual lesbians and they kill them. He wanted them to stop doing that. So that's gayifying the country. They're telling them stop killing gay and lesbian people.
Maybe
without trial. Without trial.
Yeah, that's more humanity thing. Like,
I'm trying to figure that out.
You're gonna kill people because they're gay. I mean, come on, brother.
That's what they was doing in those.
That's not saying everybody should be gay. That's just saying, damn, you shouldn't kill people for their decision in life.
Bro, I don't think every country just killing people, man.
That's what they doing. What are you doing? That's what they do.
In Jamaica,
they had a whole
because down here in Orlando, I work with a lot of people who came from other countries. In Jamaica, my homie tell me, he said, boy, they would stone your ass if you gay down there or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that's wrong. Like, you might not like the gay people, but damn, why kill the folks about their own decision?
And it wasn't just that; it was women's rights over there too. He was advocating for, because it's like the most. I gonna say what it said. Statistically, like the most like rampant use like sexual violence is being permeated in Akabalan in certain countries in the war zones and stuff against women.
And it wasn't like he forced them. The man just gave his opinion. Y'all shouldn't be killing folks for their what's the name or whatever, especially if y'all want our support.
That's forcing you. That's forcing.
No, they don't have to take our support. Like, hell, we're not gonna support you just killing people because they're gay.
Yeah, that's why they restrict the foreign aid. And they need that foreign aid instead of separate lines for the resources they got there already.
I'm pretty sure you know a gay person, right? And a gay person, like, that don't automatically mean that they're the low of the earth. Like, you done met some cool gay people, like, okay, that's your decision or whatever, but you don't think they should be killed just because they had their decision?
Yeah, you're right. I ain't gonna say you need to be dead.
Yeah, you don't need to be dead. I might say that y'all don't approve of it,
But if that's your culture, I can't go over there telling you what you can't do.
But I can suggest it if your culture want my money.
And remember, your people are not your property. For one thing, they have their own lives. They're their own individuals. Just because they're from your country don't mean you own them. It's not trying to tell somebody what to do. Is give them a suggestion. And you got some incentive behind it, financial incentive to actually do what they say. But we're talking about being humane to somebody just on their sexual orientation. If they're going to go to hell just because they're gay, let God handle it. That's not your decision.
That shouldn't be your decision.
Your lifespan is finite. God is infinite. Why does he need your help when he's infinite and you're finite? That makes no sense. He doesn't need your help. Is that your justification for it? No, God doesn't need your help. He's the ultimate being. Why would God need help from a human being that dies? And that makes no sense.
I agree, Fatty. You should not have to tell another country what to believe. You know what I'm saying? But if that country is depending on our aid, we can suggest, like, hey, man, we're not going to be supporting you killing innocent people. Whether they're gay or heterosexual, regardless, we're not going to support you killing innocent people. And I'm not mad at that. That should go for any country. Hell, we ain't going to give you our money just so you can use that money to kill innocent people.
But we cool with abortion.
We not cool with it. Only one party is cool with it.
Ain't nobody cool with it.
Ain't nobody cool with it. We just want to say that, okay, if you need to have an abortion for a medical reason, or if you decide to have an abortion, whether we agree with it or not, goddamn, you should at least give a person probably 9 to 12 weeks to make that decision. You ain't got to agree with it, but that's their body. And two, if you're having a miscarriage, that's not the same as abortion. You shouldn't be excluded from medical coverage because you've had more than one miscarriage, because that's not something you can control.
But say he wasn't stopping that. He just saying let the states decide. What's wrong with that?
But he is. And the states that are deciding, they're deciding for political reasons. And those states are deciding to let a woman bleed out instead of giving her medical attention.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That should be something that the government has to take over because
And the exception for rape to incest, I understand those exceptions. So
right. Because we all know some states are gonna do shit politically. So yeah, we all pay taxes. So hell, as a whole, we care about our women.
And Trump was pro-choice at one point in time. His damn stuff. He used to get abortions. You know how many times he cheated on all his wives? He's still doing it now. He had plenty of abortions. Then they won't use the protection. He fucked the porn star raw. Come on now.
That's the crazy thing. The people who are pushing for no abortion, they the ones that be having, like, for instance, Herschel Walker. He was sitting there all anti-abortion, but the bitch that had 3 his damn self. Or not him. He done paid for 3 his damn self. So, like, that's crazy.
But Kamala don't even got kids, so she ain't never had an abortion, couldn't have had an abortion.
But she a woman, so she understands at least miscarriages, because that's what she spoke on. She wasn't saying, I'm trying to protect abortion. She was saying that she's trying to protect the women from not being able to get medical because of their miscarriages. But Iceberg said, why does any man have any opinion on restricting abortion? It does not apply to you. Stay out of women's business. I agree to that. I think that all women should be voting on anything that has to do with their bodies. We got enough women in Congress that can do that vote by themselves, Republicans and Democrats.
And millions of these abortions got the complicity of the man. So I don't know what the hell you keep on goddamn put all the blame on the goddamn woman. Without having to blame the goddamn guys too, because they've been complicit too. They gave the money for the motherfucking abortions. They helped create the shit in the first goddamn place. You know more around the Caucasoid. That's why I call white people. Has some more abortions than anybody else, any other ethnicity on this damn planet.
And then what part of these all white hold on, let me pull up the picture again. What part of this all white house that is 90% men? How can we say that they're gonna honestly give an honest decision about what women should do with their body? We got a party of all men telling women what they should do with their body. That's amazing. Okay, I think he just dropped down. He might have came into the wrong. He might have got some bad signal or something. Now, what you saying?
Oh no! I said the man are complicit in it too with the abortion. If you want to solve the problem, practice abstinence till marriage.
Right. We should be putting in our educational system the importance of the family.
Yeah. The importance of abstinence, abstaining from sex until marriage. Until you find somebody you truly love to give your body away to.
So women can't get Medicare if they have a miscarriage. Not if they have more than 2 miscarriages. They can get refused medical care under the current abortion laws, Trump abortion laws. It's not in every state because he gave it when they got rid of Roe v. Wade. Now it's up to the states, and those states that are participating in it, it affects the health care of women who have miscarriages. Say you contradicting yourself if it don't matter if Kamala black or white. I don't get what you're saying. It doesn't matter if she's black or white.
And she's admixtured. I mean, her grandparents on like paternal side of her family, they're no male brown pigmented individuals. Yet she has something wrong with Caucasoid within her bloodline, so you can say she's like quarter normal brown pigmented, but she's still admixtured with melanation, though.
I don't give a fuck.
Or what you consider black.
White. I would have voted for a white woman. Shit, I don't care that she's black.
They make such a big deal out of this shit. I was like, well, damn, why does the same thing apply for Trump? Why he ain't pretty much like they asking that nigga be black?
Oh, your phone got hot? Okay. That's all I'm saying is like we supposed to be making decisions for all the people, not some of the people, not the white people, the black people, the brown people, all the people. Said the Republicans are all white. Yeah, it does matter if the Republicans are all white because y'all are telling us, y'all keep asking the question, what does one president do for black people? I still haven't got the answer of what Trump has done for black people. We've been waiting a whole hour Just for one person to put what Trump has done for black people. A whole fucking hour we've been waiting. We looking at this all-white party up here. We got what? How many women in the Republican Party? One woman. And you telling me these people are making decisions about women? We got one woman.
Eric J got hit right on the head because it's about representation. How can we represent all people with an all-white party?
That part. Now, should we look at the other party? I do hear a lot of black people trying to claim she's a black woman and all that shit like that. Me personally, I don't give a fuck.
I mean, she had mixture. She embraced both her heritage. I mean, what's wrong with that? I'm trying to figure that shit out. Y'all just make that shit a problem when she got there and can run for president. Before, it wasn't really much of a goddamn problem. You do know Obama was admixture too. Yeah, his mom was white. But they still call him the first black president.
I mean, but I definitely support having a mixture of cultures in both parties so they represent all the people. I can't see how these white men that I have on the street, which one of these white men will vote for your reparations? Which one of these white men will vote for anything that has to do with your black ass? Which one of these white men would do anything that benefits your black community? Somebody tell me which one of these white men has put forth a proposal that will help your black household. Which one of them? That way we could go ahead and pull into their record. We'll wait. The link is still open. The link is still open for anybody that want to come and tell me what these white people will do to help out your black ass.
I appreciate letting me on Earz. I'll drop down. Let you handle everything. Thanks, bro.
No problem, no problem. Now, while y'all figure out an answer of what Trump done did for black people, we're going to go back to the video we was watching earlier. Let's go back to the video we was watching earlier. While y'all figure out an answer what them folks did for black people. Now, let's look at the Democratic Party real quick before we switch over. Now, let's look at the Democratic Party. You got men, you got women, you got white, you got black, you got Puerto Rican, you got Mexican, you got the lady with the blue thing on her head. I think she's what the fuck, Somalian or some shit. At least you have a mixture. Now, how many of these people? And we're missing a couple of people on here, I know for sure. We're missing Maxine Waters. We're missing John Lewis, rest in peace. They don't consider Bernie Sanders a Democrat, so I'm guessing that's why he's not up here. But it's definitely different from the other party. You could definitely see the difference. Hold on, let me put the whole picture on the screen so y'all can see both parties. Now look at both parties. Which party will represent the people? The people. I know all skin folk ain't kin folk. Hell, we see that every day in our goddamn in our chat. But which side will you think will do more for the people in a whole? Because when they got that Asian bill, do you know why they got that Asian bill? We went over this the other day. I showed y'all the bill. Who wrote that Asian bill? An Asian. If you want something for black people, a black person gonna have to write that legislation. A black person will have to drop, like John Lewis did when and Bernie Sanders did when we got the Civil Rights Bill. You're gonna need people that look like you that want to represent you. I mean, people that represent you, most likely they're gonna look like you. Most likely, I ain't saying all the time. Most likely. I asked did they gave an answer and you moved the goalpost and then put amount into play. No, I asked a question and I'm waiting for an answer. What did Trump do for black people? It's a very simple question. That goalpost ain't never moved. That question ain't never moved. But let's go back to the video we was watching. While y'all get a chance to answer that. If y'all got to think long and hard about it, go ahead. I ain't think it was that hard to think about.
By our colleague Ken Delanian is abundantly clear. They view this.
Oh, hold up. Let me pull this up.
Is yet another attempted assassination attempt on Donald Trump.
Coming just about 2 months, of course, after that first attempted assassination against the former president in Butler, Pennsylvania. Now, the suspect was caught basically up I-95, so north of Palm Beach County, in a different county. And the sheriff there says when taken into custody, the suspect appeared relatively calm in demeanor. Do we know anything else about where this investigation goes from here, Tom? Because as you point out, the big question I think remaining is...
Well, knowledge, if Megan Thee Stallion twerking is what blacks mean to to Kamala, then what does Hulk Hogan and Kid Rock represent when they come out for Trump? We could do that all day. That's why I say stick to the topics. All that slander, that does not move educated Americans.
Did this person get a shot off, essentially, on former President Trump, on the Secret Service, et cetera?
Right. And all indications are here, Hallie, given the fact that these agents were several holes away from Donald Trump, that if he was firing upon them, believing that the president was part of this group, well, then likely he was far, far away from where Trump was. We should note that no shot.
So the guy that was shooting, he started shooting at the goddamn Secret Service.
Rounds are believed to have been found near Trump at all. He was immediately taken to safety by the Secret Service. He has since departed that location. And so right now, all we know is that if this individual did fire, they were probably too far away for certain to be able to hit Trump, if even to be able to get an accurate shot off from that distance. So that's, again, all part of the...
So this person was so far away and he had an assault rifle that he couldn't even hit him if he wanted to. So how does it become an assassination attempt if the man was too far to even see Trump? Now, the first person, he got an actual shot off on him. They're saying that somebody was shooting at the Secret Service and he wasn't even close enough to get nowhere near Trump. That's what we're listening to.
Investigation, all part of what's going on. One thing I can tell you, there are serious discussions at this hour about the ongoing safety of our political candidates and their families in this country, because as you just pointed out, we're within 2 assassination attempts here within the last 3 months. We have the United Nations General Assembly kicking off here in New York City a week and a day from now. That's when everybody is in town, all these world dignitaries, at a time where we have 2 wars going on in the world with Ukraine, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as well as what's going on between Israel, Hamas, and Hezbollah. And so put all together, and Iran's threats and some of the things U.S. law enforcement has been ringing the bell. An individual just several months ago arrested for attempting to assassinate a former U.S. political figure here in the United States. The alert level when it comes to protecting political candidates and the amount of threats that are coming in against Donald Trump as well as against his opponent, Vice President Kamala Harris, remain very high. And so I think if there's a better illustration of that, again, pending the motive on this individual and pending what we know as far as this person that's now in custody and a gun being found where they were in the Secret Service firing upon them, still an open question mark.
Here. And this is a moment where we've already seen some allies.
News conference from the Palm Beach County Sheriff.
Attorney's office, we are going to give you everything we have. Everything. All right? So when we get done, think about your questions, because we're not going to take a lot. And keep them to the information that you heard. Don't get into what ifs, and because of this, we're not going to.
No, you said giving is giving, whether it's $1 or $5. Okay, I get that part. I'm saying that when I ask, what does Trump do for black people? Y'all say that he did the HBCU. He gave HBCU $250 million. And I said, well, that doesn't say that he done something for black people, because all presidents do that. And he gave the least. So if he gave the least, that tells us that, hell, he don't like us as much as y'all say he do. And then when you find out that the Biden administration gave $16 billion to HBCU schools, and I just broke down the importance of HBCU schools in this country and where the money went specifically, now all y'all don't want to even give credit to that. But y'all was giving all the credit to that when it was Trump. That's my point. There's no gold points moving. There's no point. Like, y'all don't like when you don't win the argument. That's why this thing says we're fact checking. Fact checking. Facts are backed by evidence. Everything else is an opinion.
To go there, all right? So keep that in mind, and we'll be good. So here we go. All right, 1:30 this afternoon. Call came out, shots fired. That was called in by the Secret Service. Because we're in constant contact with them all the time, we were notified of that, and we had units here that immediately sealed off the area. Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tag, which was great. So we had...
Exactly. That's all I'm saying, Eric J. That's all I'm saying. I'm glad you said it. Let me highlight that. If it's a point for Trump, it should be a point for Biden also. And Kamala Harris was his vice president, so it should be a point for them, if that's the case. Yeah, so he's been charged with possession of a firearm. I don't know about the attempted murder. But if he only been charged with possession of a firearm, this dude gonna be out. No, I'm waiting for an answer, period. You want to give me an answer about HBCU schools. I'm saying that, okay, the HBCU schools is not saying that he did something for black people. And if you are gonna say that, then you got to say that there's been more given to black people by all the other presidents. How can we give him credit for doing the least? So knowledge, just because you don't have an answer, that just shows you. Just have an answer, a real answer. Put up an answer that I can't debunk. It is a waste of time if you're not going to answer the question. You can't answer the question. Just say that. Just say, I don't have an answer. Earz, I can't say nothing that Trump has did for black people. Just say that. Instead of sitting here trying to beat your head against a wall, just say what he did for black people, or just say, I can't say what he did for black people because I don't know. What's so hard about that?
That information, our real-time crime center put it out to the license plate readers. And we were able to get a hit on that vehicle on I-95 as it was headed into Martin County. We got a hold of Martin County Sheriff's Office.
Man, stop all the false information knowledge. Nobody gave me, where is the answer of what he did for black people? Where is the answer? There is no answer. No answer. You hit the panel all the time. Come up here and tell me the answer of what he did for black people. I don't want to hear about no Kabbalah. I don't want to hear about all that. Just tell me what he did for black people. That's it.
Alerted them, and they spotted the vehicle and pulled it over and detained the guy. After that, we took the the witness that witnessed the incident, flew him up there, and he identified as the person that he saw running out of the bushes and jumped into the car. Now, in the bushes where this guy was is a AK-47 style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of. So those are being processed right now. The Secret Service agent that was...
Now look what you're saying. You said Trump gave $260 million for 12 months, and that adds up to more than $16 billion, because I had it wrong when I said $6 billion, but it was $16 billion. $16 billion, knowledge. I know you seen when I corrected that. So now you're being disingenuous about the information. You said, okay, let's do the math real quick. You said he did $260 million for 12 months, and you say that's more than $6 billion. I ain't the best at math, so let me go pull up the calculator. Pull up my calculator real quick. Hold on, where's my calculator on my phone? Somebody got their calculator out? Can somebody do 260 times 12? Can somebody do 260 times 12? Real quick. Damn, Jamel, why you said something about a bathroom break? I'm over here holding my shit. That's $3 billion. So even if it's true, that's still half of what Biden did. That's half of what Biden did. So you're saying he did that for 12 months, for 4 years? Is that what you're trying to say? Even if he did that, it's still less than $16 billion. Intellectual simpleton, I just did the breakdown of where the $16 billion went. I broke down where every dollar went at. It's more than $6 billion, but it's not more than 16. Knowledge. Why are you still putting 6 when we just looked over and it said 16? You're not being genuine, brother. We just looked it up. We literally just fact-checked it. We literally just fact-checked it. And I know you was here. We literally just fact-checked it. We just broke down $16 billion and where it went at. I said $6 billion at first, and then when I pulled it up, I said, oh shit, I was off by 10. It was 16. You heard that. You been here the whole time. You saw when I pulled it up. You saw when I put it up.
Was on the course, did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time to where the president was at. And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence and immediately engage that individual, at which time the individual took off. So that's what we know about the investigation. We have somebody in custody right now that is a potential suspect. We got a little bit more work to do on it, but as we usually do, as soon as we decide that we're going to book him into the county jail and the charges that he's going to be booked into, we'll get those to you and we'll get a picture of him and we'll get you his background. So now I'm going to turn it over to the representative of the Secret Service, and he's going to make a brief statement.
Good afternoon, everyone. I first want to thank all of our law enforcement partners, to include the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office and the Martin County Sheriff's Office, for their involvement today. Former President Donald Trump is safe and unharmed following a protective incident shortly before 2 p.m. on Sunday at Trump International Golf Club at West Palm Beach.
They pretty much going over the same thing. So we heard for the most part what happened. You know, they found the dude that was, you know, in the bushes. Okay, you say, what you say, Tay Ward, you say it doesn't matter how more or less it is. You ask, what has Trump done for black people? He gave $260 million to HBCUs. That's a fact. It shouldn't matter what the other guys are going through by your question. And you have a point there, but it does. Because if he gave less to black people than other presidents, then that means he didn't do anything for black people. If he gave less than another president, because obviously they need more. If you give $260 million to 113 HBCU schools, how much did that give every one of those schools? A little bit over $1 million. I mean $2 million. What the fuck they gonna do with $2 million for a fucking goddamn college? You never heard that he gave $6 billion? He gave $16 billion. 16 billion. 16. 16. 16. 16. What part of that y'all motherfuckers don't understand? Do I need to pull it back up again for the slow people in the back? Do I need to pull up the 16 billion again? Break it all the way down. Do I need to do that again? Powell said he know goddamn well Trump ain't getting no $6 billion. He just trying to gas up shit. He don't want to hear the truth. Kwame, how can overtime help you out? Everybody should be voting for that vested interest. What does overtime do to help you? I'm just checking. And then, if he's talking about which I agree with, I love the idea, but I don't believe it's something he can do. I don't believe that it's something that he has the power over, because that bill has to be introduced to Congress. The House have to put it on the floor, and then the Senate has to pass it. Now, how he planned on getting that done, that's a whole nother question. Anybody could say some shit, but it's not probable. I would love to see that happen. We went over how much money Trump sent overseas. Me and Kwame had a conversation last night. He was saying that they sending all this money to Ukraine. We just looked up how much money Trump sent overseas. All the billions of dollars that Trump sent to overseas for foreign aid. We just looked at the billions of dollars, how much money he sent overseas but didn't put back into our country. More money got sent overseas in Trump presidency than got put back into our states. We don't want to talk about that, though. We don't want to talk about that. Why? I'm pulling it back up for you, homeboy. Whoever asked me to pull that back up. I'm about to pull it up for you right now. And we're gonna go into that. I got some. We're gonna go into that taxes on overtime. Also, we're gonna get into that too. I'm gonna show y'all what the economic experts say about that. Republican economic experts, not Democratic economic expert, Republican economic expert. We're gonna see what they had to say about that. Now, intellectual simpleton. Here we are. HBCUs. Oh, sorry about that. Oh shit! What just happened? Hold up, what I just did. Okay. Everybody can see the screen, right? Everybody can see the screen, right? Okay. Intellectual simpleton, you see this? Can you see the screen, intellectual simpleton? Okay. HBCUs get historic funding from Biden administration. How has $16 billion been spent? Let's see how the $16 billion been spent. Right here. Okay? They invested nearly $4 billion into HBCU's American Rescue Plan for the COVID relief. $2.6 billion invested in the Department of Education building institutional capacity, meaning making the schools bigger. Over $1.6 billion invested in the federal grants, cooperative agreements, and other competitive funding opportunities. Meaning, if your child is smart enough, if your child get the right grades and all that type of stuff, there's more money that can help them get into an HBCU school, which better educates a black person, which better educates their kids, because it is a proven fact that when a parent goes to college, most likely a kid goes to college. Not all the time, but most likely. There's a better chance of a kid going to college if their parents went to college. Almost $950 million to support HBCU's growing research capacity. So they got more research and related infrastructure. Nearly $119 million in grant funding to expand stem cell research. $150 million in federal contracting opportunities awarded to BCUs, including for research and expansion of STEM. Kwame talks about STEM research all the time, and here's somebody that's investing in it. I'm just asking, because you keep mentioning that, and like I say, people vote in their best interest. What would be your best interest in overtime? That's all I ask. It ain't a smart ass question. It's just, I was just asking. What? $1.6 billion in capital finance debt relief for 45 public and private HBCU. So if you're in debt for those, they got a debt relief program. Over $2.4 million in Project Serve funds for support HBCUs affected by more than a dozen bomb threats. $2.8 billion in need-based grants and other federal programs, including Pell Grant, which is what I had to use when I went to school. Most of you, if you went to some kind of secondary school, you most likely used the Pell Grant. It's one of the easiest things to get, especially if you are from a low income. Can I also, I'll also research how much he sent to Ukraine, because I researched how much money Trump sent overseas. So yes, to be fair, I will. There are more than 100 HBCU schools around the country, according to Leslie Jones, founder of the director of 107, an organization that promotes higher education institutions to black students. HBCU represents 3% of all colleges and universities, but account for 8% of all undergraduate enrollment of black students, and 13% of all bachelor degrees earned by black students. Research suggests that HBCUs provide opportunities for upward mobility compared to other colleges in the country. Nearly a third of students who graduate from HBCUs will move up at least 2 income quantities from their parents by the age of 30. This is for black people now. Say how much actually been paid out? It's been paid out. What do you mean? About 40% of all black engineers, half of all black teachers, and 70% of all black doctors and dentists earn their degrees from HBCU. That helps out black people. That helps out black people, y'all. 16 billion. So knowledge, we done went over this for the second time. So if you ain't see the 16 billion by now, I don't know what to tell you, sir. I don't know what to tell you. No, don't know what to tell you. Now, somebody just told me to look up how much Biden has sent to Ukraine in aid. So let's look that up. Now, before we look that up, let's make sure to be fair and we look at it on both sides. How much has Trump sent in aid overseas? How much has Biden sent in aid overseas? We got to be fair. Hold up. Let's read what was sent overseas. How much overseas aid by each president? How much did overseas aid by each president? Let's see. Okay, it's saying in 2023, the United States spent nearly $61 billion in foreign aid, fully of the budget that has gone to just 10 countries. Ukraine got $16 billion, and this is under Biden. Ukraine got $16 billion. Israel got $3.3 billion. Ethiopia got $1.95 billion. Jordan got $1.65 billion. Egypt got $1.43 billion. Afghanistan got $1.19 billion. Somalia got $1.13 billion. Yemen got $1 billion. Congo got $987 million. And Syria got $896 million. Hold on, whoever that just came up. Hold on 1 second. I'm on the other tab, so give me 1 second. Now let's brief history, foreign aid. Hold up. Now let me make sure I do it for Trump too. How much foreign aid has Trump sent out? Okay. In 2000, when did Trump come into office? 2018. He sent out $46.9 billion. Remember, we read this earlier. 2018, Trump sent out $47 billion to foreign countries. With a B, y'all. That was more money given to all foreign aid, more than any state received in America. Whoever that was that came up, come on back up. My bad. I was on the other tab. I named all African countries. You telling me Israel is an African country? You telling me that Ukraine is an African country? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Like, come on with the misinformation knowledge. I only just named African countries, really? Countries? Really? So, tell me knowledge. Is Israel an African country? All right, Kwame, I'm gonna let you come up. So you go ahead and tell the people what you want to tell them. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. So hold it down real quick while I use the bathroom.
All right. But Muso, man, stay in the kitty lane, man. Stay in the kiddie pool. You feel me? He asked me a question. That ain't got nothing to do with you. Hey, Muso, stay in the kiddie pool, boy. Don't come from up under Sister T's bosom. I got the mic now, Muso. You sit your little light skinned punk ass in the chat, boy. You rather snort a paint chip? That sound cute now. That's all you got? You can tell you ain't got no business about yourself. You little dummy. Pop jokes all the time. Popping like a little hoe all the time. Hey, Earz.
All right, I'm back.
Hey, Earz, you got a lot of men over here that pop it like bras. They pop their mouth and act like little hoes, thinking they having a got you moment with grown men.
Well, I can say the same about your chat, man. It is.
No, we got grown men in our chat. Garrett riding all over the world, got dang on sleeping and being around these women and having a good time, having his way like a man. Well, that's what men do. Men leak up with other men. You call it sleeping, but networking with other men and building a network of solid men is how you get ahead in life. So I don't know what you niggas on. Okay. Everything ain't got nothing to do with gay and all that other weirdo shit. From YouTube? But to answer your question though, yes, of course you can link up with guys on YouTube. Look at Forgotten Kings and look at
But you're right.
What's his
This
name?
ain't about him. Let's get to the.
Oh, okay. Because I offered to say Forgotten Kings and old boy that used to be over here, light skinned cat. They linked up and they do good business together. Gravity Takeout. So a lot of people can link up and be on some positive shit and don't do lame shit all day. But the question that you asked me, you said, what does overtime have anything to do with me? And I thought it was funny. So I said, am I an alien or something?
No. What I meant was, like yesterday I made the point of when we vote for our interests. So I was asking what interest would you have in overtime?
That's why I thought the question was so alarming. Do you not know how many former NFL and basketball players who own box trucks and trucking companies that they're owner operators, that they can get in their own truck and after those 40 hours a week that they can make a time and a half for their family as well that's not taxed?
Yes.
I know 4 football players I can name right now that own trucking companies. Football, they was once football players. They were once celebrities, but they don't have the same type of money. So this whole celebrity shit, you guys overblow it. There's real grown men out here that once played a sport that now enjoy work just like any other man, and they get those time and a half. Me, I own 3 or 4 LLCs that I can go work for any one of them and log in more than 40 hours a week, and I can keep that same money just like you can.
Okay, and that's fair to say. The taxes that they use, what they use taxes for overtime, how would they replace that money?
What do you mean? How would they replace that money?
Because the money that they take for our taxes and overtime, that is put back into the economy, correct?
The money that they take, no, it goes to gender reassignment surgeries. It goes to illegals. It goes to Ukraine. You don't know what they do with your tax dollars. That's why most people don't want to pay tax.
We never know what they do with our tax dollars. One thing I do know they do with our tax dollars is war. I don't agree with that, but there's nothing I can do about it. So there's a lot of things that they do with our tax dollars that I don't agree with.
Right. So you keep them in your own pocket, and now you can do what you want to do with your money, like take care of your family a little better.
But I'm saying the money that they formally, because when I researched on that idea of the taxes thing, a lot of economists said that it would cost trillions of dollars. Now, where would we replace that money from?
Who cares? We don't need to be paying for gender reassignment surgeries. We don't need to be taking care of illegals the way that we're doing. We don't need to be doing a lot of stuff that they're doing. So they can go get the money they can get it out of their pocket if they care about it so much, but they don't need to be taking money from American citizens to take care of some illegals. They don't need to be taken from American citizens to do reassignment surgeries for illegals in prison. They don't need to be doing that. So I don't give a damn where they get the money from. They just don't need to be getting it from American citizens.
And I can agree to that. But I also, like I said, there's a lot of things that I don't think they should be doing with our money. So where do we draw the line at of what they should be doing with our money or not?
Well, you're voting for what, like all the people who voted for sanctuary cities, they didn't force you to do that shit. You voted for them to use your money in that way. That's why the people in Texas that didn't vote to use their money that way, that's why they sent these people to the cities that were said they were sanctuary cities. And then that way, those people can feel the burden of being a sanctuary city.
Okay, a lot of foreigners come to Florida. Would that be considered a sanctuary city?
You got to ask Dos Santos. I believe that Florida will deport their ass. Florida will arrest them. That's why they don't stay in Florida like that. You don't see a big migrant crisis in Florida. Florida will lock your black ass up. They don't give a fuck.
Most people that come to
No,
America,
but we're talking about illegals though. We're talking about illegals. There's not a.
I mean, they're not. I ain't gonna say illegal. They're people that are applying for asylum. So technically, they're not American citizens yet, but they're here on visas. So that's pretty much what those people are also, right?
No, they're not. Those people snuck across the border. In Florida, they have a good flow that Florida will arrest your ass. Any of those migrants, they stay out of Florida. They know the legal workers that want to come over here the right way, they'll go through Florida and they'll go through the right channels through Florida. The migrants that's taking over, that's taking over in Colorado, they'll never get that shit happen in Florida. Them boys coming with them choppers in Florida. That's not happening. Them police officers still doing their job. All these sanctuary cities, you gotta once you identify as a sanctuary city, they protect the immigrants more than they protect the citizens. Why you think women are getting raped in New York and all these different places and they're not even talking about it? Did you check out that story where the guy stabbed the girl in the leg at a softball game? And this is the same guy that got deported already on a crime?
Do you know his name? I mean, there's so many stories about stuff like that.
Shit, all you got to do is hit the Google button and say immigrant stabs a little girl at softball game, and that story will come up.
Hold on 1 second. Immigrant stab girl at softball game. You said. Illegal immigrant arrested for allegedly stabbing a teen girl. Okay, 2 weeks ago. Let me find a neutral.
What do you mean neutral? Every site is reporting on this. See, it's certain things that are.
But see, sometimes when I see it on CNN, a lot of y'all like to say that's false news. If I see it,
no, what I'm saying is you're not going to see it on CNN. They're not going to make this administration look like they ever did anything wrong.
No, I'm looking
They're
at
just
it.
not reporting.
I'm looking at it where it's on local news.
It's on CNN.
Let me see.
Yeah, you just changed it to local news. I heard that real quick change up.
But I'm
telling
saying
you CNN is not going to report on something
CNN,
like this.
Okay, I get your point with just CNN. So let me see if I can find CNN.
You're going to find that story everywhere else but CNN. You're going to find the story in Aurora, Colorado, everywhere else but CNN. You're going to find the whole dog eating story. CNN will try to purport it as Trump and the Vance or saying something that's hurting people in Aurora. That's how they'll report the story. They're going to blame J.D. Vance and they're going to blame Trump. But the actual stories of the girl getting raped in New York, CNN didn't report on that either. CNN didn't report on Sonia Massey getting shot in her own home. But if Trump was in office, they'd be reporting on that shit every day.
I don't know if that was CNN, but it was a left-wing media.
It wasn't CNN, though.
It probably was.
I'm specifically saying CNN.
Specifically CNN. I don't trust CNN, so I'm not going to argue with you about CNN.
I watch Sky News Australia. They don't have a reason to lie. They tell it like it is.
And that's what I like to watch. I like to watch foreign countries look on what's going on in America because they're gonna just call it from the outside looking in. So
if you watch Sky News Australia, then you'll see they attack CNN all the time for their bias in the media and brainwashing a lot of people with this whole January 6th, with this good people on both sides bullshit. All they do is lie.
But the fact is, it's not a lie though. When you hear the man say it out his own mouth when he was speaking on the Charlottesville situation, he said it was good people on both sides, and we seen the people with our own two eyes with tiki torches.
You're wrong. You're stopping it off by saying there's good people on both sides. Hold on, that's not what he said though. He did not. He said there's good people on both sides, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis. They deserve to be condemned like anybody else. They're a radical, no good group. and they try to stop it off at there's good people on both sides. He was talking about the people that was protesting about taking down statues or leaving them up. There are good people on both sides of that situation. They wasn't the ones that was kicking ass. It was those rioter neo-Nazis that he condemned during that same speech that CNN conveniently leaves out all the time.
Okay. So
you can pull it up and play it right now. He said, I'm not talking about, he said, there's good people on both sides, not talking about the neo-Nazis. They deserve to, and white nationalists, they deserve to be condemned.
Okay, we're gonna take your word for that, and I'll definitely
don't take my word for it. Play it. That's what I'm saying.
I'm already pulling up one thing, so I gotta.
All right. Well, after you pull up that one thing, if you don't
pull up the news article that you were saying about the stabbing of the girl, we can all look at it together. And like you said, it's pretty much only on Fox, and we have to mention that.
Because if not, I'll run upstairs and go get the one where Trump said the whole thing on Brandon Tatum's show, where they debunked that, where Sky News Australia debunked that, and they play what Trump said the entire way through, and not a sound bite to have an "I got you" moment. And he did utter the words, there are good people on both sides, but he said, I am not talking about neo-Nazis and white nationalists. They deserve to be condemned. But for some reason, they keep forgetting that part.
Okay.
Antonio Barnes, I know you like Tampon Tim, but he definitely said that, bro. And I'm not in the business of taking up for nobody, but I'm definitely not in the business of somebody being so fickle and fragile because they don't like someone that they will believe a lie about somebody. That's bullshit. I don't support lying on somebody just because you don't like them.
Okay, I found it right here.
Look at Power is Knowledge TV. This is when people say they got Trump derangement syndrome, when there's a video out of this man's words and it's been going around, it's been debunked by everybody.
There's a lot
and
of
they
videos
still say the same shit.
There's a lot of videos out with his own words, but y'all don't want us to believe his own words also, though.
No. We do want you to believe his own words, but y'all keep telling us what other people said that he said. If you go play and fact check everything they said Trump said, opposed to what he actually said, and you'll find out, you'll be like, damn, that's fucked up. They keep trying to sway this man's word to lie on this dude. When he said it's going to be a bloodbath, he was talking about the car industry. He didn't talk about it's going to be a bloodbath if I don't get elected. Like, it's a damn shame what the media has done to y'all, because then all you do is disseminate these talking points that are lies.
So if you listen to his speech yourself without seeing it on the news and you get that out of that, are you still just listening to the news?
Go play what he said, and then if you're saying,
I'm just saying.
All right. Well, you can't get that out of that, because I heard a man say I condemned them, and then Antonio said that he didn't say he condemned them, but play it and you'll see.
Let's see who is right, because I'm not saying he didn't say neither one. I can't remember.
I'm going on mute
because that was about 4 or 5 years ago. So I would be lying to say his every last one of his words. So let's hear it out of his own mouth.
Alt left and white supremacists on the same moral plane.
I'm not putting anybody on a moral plane. What I'm saying is this. You had a group on one side and you had a group on the other, and they came at each other with clubs, and it was vicious, and it was horrible, and it was a horrible thing to watch. But there is another side. There was a group on this side, you can call them the left, or you've just called them the left, that came violently attacking the other group. So you can say what you want, but that's the way it is.
On both sides, sir, you said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it, and you don't have any doubt about it either. And if you reported it accurately, you would say.
Neo-Nazis started this. They showed up in Charlottesville. They showed up in Charlottesville to protest.
Nah, this won't get me flagged. They might want a little partial of the what's the name, but this is fair use. We're reviewing the video.
Excuse me, they didn't put themselves down as you, and you had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue. and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name.
Washington and Robert E. Lee are not the same.
Well, no, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, excuse me, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now, we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history, you're changing culture, and you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than...
And that's what you're talking about, right?
Exactly. They tried to stop Trump off by saying there's good people on both sides, because his point was, you guys love George Washington, you guys love all these other people, but they were slave owners. So are you going to knock down their statue as well? He was asking legit questions. Because if you go down this rabbit hole of knocking down statues, then you're going to find out that most all of these people's statues need to be gone because they participated in slavery.
Okay. And what they were asking him is, they're saying, okay, at first he was just saying on both sides. They were just saying on both sides. This came at the end of that, and now he's separating the neo-Nazis and the Western. He's saying that, okay, if you're going to knock down just this one, because remember the Charlottesville situation about people didn't want a statue of a slave owner. And yes, all of them should be taken down. Why should...
and you're right. That was his point. He was asking them. That's what he basically said. He said, so what are you going to do about this guy? Do you like George Washington? Do you like this guy? Because if you go down this rabbit hole, you're going to have to take down all of their statues. He's saying that there was good people on both sides that were just protesting the fact that they didn't want some of these people's statue to come down. Now, he separated the neo-Nazis. He said they deserve to be condemned. So, Antonio Bars, you little punk, you always in the chat running your goddamn mouth, and you're wrong again.
Okay.
Most of you emotional males are always wrong. You just chatterboxes and always dissing a nigga, but you don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Okay, so is he on the side of the people who took down or the people who rebelled against the taking down?
No, they were asking him questions. Do you disavow neo-Nazis and all this shit? Like he had something to do with what ended up taking place. And he said, look, I don't have nothing to do with that. But listen, there was good people on both sides. But if you go down this rabbit hole, just know you're going to be taking a lot more statues down because this person participated in slavery. He gave examples. This other person participated in slavery. So are you going to take their statues down? If so, that's on you. But hey, don't try to blame me.
But okay.
I disavow the neo-Nazis, but not the good people that was just protesting about the statues coming down. Because you could protest anything. Whether we like the white folks that's protesting George Washington and all those people, they still have a legal right to do so.
So if the people who were protesting not to take it down, if they were violent, and he's saying there were good people on both sides, if the people taking it down, that wouldn't be good people? If the people who...
I don't understand the question.
Okay.
Say it again.
So, okay, let me rephrase it then. So if the people that's taking it down, would they be considered the good people or bad people?
The people who taking it statues down, the people who taking it down are just following orders. I don't consider them bad.
Correct.
I consider them doing what people told them to do.
Okay, so there's good people on that side. Now
there's good people on that side, and the people who
doing something that let me finish, because they're doing something that they're getting paid to do. They're doing their job, even if they like it or not, even if they approve of it or not. Okay, so it's good people on that side. We can agree there. Now the other side are the people saying, "Hey, you're taking down American history," even though the logic behind them taking it down because they're slave owners. So these people that don't want to take it down, they don't give a damn about the history of the slave owners and stuff like that. So they're willing to get violent to stop people from doing their job. What part of the good people are over there?
Because it was some people that was 70, 80, 90 years old and they can't get violent and they were just standing there with a sign.
Okay.
So there goes the good people on both sides. Everybody out there wasn't violent. There was some people that was violent and there was some people that wasn't. If you looked at that video, there was some really old people because young people don't know what the fuck these people even fight.
That's a good idea. Let's take a look.
It was really old people, bro. But at the end of the day, all this arguing back and forth, this bipartisan no tax on tips and bipartisan no tax on overtime pay, that's what everybody should be talking about. that's more money in your pocket. But
Matter
I
of
see
fact,
most
let's talk about that a little bit. No tax
most
on
people caught up in their feelings. I can see that now because I don't got no feelings when it comes to politics. All I got is the best deal, and I see now most people don't know how to get the best deal done.
Let's dig into a little detail on no tax on overtime. Let's see how that works out in Alabama because it's a great idea. And Alabama just
Hold on. Let me answer this person in SS. SS, you are absolutely right. She says same. That person says same logic with Black Lives Matter protests. Those that riot weren't the same as the people simply protesting. That is an absolute fact.
But
There were some
I've
people.
never heard you separate them though and say
I
that two
did.
people
I've
on one
always
side.
did. There's some people with Black Lives Matter that they believe in the cause, and it's people online that say that. I'm with the ideal of Black Lives Matter, not with the organization.
I was
Because
one of
when you
those
say
people.
right,
It
so
don't matter
when you,
if I express it, not to cut you off, but if I would express that, people would still just jam it down my mouth. Oh, these people are behind it. I'm like, no, I'm behind the idea of it, but yeah, I see the foolishness in the infiltration of it. So no, I'm not behind that, but the idea of black people do matter. I am behind that. They never
right.
separated though.
So that's that's ignorant to not do that. I keep the same energy on both sides. I don't do the okay for black people it's separated, but for white people, fuck that, they all racist. No, it's some motherfucking niggas that's gonna act stupid, hiding in the group to do dumb shit, just like it's some white folks that gonna act stupid, hiding in the group to do dumb shit. And that's just the way it is.
Now let's get
If you take 10 motherfuckers, 20 motherfuckers somewhere, and this is how people get life sentences. The driver get the same amount of time. You could be the damn driver, and they say, "Well, we ain't gonna kill nobody. We just gonna go in there and get the money." And they go in there and kill somebody, and the driver was sitting in the car. The driver get the same amount of time as the motherfucker who went in there, damn near, and pulled the trigger. So you got the group shit is fucked up because you got to put yourself at risk because you don't know what another motherfucker thinking.
True, I agree. Okay, let's move to this overtime pay thing because there's a state that's doing it right now, and maybe Trump got that from this state or whatever. Let's see how. I haven't read this article yet, but I just pulled it up, and they're telling about the no tax on overtime in Alabama. So let's see what it does and helps out. Now, I know the concerns when I was researching it last night. The concerns were the details. Would this apply for people that are on salary too? Because they're not. Because that's what they just struck down, which Obama tried to pass, of being able to for the people who work salary to get overtime. Now, would that apply to them also, or is it just for people who work hourly jobs?
This one, from what I understand, is for hourly jobs. But this right here looks a little different. This Alabama is exempting the state tax. This thing that Trump is proposing, I think, is federal.
It was exempt the federal income tax. Okay.
Yeah, the federal tax that come out your check every year, every paycheck, will be no longer if Trump get in office and put this ban in, or put this order in.
Okay. Well, which is the state that really hits you more, but I mean, the federal, they don't really hit you that bad as far as whether it's overtime or regular time. But money is money. But I just want to see how they're going about it in Alabama. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying they'll be the same, but this would be the first that we ever heard of this type of thing. So I'm just concerned about, is it possible? You know what I'm saying? So
I think it's bipartisan. The economy is fucked up. The only way you fix the economy is if you do more bailouts, like they did the Asians when they gave them like $45 billion in 2 or 3 years. But if you don't have the money to give bailouts, the simple fix is what they just proposed. People are already working over 40 hours a week. Let them keep the money in their pocket. They'll stimulate the economy for us.
So who controls
the government need to stay out of that. The government don't know how to make no money. That's why Chicago is going bankrupt, New York, and all the rest of these states. They're just saying, give us more of your tax money.
Okay, who controls the House right now?
I don't know who controls the House. I think it's pretty even. It might be even Democrats right now.
Let me double check, because I'm not 100% sure too. Who controls the House right now? What party controls the House?
I think one controls one and the other one controls the other. So either the Democrats control the House and the Republicans control the Senate.
So we got 213 to 216. No, 219. I'm sorry. The current chamber, House of Representatives, 219 Republicans, 213 Democrats. So right now.
Okay, so Trump got the nod on that.
So right now, because we know the House makes the bill and put it on the table, and they have to pass it at the House first, right?
So Trump got the nod on that.
So if they propose a bill for this, because that's what they will have to do. Congress will have to do it. Unless he's going to do it executive order, the House will have to put forth the bill. And then that means the Senate would be, the House balance would likely be 221 to 214. So it looked like they're going to have
the House and they're going to have the Senate.
That means the Democrats have the Senate. So it would, once it get on the desk, it would be up to the Democrats to pass it. So then
but it's bipartisan though. The reason why it's bipartisan because you don't think Democrats got family members that work in hospitality and work in police officers and first responders. These people work overtime hours. That's not something you want to take away from the people. If they take away people's overtime hours, they're gonna go crazy.
It would have to be bipartisan, but we all know that don't always happen.
Hey, Earz, Tay Ward asked you a question because I thought that was a little weird too. Because I'm like, state take more than federal when state income tax varies from state to state, and that federal
from state to state. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you're right. Federal does take more. You're right.
Yeah, I was like, federal don't
change. In Florida, we don't have any state taxes, so all we do is take federal. So y'all right. My bad. That was a misquote.
And in Texas and Tennessee, places like that too, they don't pay any state tax as well. So I'm like, huh?
Yeah, sorry, my bad. That was a misquote by me. I can take accountability on that one. What was I looking at? Hold on, let me turn my mic up. Somebody said my mic was low.
Nah, they just want you to overtalk me. That's the same hater that you always get. Your mic is fine. It's at a decent level. They want you to sound loud and distorted so they can't hear me.
Oh no, because I'm going over research. I don't care to argue about nothing, so I'm not trying to talk louder than nobody.
Yeah, there ain't nothing to argue about. This your show.
Yeah, your opinion is your opinion. I like.
I'm
people think for themselves.
I'm not going to speak on opinion. Like, I'm just saying, like, anybody, you said vote your best interest. And if you work a job, even me, like, even if I didn't have a job or I don't have a job, but I can always do whatever I want with one of my LLCs. But even if I was on salary, I would still want this for the people that's around me because I know this still stimulates the economy and help overall for Americans. So I wouldn't be selfish to say, oh, I'm on salary, so fuck it. I'm just going to vote for a person that's wanting to tax unrealized capital gains and don't give people opportunity to grow their own pockets. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to still say, go ahead and do this because I got teenagers that's in the workforce. You know, I got grown people that's working for a longshoreman. And I know what that time and a half would do in their account if they're not being taxed on it. So it's a no-brainer for me.
Okay, so let me just tell people how this works out in Alabama, you know, and it's nothing bad. I just want to inform people. Say, yes, overtime pay is exempt from Alabama state income tax for full-time hourly employees who work more than 40 hours a week in a work week. That's good to know because when I get another project offer in Alabama, I'm going. So this exemption is set to run through June 30th, 2025. So they're just experimenting with it look like. But lawmakers may extend it depending on the impact of state revenue. So they want to see if it's going to make an impact. The exemption applies to wages earned for hours worked in excess of 40 in a work week, but does not apply to municipal occupational license tax. It also doesn't affect employees who don't qualify for overtime pay, which that would be people on salaries. So that would be something that would have to be kind of fine-tuned if you're going to do it nationwide. Employers are required.
Hey, here, check this out. Hey, look at your chat. Even Musso talking about that time and a half puts an extra 1,500.
Oh yeah, I'm never debating that it's a good idea. I'm just saying, is it something that is possible? You know what I'm saying? Is it something that can actually be put in motion? Okay,
I know one thing. I'm gonna be watching closely. If he win and he put it on the table, anybody that vote against it, I'm voting against.
And will
their ass.
y'all hold his feet to the fire if it doesn't happen?
No, you can't just say hold his feet to the fire. Listen to what you said. It has to go through the House. It has to go through the Senate. I'm gonna be watching whoever vote against that bill is gonna be the motherfucker I highlight on my channel.
Me too.
Any Congress, any Senate, anybody who vote against a bipartisan thing like that to put taxes in American pockets, you're gonna be highlighted on my channel.
And
You against Americans.
I agree. I definitely agree.
You against all Americans, but that's bipartisan.
But what I'm saying, if it goes through, who are we gonna give credit to? We're gonna give credit to the president, and rightfully so. I ain't gonna shit. Might as well. Even though it's Congress that does it. And that's something I've been saying the whole time when we've been talking about what people do and what they haven't been doing. It's the Congress that got to get their shit together. So employers are
Yeah, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is all of us, anybody who vote against that, they're voting against Americans. So I would vote their ass out, and my channel will be dedicated to exposing their motherfucking ass and their record and whatever else they trying to do, because them some bitches need to get the hell on. If you're going to take money out of Americans' pockets after you've been giving away so much money to illegals.
So it say employers are required to report the total amount of exempt overtime paid and the number of employees who received it to the Alabama Department of Revenue. So I'm assuming that they're going to make employees of every state do that to the federal government. Would you have an issue with that?
Do what now?
It's saying that employers are required to report the total amount of exempt overtime paid and the number of employees who received it to the Alabama Department of Revenue. Now, I'm assuming if you put this on a national scale, they're going to have you reporting that to the government. And there's probably going to be some kind of way that they want to tax you as the employer. I'm not saying that it's 100%, but I'm saying to make up for it, I would think that there's going to be something in there that's going to tax the employer instead of the employee. Are you comfortable with that?
I think that's just an assumption of yours. I think because this is so new, they want to track it to see the results. That's how they get research and data. You got to turn it in. Who's working? Does it make people work more? Does it incentivize Americans to work more? This is all a data collection to know if this will work on a national scale.
Right.
So I don't know why you're saying it like it's a bad thing.
No, I'm saying it because there's a certain amount. Hold on, because let me answer that. Because
no, I'm saying you said something about Trump earlier. What did Trump? Because I was waiting to come up, but I had some music in the background.
I'm gonna lose my thought about what you just said.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Point to that.
Go ahead.
Damn, you made me forget it all. Goddamn right. I was trying to get that motherfucker out.
Damn, that quick?
That's why.
Boy, you better put that tree down, boy.
I don't want to. That's why I'm trying to get you to stop so I can get it. Why the fuck I was goddamn saying this shit?
Hey, no wonder you don't let a motherfucker talk.
Damn.
You be high trying not to forget your thought.
I'm trying not to forget my thought. So, so they doing that for that state, but you know how much money is taken in, how much money is taken in off of that tax, and is used for something. How do you substitute that? That's my question as just, logical thinking. So you're telling me the billions and trillions of dollars, they just want to let that just go? You know how greedy our government is, and we really need it because right now,
that's why we need a new way forward.
We talked about
that's why we need to get their greedy ass up out of there.
Because yesterday we talked about our deficit and then the surplus and all that. The money that you're taking in the tax need to be more than what you're spending out. So right now we're in a deficit because we're spending more money than we're taking in. Now you're taking even more money out. And we're already trying to find a way to make up the gap. So
I just disagree with you on why we're in the deficit. We're in the deficit, in my opinion, is because we have a weak open border situation that allow illegal immigrants to take sources and take finances from America. Greg Cardone said they could have gave every black household $300,000 with the money that they've been spending on these migrants. That's every black household. So that could have helped black folks, but they didn't do it. Okay. They always talk about no reparations, but they don't never have money for black folks, but they always have money for everybody else.
And you're right. And that's been every presidential situation. I went over that earlier. I showed how much money has been given in foreign aid. And even with Trump, 47 billion. How much money could you give in reparation with 47 billion? With Biden, I think he went over what Trump went over and went another, I think, 55 or 60 billion.
Trump
Obama
is the only one
put
had us balling though.
All of them
But
put
let me
this
give you
money
Trump
overseas
record because you've
before
been
they put
asking.
it. No,
You've been
that's why
asking
I'm
about
mentioning.
this for an hour.
That's why I'm
let me
mentioning.
give you Trump
That's why I'm
record.
mentioning all of them. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you,
Hold
all
on. Let
of
me
them
give
are
you Trump
sending.
record real quick because you've been asking about this for a long time. So now that there ain't no music, let me give you Trump's record because I can't let you do Trump like that. And we're not comparing it to
But
nobody
that
else because
wasn't
at
a
the
slam
time.
on Trump. That was just saying like we as America are giving so much foreign aid, but like you just
No,
said,
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying let me answer the question that you've been asking about for an hour. I heard you on video saying nobody won't come up. Nobody won't come up. So just let me get this off because you tried to
you
make
do
it
know what
seem
the
like
question
nobody
is,
won't
right?
come up.
You know what the
Yes, sir,
question
I
is.
do. Let me say the question and let me give the answer real quick.
Cool.
You asked, what did Trump do for the black community? Okay, and this is not to go against anybody else because I heard you say how much money they gave now, but this is when it happened. Trump gave the record funding to HBCUs. At that time, that was record-setting funding to HBCUs. He did. He invested in the black community. He drove money into the neighborhood by tax incentives and opportunity zones. He's the one who he decriminalized. He did criminal justice reform with a 91% of inmates released are black. 91% of the inmates. He let out Harry O. He gave Harry O a pardon. He gave Lil Wayne a pardon. He gave goddamn Kodak Black a pardon. Trump let out 91% black people with these nonviolent crimes. Angela Stanton got out because of it. So Big Meat's brother got out because of it. So there's so many things that Trump did. I just don't understand why people keep saying he didn't do nothing for the black community.
So you said the HBCUs. I'm just making sure I heard it right. HBCUs, and at the time you saying that was the most ever given.
Yes, sir. That was the most money. That was record numbers funding to HBCUs. HBCUs was begging. I got a video where I'm bottling up water. I'm bottling up food, deodorant, all of that, sending it to Howard University in 2021 that was, because they were underfunded. All these people, P. Diddy and Kamala brag about going to HBCUs. HBCUs were flooding in DC and all over. You saw the way the football coach reacted to how dirty and nasty that HBCU was.
Oh
He
yeah,
was nothing to
yeah.
fuck up. So let's
Dead real.
stop fronting like HBCUs were great places for kids to go and everybody just love HBCUs. No, they're underfunded because people mismanage the money. They get money every year and none of the shit get done. The people who run the HBCUs, somehow they drive good, they live nice, they eat well, they talk well, but the kids are fucked over all the time. So the management at these HBCUs need to change.
Okay.
And go look up 91% of the inmates who got out under Trump, 91% were black. 91.
Okay. Well, the better question would be, how many people got let out from his reform program in prison?
Everybody, a lot of them. And guess what? The 13th Amendment was passed by who? The 13th Amendment. Who passed the amendment to abolish slavery? The 13th Amendment. Was it Republicans or Democrats?
That was a different time, but it was Republican.
Okay, it was Republicans. Democrat is the party of slavery. That's all they wanted to do was lock you up. And these policies right now of having people come into your neighborhood, having black folks competing with all these illegals, this is more like Jim Crow South. This is more like what black people went through.
When you do that, you make me forget about what we just talked about. That was actual policy.
We talking about policies. The 13th, the 14th, and the 15th Amendment was all by Republicans.
You was telling me to pull something up, and then you started going into this old time stuff. We could get into that, but we was talking about the HBCU schools. You said that Trump gave the most.
Yes, but everybody know that. You know that already. Earz. I've heard you say that.
We got to fact check it. You saying that? I know that. I said that he gave $250. I said that he gave $250 million. Do you debate that number?
No, I'm saying at the time that's the highest amount given to a HBCU by any president.
Okay.
Yes,
Let me
sir.
ask the
At the time.
Let me ask the question then to Google.
Okay.
What was the highest amount of money given to HBCU schools before Biden? Okay, they're not answering that right. So let me just say
Trump made it permanent. Most of the other people gave money and it had a expiration date. Trump gave 255 million annual funding for HBCUs. No other president did what he did. There's no such thing as fact checking that. That's a fact.
But let me tell you another fact. A president cannot make something indefinite. He only could do it for his term. So it only going to last for his 4 years. That's why the Biden administration just had to give $16 billion with a B to the same thing that he gave $250 million per year. So
a bill is permanent. You have to come undo the bill. So somebody came and undid what he did. But yes, you can make it a permanent bill that sits and it can stand. He don't have to be there. There's plenty of presidents that make bills. The 94 crime bill is still standing. So I don't know what you're talking about. If Trump could create that bill and make it permanent, and it could have stayed exactly like it was.
Well, why is it that every 4 years there's another HBCU donation?
Every 4 years there's a HBCU donation.
Yeah, same thing. They do it every 4 years. If it's permanent, and it was permanent, say from Jimmy Carter,
Congress failed to renew it. Just like Congress has to uphold the rules, just like you said, Trump put it in there permanent, and September the 30th, Congress failed to renew it, so it lapsed.
Because you can do better. If it's something you can do better, why not let that lapse?
Well, okay. Well, we can agree. We can agree on that.
If it lapsed, that means that it has an expiration date. So it can't.
No. That doesn't mean that. Congress could have said, yes, we're going to continue this. They said no. So yes, you could do something better. They can not do it to do something better. I don't got no problem with that. But what I'm saying is, why wouldn't they want HBCUs to have that funding going every year? Who would want to stop that?
If you could stop it to give more because you feel like that wasn't enough.
Did they stop it to give more?
Yes.
Okay, how much more they give now?
$16 billion with a B.
But you don't know how that's broken down, and you don't know if that's giving more.
I just showed it twice how it was broken down.
I didn't see it, but that's cool. If you think they're giving $16 billion to HBCUs, then that should mean the HBCUs should look great. Their football programs. We shouldn't hear no more problems about the HBCUs, if that's what you're saying. HBCUs should be like Ivy League schools at this point.
Now, in the breakdown, I didn't see anything about athletics. It was more about academics, but they were $16 billion, and yeah, I broke it down twice.
Okay.
And if you say if they gave them $16 billion one time, let's say they leave after this 4 years, and we get put your mic on mute real quick, Antonio. Let's say they leave after this 4 years, and then another president come in. They can let that $16 billion expire, and they can raise the number if they want, or add to it, whatever it is, because it only lasts the 4 years that you saying that is for the term that is for.
Well, okay. Well, how Trump money was broken down, he authorized $85 million a year for historic black colleges. So $85 million a year was going to black colleges, $100 million for Hispanic serving institutions, $30 million for tribal schools. So he's affecting everybody. $40 million for a variety of minority serving institutions.
Do you know
so he broke his down to go to everybody.
Do you know how many HBCUs there are in this country?
No, I don't know the total number of HBCUs. What is it?
Over 100. I believe the exact number is like 117 or something around that, or maybe 111 or something like that. But
okay,
it's over 100. So if he gave 80-something million, like you say, would that even be enough to cover them? Any kind of help?
85 going to
100 schools? Over 100 schools?
85 million goes into 100 how many times? That's a lot of fucking money.
Not really when you're talking about colleges. I mean,
oh, okay.
I mean, that wouldn't be enough for the University of Georgia.
Okay. There's not an HBCU that's the size of the University of Georgia, but okay.
I know
You
there's
know,
not
I
an
can-
HB
I can see the
that's the
parallel,
size.
though.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, there is not, but I'm saying if you put the resources in, you could build it because out of this 16 billion is for infrastructure for the capacity of the schools. That means they're putting money into it to make it like a University of Georgia, to make these schools bigger. They need big checks. So if you can send 47 billion overseas, why can't you put a B on HBCUs in America? And I want to pull up.
You know the Democrats stopped his bill, right? The Democrats was voting against Trump giving them more money. All you got to do is look it up. If you go look up an article called the AP, after the House approved an extension of the minority institution funding in September, Alexandria blocked the proposal in the Senate and moved it to a package of bills tied to higher education. So they blocked it to give more money that's tied to so much other shit. That's why I can't wait to give a breakdown.
Okay, and
hold on. Let me land this plane. I can't wait to give it because what I'm going to do is give a breakdown of that 16 billion that you're talking about, and I'm going to enlist Odom Speaks and Mel W, people that I know are going to get real meticulous with it, and we're going to track every dollar of that money and see how much actually go to HBCUs. Because that would be crazy to think that they gave HBCUs and HBCUs alone $16 billion. If I know anything about the Democrats, it's tied to a whole lot of other people that got nothing to do with HBCUs.
Okay. Well, do you want me to look at the breakdown again? I mean, we looked at it twice.
No. I'm gonna do my own independent thing of the breakdown because you go a little fast and you skim over. We're gonna do a deep dive.
I read word
into
for
it.
I read word for word, and you know I don't read that fast.
No. I'm saying we can keep going. I know Antonio up here to talk and yell and shout. So just let him get his yelling off.
Nah, he ain't
I'm
gonna
go
do all that. We only having level-headed political talk. Nobody's out of name, none of that stuff like that. I'm about to ask Google real quick how much did Obama, and then I'm gonna ask how much did George Bush give for HBCU, because I want to compare all the presidents. Because we already know what Biden did, so we know what Trump did.
Okay. No. I hear that number,
before
but I'm
and
just
after.
No, I'm saying I hear that number, but what I'm gonna do is I know these people. And one thing I do know is they like to attach it to a lot of other different things. When you hear that number 16 billion, it sounds great. But when you boil it down, I guarantee you, if they rejected 85 million going directly towards HBCUs, then it's probably less than that or just a little bit above
Because
that.
that
While
wasn't
everything else is going everywhere else.
I would think that wasn't enough. Yeah, you should reject that. That's not enough. If we give you this, then we can't give you more. 85 and we got 100 and over 100 schools. That's not enough. So yes, reject that. Then he came back with the 250 million. That's still not enough, but it's better than the 85. But let's just see what Obama gave, just to be fair. So that'd be the president before and after him. How much did Obama give to HBCUs in his terms? Now remember, he was in there for 8 years, so we definitely got to break it down in the 4-year increment. So I want to be fair. Okay, Obama actually signed an executive order promoting excellent innovation and subsistenity at historically black colleges. Let's see. Renewing the White House intended to own historically black college university. White House. Where's the money? I know y'all don't want to hear nothing good. All right. Okay, aside from the executive order, President Obama has demonstrated his commitment to strengthening educational opportunities at HBCUs through his FY11 budget, which includes, this is a breakdown of the budget. Let me pull it up. And like I said to the people who want to say, oh, why are you talking about Obama? I'm talking about the person after and the person before. Because Kwame said that he gave the most with the 250 million. So 98 million in new money for HBCUs at the Department of Education. This includes a 5%, a 13 million increase for the strengthening of HBCU programs support for the 85 million in mandatory funding for the HBCUs and pending student aid and Fiscal Responsibility Act. 20.5 million for the HBCU capital financing program. $64.5 million for the Strengthening of Historically Black Graduate Institute program, which is a $3.1 million or a 5% increase. They're telling the increase on all of them. That last one that I mentioned, it was a $13 million increase, pretty much 5%. $103 million for a comprehensive science, technology, workforce program at the Natural Science Foundation, designed to engage understudent, graduate, and historically black, tribal, Hispanic serving colleges and universities while realigning the building and existing programs. That was a 14% increase. Increasing the Pell Grant maximum award to $5,700. That was in 2011, an increase of over $160 over 2010 level. The provision, and these are all coming from a red party to a blue party, because remember President Bush.
So these were one lump sum payments, or was these annual? Because annual would be more than. So if Trump was in there for 4 years and he annually gave $255 million, that would be more than that lump sum that they just gave in 2010 and 2011.
No, this is annually, but overall over the 8 years it comes up to a couple of billion. Let me get the exact number.
So that's annual. They gave it that every year.
Yes.
All 8 years.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't remember Obama giving them money for 8 years because HBCUs was begging year by year. So I don't remember it being for 8 years. But I'll go look it up.
You can't give that man credit. Shit. Damn.
I didn't say I didn't give him credit. What I said was I will go look it up. I've never heard you say that when Earz say he's gonna go look something up.
Okay. So let me get the final number. So of the over the 8 years, and so if let's say Trump did the $250 million every year for 4 years, that would be what, $1 billion, right?
Say again.
So Trump did $250 million for 4 years, that would be $1 billion, right?
Yeah, it would be like what, 4 billion? No, it'd be a couple. Yeah, you're right. It'd be like a billion.
It'd be $1 billion. Yeah,
$1 billion.
Yeah.
So that's yeah.
How much did Obama give to HBCU?
I thought you just read what he gave.
I did, but it gave me something different, and I had to ask the question different. And I'm gonna pull it up. See, it just signed. It's showing the executive order and all that stuff like that.
Obama gave him $4 billion over 7 years.
$4 billion over 7 years. So if $4 billion, if $1 billion was for 4 years, let's say Trump did 2 terms, that would still be $2 billion, correct?
Yeah, but you got to understand, Trump was going to court every other damn week. Trump was getting rejected by the House. Obama had a cookie walk. Everybody agreed with whatever Obama said.
Huh?
Yes, everybody agreed with whatever Obama said. He was the first black president. He had a cakewalk.
So that means that, but you said that Trump gave more to HBCU schools than any other president.
I said it was,
but right now,
record number.
Right now, if it was record number, cool. But right now,
that's what I read exactly what it said. It said Trump gives record number HBCU funding.
But when we pull up the evidence, it says, and you just told me how much Obama gave, which was
$4 billion in 7 years.
$4 billion in 7 years. Now Trump did $250 million per year. You're supposed to be for lifetime, but even if he gave it for lifetime, wouldn't he still? I mean, if a man already gave it $7 billion in 8 years, wouldn't you be taken away if you're only giving $250 million per year?
Unless the only way what you're saying could not be true is if we don't know what the breakdown of that $4 billion in the 7 years went to. You're under the assumption that all $4 billion went to HBCUs, and if that was the case, then HBCUs shouldn't be begging for money. We ought to be auditing HBCUs right now. Like, where the fuck did y'all do with those $4 billion? Because what you're saying cannot be true. If I just sent clothes, water, and shit to Howard in 2021. So you can't give this man credit for giving $4 billion to HBCUs, and HBCUs were flooding in 2021.
What year?
It doesn't make any sense to tout that much energy to say he did so great. So the funding, the breakdown of the funding, it has to be that this funding went other places than HBCUs.
Okay, can I make a little sense out of what you just said? Okay.
Go ahead. If I didn't make sense, go ahead.
No, you made sense, but I just want to highlight something. Okay, you said in 2021, who was the president? I'm just asking. Just if you could tell me who the president was in 2021.
Listen, all I'm saying is, do you not know? It says
I got a point.
I'm
to
reading
this
this
question,
article
brother.
about Obama.
I'm just saying,
because I don't want to lose my thought. Hold on, look. In 2009,
mine, bro.
in 2009,
I just need you to answer
President Barack Obama did not renew the temporary $85 million pot that Republican predecessor George Washington Bush put in place. So they all undermine each other, bro. In 2009,
he didn't renew it because he put something better. You don't renew.
He did the same $85 million you just read.
No, but you just read that over the 8 years or 7 years he was in there, he put how many billion? 4 billion towards it. So if he didn't renew that little 85 million and he wanted to put a budget of this budget where is 4 billion over 7 years, and then the next man come and you take it down to 250 million a year, which is even half of what the person before that, wouldn't in 2021 that you had to help out people, wouldn't that be because their budget got cut back half of what they were used to?
That's your assumptions. I think you make a lot of assumptions when you make your breakdown.
Math. That's math. Like, okay.
Well, that's your math.
Let's do the math.
I'm just saying, you have to first, let me answer you. You have to first know where these funds are allocated. You're saying these big, large, grandiose numbers, but you don't have the allegations where they've been breaking down, sending this money to. And if you look at an article by Michael A. Fletcher, October the 10th, 2016, at Fletch Post, and he wrote about this, the $85 million that was already allocated by George W. Bush, who is a Republican, Barack Obama in 2009 did not renew it. And he was pushed to do something, and then he finally did something. But they wrote this article about it. So there's a lot of people that don't agree with you.
I'm just saying, okay, they could say that he was pushed to do it, but every president is gonna do something with the HBCU. He probably just ain't gonna do his part. He did it at his own time. Okay, but what he did is in the record books of how much it was. It was.
Do you allow for questions? Do you allow for me to ask you a question?
I just let you explain something, sir, and you want to allow me to make my point.
I get that. I explained something because I'm answering your questions. But do you allow for me to ask you a question?
You have asked me a question, and I've.
May I ask you one now?
We've been having an easy time until you start having.
No. I'm saying I'm okay with you asking me a question, but I'm saying it seems like you.
I'm not asking you a question. I'm trying to make a point, but you won't allow me.
All right, when you finish making your point, I'm gonna go on mute.
And
I just want to be able to ask you a question.
I will take your question.
All right.
If you let me
after you say something, I hope it's not in the form of a question.
No,
because I'm coming off mute to ask you a question.
Don't answer anything. I'm just about to make a statement, and then I'll let you ask a question. Okay. So, 7 years, and I want the people to pay attention, and it ain't about who you like. 7 years, you got $4 billion. One person in office. $250 million per year, that adds up to $1 billion. Let's put them in office for 2 years. That would be $2 billion. That's not half of what the person did before them. So if you get into administration and now you got the same HBCU dollars, however they broke it up, that means when they had the $250 million, they had to break it up in the same kind of way. So however they broke it up, they got $4 billion, which was double. So when he come in and you slice that in half, basic economics will tell you that would put a strain on anybody. So the reason he would let a contract lapse so you can renew a newer and better contract, we already established that. That's the same reason Biden just let the contract lapse of what Trump put in place so they can put something better, because $16 billion over a 4-year period, because we already know that the next president can let that $16 billion lapse and they can put in something new. So over this 4-year period, it is expected of $16 billion. Whatever they do with that money, that's going to be whether they got $250 million or whether they got $16 billion. That's the statement I wanted to make. And I wanted to make a statement that before Trump and after Trump, people donated more to black schools and whatever. And the year that you had to go donate was the year that your president was in office. Go ahead, sir. Now I'll answer whatever question you have.
I'm gonna go break that. I'm gonna go break all this stuff down you said after this live, and I hopefully, since we've been having good conversations, I hope you show up.
Mel Dub, that's not Mel Dub. I'm sorry, my bad. Mel Dub, that's not what I said. That was what Kwame said. Kwame, the one read off the 4 billion. So you can't say that Kwame I said that also, and I was wrong. Kwame researched that.
Kwame was also trying to say you have to know where those funds were allocated. You're saying this big, large number. So my question to you is, one thing about it is I already know all of the funding that we're talking about was not allocated to HBCUs. There's an article that shows that it was going to non-HBCU universities, and everybody was pissed off about it, but they seem to be okay with that. But my question to you, if what you're saying is true, and you can brag about how much money that Obama gave to HBCUs, then why were they still begging year after year if they got $4 billion of funding to them?
Okay, that's easy. And I wasn't bragging, I was just reading the facts. I mean, you read it to me. Because I was looking for what was the exact number, and I was just reading the breakdown of the numbers that he gave, and you read the final number. So that's not me bragging, that was just stating the fact. But anyway, we both just established that after every presidency, because nobody can just make it a lifetime thing, it will expire. So if his billions of dollars expired, that means it's Trump's turn to make something new. What he did is put this $250 million. So maybe I'm just assuming that's probably why you had to help out HBCU schools in 2021, because that's who was the president, and that's what they was receiving. And out of 107 to, I don't know, I know it's over 100. Out of 100 schools, 250 million, I don't think that's enough. That's just my opinion. But go ahead, if that's a good enough answer for you.
But my thing is this: if Obama, before we even got to Trump, if Obama gave $4 billion to HBCUs, 100 HBCUs, we can do a little calculation and divide 100 HBCUs and divide it by, I guess, 4 billion in 7 years.
That would probably be like a half. That would be like a $500 million a year. That would average out to $500 million.
If you average it out, if Trump was in office the same amount of time and he gave $1 billion per year, then Trump would have averaged out at a higher number. How? Or are you saying? Oh no, Trump gave $4 billion in 4 years.
Hold on, real quick.
No, you're right about that. So Trump gave $4 billion in $1 billion in 4 years, and Obama gave $4 billion in 7 years. But the way that the money was allocated have to support my theory that the money was spread out through entities and organizations that had nothing to do with HBCUs. Otherwise, HBCUs shouldn't be hurting for a damn thing.
If the contract expired, though, that's the part that you're not speaking on, because it expired after every president. You proved that when it came from.
But it didn't expire under Obama. Obama gave that money. It was $4 billion in 7 years. So okay,
right.
It expired after the 7 years, but allegedly they got the $4 billion.
He allowed Bush's, but the $4 billion, you get a certain amount of million. You're gonna get 500 million per year. Nobody's gonna give.
So 500 million per year is enough for HBCUs. They shouldn't be hurting. If they got 500 million,
year, but when you
7 years in a row,
next year, kids got to still eat. You know how much money they spend just in cafeteria shit.
But you said that they were giving 500 million per year for 7 years.
Right, but when that expires, then you got to put up something new. So the new thing is 250 million. That's half of the 500 million. So do you see why you would be helping out in 2021? Because they got half of the money they used to.
Even if they got half the money, I still don't see why. I'm saying if they got, okay, Obama was giving out $500 million per year for 7 years. That should have fixed all 100 HBCUs based on the size, based on the enrollment, and based on the school. That Lancaster State University, that is a small university that's failing, that's only graduating 5% of their students.
But
That
that's
little
not.
ass
But
school
that's not
should be
all of them though.
okay. Go ahead.
You got schools like Morehouse College that has a high graduation rate. You can't paint it with a broad brush. So
I'm not painting it with a broad brush. I'm just stating the facts and evidence. I didn't say anything disrespectful. Langston is failing. I'm not painting anything with a broad brush. That's manipulation tactics. I can say Morehouse is also doing a great job, but I can also say that Lancaster State is not doing a great job. That's just giving the information that's being put out.
Okay.
That's not me painting nothing.
Okay, so if one school has an administration and they're not handling the funds correctly, and another one is, or if you get adjusted to a certain thing, so if you got 100 and something schools, right, and you got to break down, even let's say at the highest number, 500 million, you got to break that down for 100 schools. You know, somebody can do the math in the chat, but you still have to budget that out the right way. So the smallest school, would they get the same amount? Is the Morehouse like a Livingstone University? And because it's all about the numbers, right? They go by probably how many students you have and all that, and your graduation rate probably determine how much money you would get of that pie. I would imagine. I ain't 100% sure, but if that's happening, then that's because of the people that are in charge of those schools. That doesn't mean they're not getting the money. Does that make sense?
I mean, we could debate about it all day, but I'm just saying, if they got that much money to HBCUs, you don't think it's enough? I think it's enough. I think schools shouldn't be flooding, and they shouldn't be in conditions that they were in. Obama was given $1.5 billion per year for 7 years, so that should have been enough to make sure 105 HBCUs are taken care of.
Yes,
But
within the time that was going on. But say another administration comes in and they're 3 years into their administration, and now you've been getting half of the money. Wouldn't that kind of affect the schools that, the conditions of that school?
no, not to where they should be flooding and kids can't flush the toilet and things of that nature. No.
If they're hit by a hurricane or
You
unexpected.
got to remember, people are still paying tuition to go to these colleges. So the funding from federal governments is just extra good money for that school, that program. Every school is going to get money, but these kids are paying to go to that school. You forgetting about that. They're paying, they're getting into college debt, paying to go to these schools. So they should not have to live in that condition.
You're right. And the funds that's supposed to be, for certain stuff, we've witnessed that they've been mismanaged and all kind of other things. But that does not mean they're not getting it, though. There does need to be better management of it.
Right, and that's all I'm saying. There should be hot waters at these schools. There should be uniforms for football players to wear. There should be helmets. These kids are paying tuition. These parents are working hard to get their kids there, and you're getting federal funding, that type of money. Yeah, somebody is dropping the ball somewhere.
How much do you think, what was that school that you named?
Lancaster State University.
How much do you think they would need a year to run that school properly?
I think they need an overhaul of all the people that's running that school.
But I mean, how much money do you think that school could properly run properly?
You're boxing me into the thought that money is going to fix the problem, and I don't agree with you.
But I mean, because we're on the conversation of how much these schools received in federal funding, and if they got enough federal funding to take care of the school. So I'm trying to get an idea number of how much would be to take care of a small school, like you're saying.
If I was in charge, I wouldn't give another dime until everybody that's at these HBCUs that's failing are fired or moved somewhere else. And then I would bring in a new system and new people that's accountable to the taxpayers in their region, that's going to give accurate accounting of where the money goes and what they spend it on and how much this new facility and this new program, and these programs should be approved by the citizens of that community, because they're the ones who's paying. Then it should HBCU, they should get money based on the size, based on the enrollment. And just like you do high schools and any other school, the money that you get is based on enrollment. Then it should also be based on graduation. I don't think people money should be allocated towards failing ass kids that's just going to play around, shake their ass and bullshit. So the ones that are graduating kids, they should get more money. The ones that are not graduating kids, I don't give a damn how much money they get. They get what's left over. Because going to college is about getting a higher learning, a higher education, not going to fuck around and catch BV and chlamydia.
Okay, I understand that. But my thing is, I'm just trying to find out, say you have a small school like that. And yeah, you clean out all the old bullshit or whatever. Now come to bring in qualified employees, get the proper renovation that you need and everything. What kind of budget would that take from the government? I mean, because you ain't got no enrollment, right? If say you got a small enrollment or whatever, how can we fix that? How much would they need? How much would we break down to these small schools? What is a fair amount?
But the good thing about it is we don't have to reinvent the wheel. They've been doing this for years and years. Like, it's based on the enrollment. Every school gets money based on the enrollment. So based on the students and the size of that school, you'll get the money. And I think they should add a second layer based on who graduates. We need to stop wasting time and acting like school benefits everybody. Some people go to school and they bullshit and have fun their whole time. And most of these guys don't even graduate. Go to school 4-5 years and don't get a degree, or go to school for 7 fucking years for a bullshit degree, and they want somebody else to pay for it because they want to have fun all during college. Bullshit. We ain't doing that.
So which
if you're
comes
not
first?
there to graduate, you up out of here.
Which come first, the qualified educators or already the enrollment numbers? Because you got to have qualified educators to get these numbers. So you got to make the investment first, correct?
You got to make I just don't agree with you. You keep thinking money fix all. I
There's
know,
nothing to
I know
agree
a lot
with.
of broke
I'm
people that
asking
think
a
money's gonna
question.
fix
I'm
their
not
life.
asking anything to agree with. I'm asking okay, if we bring in people, do we need to pay qualified people, right? So we need a budget. That's what I'm saying. What is a satisfying budget?
So give me a school so I can look up the size of that school, and then I can better answer your question.
The school that you're mentioning.
That little small ass school?
Yeah. Even a school like
man.
that. I want to do it on the lowest scale so we can
Man,
at least see
listen.
how much they would be getting to help them get that shit together. So
Man, I'll
let's
send
start on the small scale.
I'll send Brother Randall out there. I'll send Brother Randall out there that's doing that school in Albany that did it out of pocket. I'll send him out there with $5 million and he'll turn that school upside down.
Okay. And that
if King Randall can start a school with money out of pocket with local funding, and him and his boys can get together and start a school, and they're teaching those kids actual life skills and teaching them math and arithmetic and life skills and how to fix cars and shoot guns and do things that little boys and men supposed to know how to do. I'll send King Randall out there with $5 million and he'll do a lot more than what these people that's faking like they educators do.
And how much would you have to pay him as an educator though, and to do the job that he needs to do properly?
Shit, he doing it right now for very little money. So shit, I'm sure King Randall would take about $250 and go out there and do it for no problem.
Okay, so that'll leave $250 for other staff and other,
Nah, we ain't paying other staff. If I'm paying the head $250, then what the fuck I'm gonna pay somebody else parallel? If he the head and he getting $250, then everybody else getting less than that.
But we're talking about a college with how many students? How many Langston?
We talking about a college that's failing. So
how many students? Roughly how many students?
All you got to do is Google that college, and they'll tell you how many enrolled they got.
Langford College.
I think it's Langston College. I gotta, I gotta do a Google search, but I'm downstairs on my phone, so I can't do
Langston College enrollment.
According to USNews.com, Langston University is a public institution that was founded in 1897. It has a total undergraduate enrollment of 1,814, and the campus size is 40 acres.
Okay, so it's telling me that it has a campus size enrollment of 1,800, and the size is 40 acres.
The size of the 40 acres, that hasn't got nothing to do with it. There's only 1,800 students.
That was just an interesting fact, but it's 1,800 people there. So 40 acres, it does come into play because you still have maintenance.
Oh, it's Livingstone College. My bad. It's Livingstone. That's the one that's graduating 5%.
Okay, Livingstone.
Is that the one that's graduating 5%, Mel?
Okay, hold on. I looked them up. But even if it was
Or is
that,
it Langston? Because that one right there only got 1,800. That's shit. Glenn Academy got goddamn half the students they got.
yeah. What you think a Glenn Academy budget might be? I mean, you talking about an everyday budget per year.
Glenn Academy got goddamn. We got to find out what Glenn Academy budget is, but they got damn near fucking 1,800 students. In my graduating class, it was 500 something people. So shit, that's a small ass school.
Yeah,
go to that
and
one.
That's what I was trying to do, get a small one. But I go to the one I'm most familiar with, Livingstone, right?
Yeah, they only graduating 5%.
Livingstone College. Well, I should have said Livingstone College.
I did a video on it. I just
Livingstone College
the proper
enrollment
name.
numbers. So the enrollment 2002 Livingstone had a total amount of 839 students. Full-time enrollment. 814 students enrolled full-time, while 25 students were enrolled part-time.
Hey, Earz, you know Glenn Academy got more students than that, right?
Right. But that gets us to our point.
Let me call I'm gonna call the principal at Glenn Academy and find out what their budget is, and we're gonna get the same budget to that HBCU.
Because this gives a idea of how much a college should be able to get, according to their numbers. Because you say about the enrollment and all that, how much money would you give? 800 now for 814 students. Yeah, $5 million. That should be probably.
Man, get a little ass $5 million, and why out of 800 students, 5% of those students graduated. So what the fuck are they doing with their time? What are these kids doing with their time? There's a whole lot of fucking going on between them 800 kids.
So my bad. Let me pull this up. My bad. I thought I had it pulled up. Y'all need to be able to see this too.
Oh shit.
All right. So
who the fuck is that on top of a car? Oh, this nigga Musso swag surfing or some shit.
So.
Come on, bro.
All right.
No, I know that was.
The race distribution is 89% pretty much black. 3%, other races or whatever. Blah blah blah. Enrollment 17% are enrolled online, while 83% enrolled in campus. I'm trying to find the graduation.
I don't think they deserve a goddamn dollar until they get their graduation number up. Let their ass eat oodles and noodles and get their ass out of the twerking alley and the party. It wouldn't be no parties on that goddamn campus. Send one of them military style motherfuckers there to kick their drawers in their ass and get their ass to learning.
You do know they're a private institution, right?
Well, shit. Whoever send their kid there privately slow as a motherfucker.
Yeah.
They only go graduate 4-5% of the people.
I think shit, they got a 68% acceptance.
Goddamn kid graduating from Splack Anonymous. That's all they gonna get is Splack at that goddamn school. Shit. Ain't nowhere the fuck I'm sending my daughter there.
Shit, all you need is a 2.3 graduate GPA to get in that motherfucker. That's pretty much the average.
Yeah, they sending all the kids that
average shit. I could have got in that motherfucker. Shit.
Man, I tell my kid, get your ass and learn a trade. You don't take care of your motherfucking D student ass in school and waste time. Get your ass and learn a trade.
But it's a private historically black institution that is secured by strong commitment to quality instruction.
Okay, strong black, whatever the hell you just said.
Well, I'm trying to find the graduation rate.
Hey, what the hell Musso and Antonio up here for, man? Let's see what educated topic they got.
Let me ask the question of the graduation rate real quick to Google. What is Livingstone College graduation rate?
According to Wikipedia, Livingstone College is a private historically black Christian college in Salisbury,
No,
North
ask the
Carolina.
black graduation rate.
Oh,
Because it's white kids that go there.
Oh, okay. But it's 89% black though.
Yeah, it's only 89%
well,
black.
Matter of fact, it's 89.7, so that's really 90%.
All right, ask specifically about black. Don't try to goddamn add in the white kids.
Well, shit, when you say 90% shit, but you're right, I'll do that. But for the record, no. What we do is we educate all around. We're not pointing out certain shit. I want to at least let the people know the overall first, and then let them know the black rate, and let them know the percentage of black people that are there, which is 90%. So,
all right, let's get it.
So we got 27.6% overall, which is still a low number. So let me see what the black is. What is Livingstone College black graduate? What is Livingstone College black graduation rate? Okay, Livingstone College in Streetz, North Carolina's 6-year graduation rate for black African-American student is 24.5%, and the overall 6-year graduation rate for the college is 25%. Hold on, let's look at the rest of this. Here are some other graduation rates for Livingstone College. Women 15.9% point higher than men in their 6-year graduation rate. Non-resident alien 100% graduation rate in 6 years. American Indian, Alaskan Native 100% graduation rate in 6 years. Hispanic 0% graduation rate in 6 years. White 0% graduation rate in 6 years. Race unknown 0% graduation in 6 years. Livingstone College average graduation rate is 23%, and its 4-year graduation rate is 14%.
Yeah, they shouldn't get no funding. Those are some low rates.
They shouldn't get shit. They should get a goddamn dollar.
Yeah,
so
but
you're looking at
that.
Hey, Earz, you're looking at their 6-year graduation rate. Go to the 4-year for the whole thing.
No, that's what they just said. 4-year too. They just mentioned.
Okay, so the 4 years for blacks was what?
They said the 4-year graduation rate was 14%.
That's overall.
Okay.
What's for blacks? The 4-year graduation rate for blacks.
All right. Livingstone College 4-year graduation rate for African Americans. It's still saying 26%.
It don't even look like these motherfuckers graduating 4 years. They all graduated 6 years. So they go there for basket weaving and take them 6 years.
I mean, it's a 6-year program. Shit.
But a 6-year program to get what degree?
I mean, they'll probably offer some shit, you know what I'm saying? And, you know.
Man, you supposed to graduate in 4 years, man. The hell you mean 6 years? These ain't no motherfucking doctors. They ain't going to school for nothing like that.
Man, we'll have to look up what program. Man, don't discredit them folks like that if you ain't.
Man, I'm not discrediting shit. I'm being honest. What program did they got that takes 6 years?
It's something that they could get. It might be. It's something that they specialize in. It might not be all subjects, but it probably African American studies.
African American studies that you ain't gonna be able to work nowhere at, take you 6 years to get.
What you can't be? Shit, they might be working on. God damn, you gonna make me research what the fuck they specialize in too?
Working.
Now there might be a lot of that going on, but it's I'm saying it's 800. Listen, we talking about a school that's about the size of goddamn Glen.
Hey, Nick Lee telling the truth about your ass. Ears. We were talking about the president. You ran off and keep talking about these goddamn school and HBCU funding all of a sudden. We ain't on the president no more.
I let Kwame lead.
That's Nick Lee. That's your guy talking.
I let Kwame lead the conversation. This is what we in.
No, sir. I've been trying to stop this conversation this whole time.
You the one telling me to look up shit, so I look it up.
Man, you be taking so long, and you stay here the whole time, though.
I ain't no computer whiz. I'm a mechanic. You throw
some shit out. No, what I'm saying is, we keep going over the same. We keep going over the same topic. The title
says fact checking. We're not opinion, goddamn listening. We're fact checking. So if you say something, that's what I'm gonna do.
I know that, but then when I was saying, look, bro, you was asking about Trump this whole time, and I was trying to get to that. Hold on. Let me say this.
Yeah, because you was interrupting what I was trying to say, and you kept going when I was trying to remember my thought before you switched the subject. I wanted to comment. I thought I had a chance. I thought I should have been given a chance to make a comment on something you said. So that's why.
You brought me up here to answer that comment. There's 3 or 4 times you said I want somebody to come up here. Okay, I'm just saying. I heard you say in the chat 3 or 4 times. I didn't want somebody to come up here and tell me what Trump did for the black community. So I came up here for that reason. And then when I started talking to you about it, I just made the point for you to look up. We ain't had to make the whole show about it. No, and even now, I'm like, you got 2 men on the panel. And I'm sure they want to say something. Let's let them say something. Let's see where we can go from here.
The 2 gentlemen on the panel, they understand what the show is about. It's called Fact Check.
Okay.
So when you came up, and I did invite anyone to come up and tell me what Trump did for black people. And you said that he gave $250 million. And I'm saying if the person before him did better and the person after him did better, how can you expect, well, I ain't gonna say how, I can accept that he did something for black people if he took away. And that's just my opinion, and that's what it's for what it's worth. And I wanted to make sure I fact checked that while we were talking about it, and make sure.
Okay, so the fact check discovered that he did less than Obama, but he did something for black people, even though he didn't get the majority of black people vote.
No,
so we can move on from
no,
that.
the facts said that Obama had something in place that was twice as much as he put in place. So he
That's the same thing I just
he
said.
actually took away from black people. I want people to understand that. That's taken away. That's not
Okay,
given
people
to.
understand that.
Okay.
People understand that
And
now.
you had made a quote saying he gave more than any other person, and I just wanted to fact check that. That is not true.
I've been fact checked. Can we move on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Musso Bronze, you new to the stage. Oh, hold on. Did I get another brother? Who else up here?
Oh, he was up there for a minute.
Okay. Tonio, you had something to say first?
Oh no, Rose, it was on the post of mine that I made in the comment section that you put up there. I was going to expound more on that. About he said, how these illegals up here taking all this money, you know, they pay taxes, but they don't get nothing for it, and pay property taxes at that. I can expound on it more, but I'll let y'all continue our conversation there. It was a good conversation, so I ain't want to interrupt.
All right, well, I just wanted to say one thing, right? Because I know what you're talking about, Earz, and I know you're doing the fact checking and all of that. And, you know, with these facts and the comparisons amongst presidents and stuff, I'm pretty sure that that'll sway people's, you know, vision as far as like who they're going to vote for or who they like, or not even who they're going to vote for, but how they look at the person that they may vote for. I happen to actually think, though, because every time we talk about like what Trump or any other president has done for black people, like I feel like the question should be different. Like I feel like we should be asking ourselves, what do we want done from the government? Because like I feel like when they're in them positions and we leave it up to them to just give us something, we're never gonna be satisfied. But if we were sitting here today, you know, after the fact checking and whatever, and you have everybody in your platform, and we start talking about what it is we actually want to see in our communities. Because for one, yes, I'm a black man and all of that, but I don't live in the hood no more. I grew past that. Anything I would vote for within the whole black community within itself is really not going to benefit me currently where I'm at in my life. And I want to see everybody thrive and come up. But at the same time, when we ask what the government going to do for us, I don't hear nobody saying what they want. And like what I see everybody else doing is having like a plan of what they want done. And then you can go to people and say, hey, look, this is what we need. And if we're not getting it, then we could talk about the record, I feel like. But I don't really think that people wasn't meeting with him like that, sitting down with him like that, speaking about exactly what we needed in our communities. We got a little bit done with them, true. And other presidents might have done more for the black community in the past, true. But I don't see the black community saying what we want. You know, we only talking about like,
I said I want $26 billion like the Asians, Musso.
I'll take the 26 too, you know. And look about the platinum bill thing. I ain't really,
damn right. I'll take that one too.
Yeah, I didn't see too much of a rollout for it, but I seen let me
ask you this, Musso. Let me ask you this, Musso. Why do so many black people?
Yeah, I know. I'm a small business too. I had a small business at the time. I was looking forward for that shit to go through.
Small business owner.
Hey, hold on, Musso. Let me ask you something. Why do so many black people keep asking Trump, what do Trump do for the black community when most of them don't get a vote to Trump? Shouldn't they be asking the Democrats what they done for black people since they give them the vote?
That's exactly what I think. You know, like when I hear people talk like that, I think back to everybody that did want to sit down with him, how much backlash they got. You know, everything that they had to go through just for talking to the man. Even Angela Stanton, people call her coon and all of that shit. But as you can see, she pretty much hood like all of us. So she ain't no goddamn, you know, coon. She got blessed.
So why do you think people have been brainwashed to think that somebody's supposed to give them something when they give them nothing?
But I don't really think people know what they want. So it's easy to just go off of anything. That's what I'm talking about. Like when people are brainwashed, first of all, I feel like the whole the direction everybody go on that liberal side it requires very little thinking and just following.
All right, pause.
Yeah, you can say the same thing about the other side.
Do one thing for hold on, Musso. Hold on one thing.
Yeah.
Do one thing for the audience.
What's that?
Define the term liberal.
define the term liberal. I can't give you the actual definition. I only have the definition.
Well, why would you use that word to describe?
Well, I'm saying, like, bro, I can't give you the
define it?
actual definition of a lot of words. That don't mean that I ain't got an idea. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I'm saying, but if you're gonna label somebody, that wouldn't it be proper to at least say that word and you know exactly what you're calling someone?
All right, well then, you know what? And if that's the case, I'll take that back then, because if I can't stand, that's that firm on a definition to where you could pull it up, you know what I mean, in the dictionary.
Not
right
because
there
if you're gonna say I'm a liberal, I
wasn't calling you a liberal. I was talking about overall in general. You know, a lot of people who are Democrats are mostly liberal.
You're saying the people with the ideas of they don't think Trump is the best candidate, they must be liberals. That's what I got from that. Am I wrong? That's a question.
No, it's not a monolith, right? It's a multifaceted spectrum. It's like any ethnicity.
Earz, why are you offended by the term liberal? Though?
No, I'm not offended. I don't want people to come up here slanging words to. I'm not calling y'all whatever they call, people that have right wing or extremists or any of that shit. That's all that stuff is misleading in my opinion. So I want it to be where we're talking about the issues. We're talking about what we can fact check. So if you're gonna say the word liberal, we're gonna fact check that. Am I liberal?
Well, I'll fact check it for you, because liberal means the willing to respect or accept behaviors or opinions different from one's own, open to new ideals. I don't know why it's offensive. And then it also, number 2, it says relating to and denoting a political or social philosophy that promotes individual right and civil liberties, democracy. So I don't understand. Democracy and free enterprise. What was so offensive?
Who said I was offended? I just said.
I'm just saying it sounded like it. So if you wasn't, then I'll go back on you.
Okay, if it sounded like it, I apologize. But I just wanted this to be a clear thing. You don't have to say that somebody. You don't have to put somebody in a group because they have a different.
But you said that right wing before. Do you know how to define the right wing? You said that all the time.
Do I say that all the time, or did I say that in this conversation?
You said it. I've heard you say it.
You didn't hear me say that.
You said the right wing.
You didn't hear me say that. You didn't hear me in none of this conversation say, Kwame, you are right wing.
No. I never said in this conversation. I noticed.
Or anybody on here.
I understand, but let me elaborate. I notice how you say things. You're making it seem like if you come up here and you say something, you're gonna fact check it. Haven't you said right wing before? So can you define right wing?
I don't think I've used that term before, and if you want to go find a video where I maybe said, okay, maybe if the right wing media, which they identify as the right wing media, which means like, okay, Republicans, people who definitely they call themselves conservatives, and they identify like that. If I've been speaking of them, yeah. But I'm not using it as to group up some people like that don't even say that they're not even political, period. Because everybody's not political. They just have their individual ideas about things.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to group everybody up or even place you in that, bro. All I'm saying is, like, a lot of people I see bashing Trump, like my mother-in-law, who I deal with and have conversations with every day. She's like more liberal leaning, like the progressive type of ideology. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. As I got older and I looked into things, I found myself to be more conservative. You know, like
it's not as liberal as Trump. You know that, right? You got independents, conservatives.
Hold on, you're getting a lot of static and wind, Antonio. I don't know if you around some wind or something like that. We can't hear nothing you saying. Go ahead and finish let him finish what he was saying though. Go ahead, Musa.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, a lot of the folks that I see that like really got a disdain for this man, they happen to be liberal thinking, or maybe not liberal thinking. They consider themselves to be liberal.
Yeah, if they consider that, but you know what I'm saying, I get you.
Yeah, so I mean, definition wise, he gave a definition. I couldn't get that shit off the top of my head like that, but like what I say is I like to be socially liberal and fiscally conservative. So like when it comes to minds and what I create and what I do, I want to keep more. When it comes to people and what they're about and what they want to do, I want to let them just do it. And I don't want it to influence me, impact me, or change my direction because of what they want to do. And that's where, so when I think of liberal, that's kind of like where I think of progressive ideas, thoughts of change. And yeah, we always need change because everything is changing, but certain things need to kind of remain the same. And I don't know, that's where I kind of sit.
I can agree to that. But can you give an example of something that needs to change that both sides can actually change?
The size of the government. I think it's way too big. I think it's way too many programs that are unnecessary. Every time they send money out to do anything, I think about what is it really doing for us, and has anybody to ask, is that the amount of money that it takes to do those things? So I just think about my pocket all the time, you know.
Right.
And for me, the size of the government, like, so the more money the government gets from us in taxes, right, the less shit that they got to spend it on, I think the least they will require from us to give, you would think, right? So I feel like the government should be smaller. I think it's way too big. I think there's way too many senators, way too many congressmen. I think shit needs to be a hell of a lot smarter.
Well, this nigga preaching now, Musso. I don't really like you, but you preaching right now, boy.
Okay.
I don't like
and
you
let's
neither,
say,
man, but I appreciate
let's say we did, shrink the government a little bit, correct? Where would you take the shrinkage from? Would you, like you say, senators? You know what I'm saying? You would just. Would you kind of balance it out more, like, because some states they got more senators because they got more people. If you got,
but you understand what he's saying though, is there's career senators that make a bunch of money and they do nothing. They just put on the suit and they talk a bunch of shit and nothing get done year after year after
like
year.
Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, like whoever. It don't matter the name.
A lot of them fucked up.
It's a lot of them, bro.
Man,
all of them fucked up, man.
Yeah, that's just the one you don't like, but it's a bunch of them that sit and do nothing.
I mean, that's why it's a bureaucratic aristocracy. That's what you got. You got oligarch.
He's the front and center of it. That's just like Nancy Pelosi. We could say the same thing about her. Those are two people that y'all describing right now, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
hundreds of millions of dollars.
They do nothing.
Some rich people in the nation.
They do nothing but sit there. Maxine Waters, they talk all this blackity black talk, but they get rich and the same thing happens. Like, I don't trust nobody that ain't make no millions of dollars in the real world with a small business or a company of their own. If you made your millions being a career politician, I believe you took back end deals and you traded in on the people pain and their suffering to make money.
Democrats, Republicans did the same thing, bro. Especially on the conservative side.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't bipartisan, bro. I'm saying it's everybody. That's why I'm an independent, sir.
Why you,
I ain't want to say Bernie Sanders make a independent has been a politician now.
Bernie Sanders is rich, but he tried to pretend like he's just poor man.
He's
a career politician who's rich, just like the rest of them.
Yeah, but the rest of them ain't get their ass with the people that.
I'll take an ass whipping for a couple $1 million. Who won't?
Bernie
Sanders worth like $30-40 million. Who wouldn't take an ass whipping for $40 million?
Whoop my ass.
Whip the shit out of me for $40 million. Come on, man. That's bullshit.
But I do want to ask
hold on. While we on that. Every one of them people over there in that Republican Party, they didn't want to get those millions from getting their ass whooped. Them niggas, they found other ways. They would rather just.
How severe was his ass whipping? Because it sounded like you was there watching him get his ass whipped. Because I don't think he got his ass whipped.
The man got knocked unconscious. Did you listen to it?
Man, knocked me unconscious. Bernie Sanders worth like 33 or 80 million. Matter of fact, I had to do a Google search real quick.
That man was an activist before he was a politician.
Man, knocked me out and give me my 80 million.
Just like John Lewis. John Lewis told his story. He ran into Martin Luther King in a corner store and decided, hey, I need to start doing something. When he seen the inspiration from Martin Luther King.
You could trust that. I don't trust no nigga that never worked a goddamn job in their life and all they was a career politician and somehow they got millions of dollars. You can trust him because he got beat up. That could be a play. That's called, you hold that left hand up and then you pop a nigga with the right hand. That ain't shit.
I mean,
that don't mean
still
nothing.
make a career. I mean, shit.
Man, I don't trust no career politician. I don't give a damn. And none of them are good.
They only get
no career politician have ever done shit.
They only get 6 years, six figures a year, if that, for their job. So how they come out with all of these millions, and it's all of them.
Well, if you go to college, you can learn other ways of making money. So I mean, people, you still can make investments even though you're a politician.
That's true, but you really shouldn't be, because a lot of them be doing some bullshit with them investments too, bro.
Yeah, like marrying somebody who, like Nancy Pelosi marrying somebody who trades.
You're gonna have bad apples in everywhere,
that's
but
true.
You can't say all of them, and just because you got some bad apples, some people do
all
shit
of the career politicians ain't shit. They're like that one guy who going to prison.
Right way, some people do shit the wrong way. That's
why we need an audit. That's why we really need an audit, bro. Like, so
that's
like,
in the
that's
police
why
force,
we need that audit.
That's in the politics. That's in your regular workplace. That's in schools. That's in
Think
everything.
about all the money. Think about all the money we send outside this country, bro. That shit coming out our pockets. All of our problems could be solved if we just start sending fucking weaponry places, aid places, like to places that's fucked up anyway. We saying we helping them and they get even more fucked up when we leave. It's costing us crazy bread, and we don't really see it because there's only a couple dollars out of each American's pocket. But we could get to a point where you don't got to take the money from the people like that. Like you could get it from all the business that's done in our country, or the shit that Trump was doing. Like a lot of it, all I'm thinking about is money, bro.
Musso, you better stop. They don't
You
want to
know
hear
we
that
make
shit.
a majority of
They
our money
don't wanna
off
hear that
of,
shit,
right?
Musso, you better stop, bro. I knew somebody was gonna cut you
It's
off.
a manufacturer of weapons of mass destruction and killing machines and drugs. That's what we make majority of our money off of. This is a corporate state.
Yeah, so that shit got to change. You know what I'm saying?
It's not going to change. Who you talking about?
That shit got to change, bro.
You know it's more drug abusers in America than anywhere else in the world. That ain't gonna stop.
And I know, you know what? And I know a border not having a border don't help that neither. You know what I'm saying? Like,
sir, they get it here. They get it put over here legally. What are you talking about? The government been hand in hand with the cartel for decades. How you think they ain't killed none of them yet? If they such a goddamn problem, they could have been took them out.
Man, so you telling
they still get tons
telling me that
all that shit shipped over here over the border.
All that coke that was coming in Florida and Miami, it was coming from Mexico, huh? It came over the border.
That shit ain't stop. What the fuck these people talking about,
When
man?
it was coming from
you know how much marijuana we get over here, bro? Come on now. You think they gonna close the borders for real? No, they not. Stop it. Did you not see the post I was making about how much illegal immigrants contribute to the society and don't get shit from it? You got illegals getting property. They got to pay property taxes, bro. But they don't get no tax refund. They paying into Medicaid, Social Security, Medicare, but they don't get no tax refund. But they're illegals. Explain that.
You breaking up real bad, bro.
You can hear me.
You was clear, but now you real static.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But yeah, man. I see. Man, I'm gonna say most billionaires never finish high school. Oh my God! Don't make me fact check that. God damn. Y'all niggas will just say anything, man. God damn. But you're right. There are some billionaires that didn't finish high school. There are some.
Yeah, but that's all I
There's
wanted
a
to say.
difference between
Earz.
some and most.
I just wanted to say, like, because I hear everybody always talking about like what anybody in the government gonna do for the people, but I don't never hear us with no plan, bro. Like, what are we even looking to have done in our communities? You
Yeah, and to answer that question that you had said before, Kwame tried to jump in and this ranger. You said that, okay, why do we ask the question of what did Trump do for black people? Well, the only reason that question ever comes across is because every time I tell you something that Obama did, which was the president before Trump came in, and something that changed the economy, and we're trying to tell y'all about something that's going on, y'all, the first thing a black person says is, he didn't do nothing for black people. So I'm like, okay, then
yeah, I hear that.
What
too.
did
I
the
hear
person?
That.
What did the person before him and the person after him do for black people that you expecting him to do? Because it's supposed to be for all the people. So that's why, that's the question I was trying to get to. But
I get that. I get it.
What you say, Mel Dub? You say salute to you for having good dialogue, but you need to research Bernie Sanders more. I've researched Bernie Sanders a lot, and the more I research him, the more I can appreciate the shit. Because when you look at his reparation bill, when y'all niggas sitting here crying about reparation, I'm like, well, shit, that white man at least tried to put forth a reparation bill.
And he got a reparations bill in the House for it, the 501 HR. Y'all need to look at that right now, advocate for that, and bring a goddamn like a vote on the House floor. That the Black Congressional Caucus wrote up that 501 HR. Read that reparations bill. That's exactly what we need.
He the one proposing if he would have became
I'll
president,
check it out for sure.
He was gonna legalize marijuana. Y'all ain't say a motherfucking thing. I'm like, nigga, what up? He the one that said goddamn local college was gonna be free, paid by the government. If we're gonna pay into this system, all this money, he was the one that said, nigga, fuck all this money we sending overseas. Let's put that shit back in our community. Let's give these black people
Who
what
said
the fuck they Bernie.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He was saying that goddamn the black people deserve reparations.
You talking about back when he was running, right?
Yeah, when he was running.
Yeah. I heard him. He had some good shit. He had some good points. I mean,
but nobody
I heard a lot
back him. Everybody.
I heard a lot of things. I ain't gonna lie. Like I heard a lot of shit about him and seen some shit in the past that ain't really sway me too much because I wasn't too aware of the whole communism shit and all of that stuff like that. But from the shit that I did listen to him and hear from him, he had some good ideas. Some of the stuff I wasn't sure how he was gonna pay for, like the medical shit. But he had some good ideas though. I ain't gonna knock him.
Well, I mean, the way that we would pay for it is the same way we've been paying for all the money we've been sending over there, all the way, like all these billions of dollars that we've been reading about.
Now I'm with that. We can pay for a lot of shit.
Yeah, all these billions of dollars we send into this country, we sending billions of dollars to country we don't even know about. You know what I mean?
That's a fact.
So we never have the question of where the money gonna come from. That's the only question they want to ask when we start asking them why we can't get something.
They just sent the reparations to Ukraine over the last few years. To be honest with you, because, like all of that money we sent to Ukraine, they could have gave.
But people, I mean, I know the reason that they sending money over to these countries and all this shit. They can't afford for these countries to fall to the countries that we don't fuck with, because then that puts them closer to us. So sometimes you have to, you know what I'm saying, pump money into other countries or whatever to keep their country afloat, keep their leader in power. So, you know what I'm saying, they can protect themselves. So you don't put the enemy in a position where they can attack you, or in a position where they can make money. Because Ukraine and the Crimea, the reason that Russia is hell-bound on getting that territory because they want to be able to get to a body of water where they can make trade with the rest of the world. They got oil and shit too. Why you think Russia's so fucked up? So it's either fight or die to them. So they willing to go and get their property. Of course, America don't want you to get that property because then what? We got competition. We got motherfuckers. We got another enemy to worry about. This is a chess game that's been going on for fucking damn near 100 years. We ain't got to understand the money that's going over there, but shit, definitely, they know what the fuck they got going on. They know every president come in, you know, they gonna give your ass a briefing of some shit that happened in 1959 that's still going on right now, and bitch, you still paying a ransom, or you still having to keep this country up, you still gotta, you know, stop this from happening. It's shit that we ain't gonna understand on a basic level because we ain't in those motherfucking rooms. That's why you see every single president sending that money over there some kind of way, shape, or form.
No, I get that. I understand. You kind of gotta we kind of got to, we made the beds, we kind of got to lay in them, especially, you know, since we already started handing it out. I understand that part, but at the same time, like, I'll help feed my neighbor if they was hungry, but if it come down to fucking what's in my refrigerator, they gonna starve. You know what I mean? So like, at some point we gotta let that shit go.
Somebody say Reggie Reg, salute to Reggie Reg. He say Bernie Sanders went to Brooklyn College, which is a PBI school, the same as a HBCU. Shit, salute to that. Say Bernie Sanders voted in favor of Ukraine aid and money for Israel. Shit, I'm pretty sure he did and a whole bunch of other motherfuckers. You want me to be mad at the motherfucker for having a heart to fucking send aid to countries? You gotta send money one way or another. It's gonna get approved, disapproved. Either way it goes, motherfucker, you're gonna hold some shit up in Congress and you know that you are an ally of a certain country. He don't pick the allies.
Yo, but thanks for having me up, Earz. I'm gonna drop down, bro. Appreciate it.
Salute to you, brother.
Same thing here, Earz. I'm about to drop down. Thank you, bro.
All right, salute to you. This shit is wild. Y'all, we'll start talking about somebody and y'all will say what people do for black people, and then as soon as you bring up something, then y'all will move the goalpost to a whole nother side of the field. Anyway, what was we? Saying, but he ain't no different. Is my point. He's made the money in the position. He's a politician now. He has to vote on some shit, yay or nay. But sometimes you have to make tough decisions. He have to make tough decisions. I ain't saying the man ain't rich. I ain't saying the man ain't smart enough to make some decisions for his life. But shit, at least Bernie campaign, it was a ground root campaign. Bernie turned down all corporations when his campaign. That's documented. That man raised all that money from donations. So yeah, you're gonna have to play the game to get where you need to get. But then at the end of the day, all you doing was trying to do what's best for the American people. I think his ideas were good for the American people. The universal health care, where you ain't denying people for having pre-existing conditions. Legalizing marijuana. Student forgiveness. Trying to making local college a state tax thing. I mean a federal tax thing. Well, I guess they, he did propose some shit for it. The 501 HR bill are talking about the block report suspended suspicious shipment bill. I never said I was mad because one person is trying to make the country pay it back. I was just making the argument that every president has to pay it back, but y'all making an argument of saying that one president or another is sending money to foreign land, but y'all not mentioning the person that you are favoritism, that you're showing favor to, is doing the same thing. So we looked at the Langston graduation rate. I think Kwame said it was 5%. He made it worse than the goddamn it already is. I mean, 20-something% ain't good, but shit, that nigga tried to go to 5%. All right. So, but the U.S. gave out $49 billion in foreign aid 2018. Foreign aid exceeded the federal funding spent by 48 governments. Gave more money to foreign aids than all of these states. The U.S. spent at least $282.6 billion in foreign aid between 2013 and 2018. Almost $47 billion in 48 foreign aid in 2018 alone. At least $14.6 billion in COVID-19 funding. Do y'all know how much? Man, stop. This say at least $14.6 billion in COVID-19 funding has gone into 4 foreign-related spending accounts, while billions of those dollars have yet to be accounted for or spent. Who got that money? This nigga, do Trump got that money? Oh, they don't want to talk about this. Y'all don't want to talk about this, huh? Read it again. At least $14.6 billion in COVID-19 funding has gone into 4 foreign-related spending accounts. They don't know where that money at. Where that money at? Trump, where that motherfucking money at? Oh, y'all ain't gonna ask Trump where that money at, huh? Oh, y'all gonna act like y'all ain't read that, huh? Uh-huh. For example, the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, has nearly $10 billion in emergency COVID-19 aid to disperse, and only $643 million is out the door as of June 30th, 2001. Now, this is 2001, so that's 4 years ago. It might have could have been caught up for then. The U.S. spent 78% of its 2018 foreign aid in 2 areas: bilateral economic development programs, military and non-military security assistance. That's what most of the money went at 2018. It ain't never going to y'all black asses. In 2019, 23 U.S. federal agencies reported they spent $12.2 billion from U.S. taxpayers and international organizations. 25 of those international organizations received a combined $11 billion, and 21 of those 25 took home over $100 million each. This is in 2019, y'all. 2019. We printing up money. Just printing up money. U.S. top 10 funded international organizations 2019. $3 billion to the World Food Program. UN High Commissioner for Refugees, $2 billion. Global AIDS Fund, $849 million. Globally. This is Forbes. 48 out of 50 U.S. states receive fewer federal dollars than Washington sent to other countries in 2018. Who was president in 2018? Knowledge. Who was president in 2018? When they were sending more money to other countries than they was in every state. Say, where did you get the information about Obama and the HBCU schools, Kwame? I let Kwame look it up. It should be on whitehouse.gov though. That's what I should have. I could go to that. Yeah, Kwame. Kwame. That was Kwame information. He Googled it. Yeah, I did a Google search, but it showed the breakdown of what everything went to when I did Google search. I think I worded it wrong, but I had read that information that he read before. It was $4 billion over 7 years. But what I was reading, it was a whole breakdown of every single thing that every single bit did and how much of an upgrade it was from before. But Kwame had got the overall number, and it was $4 billion. And everybody can do a research and see how much Trump gave. So we got 48 out of 50 states received fewer federal dollars than than Washington sent to other countries in 2018, which was $47 billion. $47 billion, y'all. God damn. We just gave the HBCU schools $16 billion. But we giving away a whole bunch of money. Well, that was Trump. We ain't gonna say we. We gonna say Trump, because y'all love to say Trump did this, Trump did that. Yeah, Trump was giving away all this goddamn money. Just like Biden came in there and gave away a whole bunch of money. They just choosing who they want to give money to. And they ain't giving it to y'all niggas. They ain't giving it to y'all niggas. They choosing who they want to give it to, but it ain't y'all niggas. All right, man. Afghanistan received $6 billion in U.S. foreign aid in 2008. So not only did Trump try to invite the Taliban to motherfucking Camp David, he sent the Taliban $6 billion. The most of any country in the world, with Israel a runner-up at $3 billion. So y'all saying, why wasn't they sending Ukraine money? Why they sending such and such money? This nigga sent Afghanistan. He sent the Taliban $6 billion. Then invited them to Camp David. Ain't that some shit? That year, sub-Saharan Africa received the most U.S. foreign aid of any region in the world, 27%, with the Middle East and North Africa combined receiving the second highest amount of U.S. tax dollar at 24%. 5 U.S. agencies distributed the bulk of U.S. foreign and spending in 5 U.S. agencies distributed the bulk of U.S. foreign and aid pending in 2018. The top being USAID. So they got 20.1 billion. Department of Defense got 13.3 billion, which I think that's a fair number for Department of Defense. The State Department, 7.4 billion. U.S. taxpayers gave at least 9.7 billion annually to the UN system through 58 separate entities, which include World Food Program. This was given in 2019. United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, 2019. Mr. Trump was real generous, y'all. Mr. Trump was real generous. Oh, shit. Hold up. Yeah, Mr. Trump was real generous, man, to them refugees. But telling y'all he ain't fucking with them. Trump said he ain't fucking with it. He got y'all fighting over the refugees and telling y'all, hey, all these people coming over in our country and we taking care of it and all that. What y'all think a United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees is? What you think all that money doing? Huh? The World Food Program. The world? We feeding the world? Trump, you feeding the motherfucking world, bro, with our taxpayer dollars? All this money we paying in taxes and you feeding the motherfucking world? You giving the fucking Taliban $6 billion? Israel $3 billion? Fucking Saudi, the sub-Saharan Africa, they ain't even in the Saharan desert, giving their ass all this goddamn money. 20 billion here. Department of Defense, I'm cool with Department of Defense. State Department, I guess that got to be who take care of the, the paperwork for the soldiers and shit. So I'm cool with those two budgets. U.S. taxpayer gave at least $9.7 billion annually to the UN system through 58 separate entities. United Nations peacekeeping, $1.46 billion in 2021 for dues, $10.26 billion over the last 6 years. Yeah, we already said that, Toby. I don't know if you behind on the screen. United Nations International Children's Fund. Now, I'm cool with this. I think this is a good investment. I ain't mad at Trump for this. But $833 million in 2020. $5.9 billion in U.S. funding over 14 years. So Trump can't possibly be in office that long. So obviously this is something that all presidents have to handle over time. And that's one of the arguments I've been trying to make to y'all too. Some of the shit that y'all give credit to or take credit away from other people from. Some of that shit is just part of the job of the president just to keep in motion. And here y'all will be mad about somebody sending money overseas to other countries and try to make like that's the thing. Why you trying to get behind somebody sending all this money? We need it over here. We need that in our black people shit. Our black people need this and this and that. Are these black people that these folks sending all this money to? I'm just going off of the record of the person that's been in office, and we have to, I gotta evaluate him. He want to get back in the same office. We just fact check. So, okay. How it's coming from another country and they need our food? Shit. U.S. regular budget. UN regular budget, I'm sorry. $685.5 million, 2021 for dues. I don't know what dues mean, but when you get a due in the goddamn mailbox, that means you owe. So we getting us started by somebody else. Y'all keep asking why we sending money over somebody else. Well, that's because we got dues to pay. Obviously, we got dues to pay. Got the World Health Organization. Who? I've heard of them before. $230 million so far in 2021. $4.1 billion in U.S. funding over 14 years. United Nations Relief Work Agency. Palestinian aid. Palestinian aid? That don't sound like black people. United Nations Relief Work Agency? Palestinian aid? I thought, hold on, that don't sound like no black people. Trump. We could use what? New $150 million in restarted aid announced in 2021. What year was that? Who was in office in 2021? $6.3 billion sent to U.S. taxpayers since sent from U.S. taxpayers in 1953. Okay, from 1953, that ain't that much. This is a continuing thing, though. I'm not saying that Trump is responsible for this. I'm just saying this is something that he had to sign on to as part of the job. He probably don't even know about all this shit. He probably just signing shit. But he giving away money to other countries just like every other president. I can imagine that nigga was just signing shit. Man, I don't care. All right, you want to get this, just get him this, get him that. Oh, now we want to build. How are we going to destroy somebody's shit and try to build it back? So you telling me we bankrupt our country just to goddamn destroy somebody else's shit? And now we over here looking crazy because they went over there and killed a whole bunch of people and destroyed their economy. Now we want to build it back. How is that helping me? I paid for taxpayer dollars. I didn't agree with going to tear shit up just for the fuck of it. I ain't think that ain't where I wanted my taxpayer dollars to go over there. They said we were fighting terror. The motherfuckers wasn't over here. They over there in flip-flops and mountains. How they over here fucking with us? That wasn't them knocked down no goddamn towers. Okay, summary. The federal government argues that this aid is necessary to maintain good diplomatic relationships, assist allies, and encourage pro-American sentiment abroad. This is a summary, y'all. I agree with that. I'm not against this money that all presidents have to send overseas in aid. I'm just saying, why is it a hard time when we ask for it also? And why is it that y'all keep ignoring that even the person that you're saying is not a career politician, he's not going to do the same thing that all the other politicians do? And when you look into his resume, he did exactly that. And the defendants might be right. However, American taxpayer dollar flow to many entities and individuals that have nothing to do with those reasonable goals. Now, this is in Trump presidency. As with all federal spending, billions of taxpayer dollars are wasted each year in fraud and abuse. Congress needs more to insert reboost oversight and open a black box of U.S. foreign aid by posting every dime online in real time. America or our foreign aid disclosure must become accountable again. Now, let's go to whitehouse.org. Let's go to the literal White House homepage. Whitehouse.gov. So let's try to look at everybody little I want to go to Trump. Let's see. So, we kind of agreed to disagree when it came to, I think, did you look and see how much money Biden sent to Ukraine? Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me, bro. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I don't want to forget nobody's question. That's what we doing today. We fact checking. So, how much money did Biden send to Ukraine? I got you. How much money did Biden send to Ukraine? Okay, let's find a good source. To date, we have provided more than $55.7 billion in military assistance since Russia launched its premeditated, unprovoked, and fully brutal scale invasion of Ukraine. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure y'all can see what I'm looking at. You say use DuckDuckGo. I ain't never heard of DuckDuckGo. I'm using Google. I don't know what no DuckDuckGo is. So, but we're gonna find out exactly how much, or at least go to a government website, the State Department. It was passed a bipartisan vote of 79-18 in the Senate. The aid package worth $95 billion in total includes nearly $61 billion in aid to Ukraine, $26 billion Israel, and $8 billion to Indo-Pacific. So yeah, Joe Biden signs a $95 billion package for Ukraine. That, and it has to be a bipartisan deal. Of course, that's what it said. In case anybody missed that, and by meaning bipartisan, that means that the in the Senate, the Democrats and the Republicans had to make that vote. It was a 79-18. So not many people voted against sending $95 billion U.S. package deal. They put it before the president, and then the president signed it. So if somebody is mad at the man for signing something that both Democrats and Republicans, as much as they don't like each other, put together and put it in front of him and say, hey, this is what we put together. Mr. President, can you go ahead and sign it? So, okay, if you're yeah, that's billions, but who are you mad at? Are you mad at you must be mad at both parties and the president then. Because, of course, yeah. I don't get it. I don't agree with it, but shit, if he wouldn't have did it, Trump would have did it. It don't matter who it was that was up there. The Congress, if Congress passed it, he gonna have to give something, or your ass ain't getting elected. Yeah, this got passed, and Joe Biden no damn well he ain't about to go run for election again. Now, who else did the U.S. give money to? So in 2000, this is 2020 again. And then y'all got to remember, we just read that the Republicans controlled the House. Republicans control the House. So they are the ones that putting forth any bill. So if Joe Biden got a $95 billion package to sign, that's because the Republicans put that in front of the floor. They brought that to the floor. They had to vote on that, yes, to get that to where it was at. So I don't understand your argument. You be like, oh, Biden gave all that money. No. The same party that you're voting for, they did that first. He just signed it off. That's it. That was their plan. That's what Congress did. All he did is just sign off on it. You give him credit. Or you say he ain't shit. Whichever one. It depends on who you like. Same thing with the infrastructure bill. I'm glad you asked that question, though. How much money he gave to Ukraine. And congressional approved Ukraine aid totals $175 billion. Here's another one, but I don't know if that's... let me see. Congress had now approved nearly $179 billion aid of military assistance to support Ukraine government. Okay, now they got something that they're saying they even approved a $175 billion spending budget. With the recent passage of the National Security Supplements, Congress, y'all make sure y'all heard me right now. What I just said, Congress has now approved nearly $175 billion. They didn't say Joe Biden. They said Congress. Salute Amelia Dixon. Is everybody looking at this? Oh shit! Hold on, my bad, y'all. I ain't got it up. Damn. Y'all need to see this. What does that say? With the recent passage of the National Security Supplements, this is a new bill that just passed, $175 billion, $179 billion. This is not Joe Biden sending this. This is Congress sending this, y'all. This is what they're sending. Congress has now approved nearly $175 billion of aid and military assistance to support the Ukrainian government and allied nations 2 years after Russia launched its invasion. But you got to realize how important that area of the world is to America of Putin not getting past. See, America is looking at this on a bigger scale. They remember how Hitler moved forward. They remember how Hitler did his thing. So they don't want a repeat of what Hitler did. Because once he get Ukraine, what's going to stop him from going to Jordan? What's going to stop him from going to the European states? And, you know what I'm saying? They see what the fuck going on. That nigga ain't going to stop right there. The worst thing you want to do is let him get in a good position. We already went over how much Trump sent. Let me finish with this and then I'll go back to what Trump sent. Which he ain't sent it, it's the Congress. I'm trying to make that clear, but y'all want to give credit to the president or not. I mean, the president is just the nigga that got put in place to sign these motherfucking papers. And I'm telling y'all, Trump gonna do the same shit that they do. So here it is. The most recent national security related supplement includes $61 billion for Ukraine. 64% of the total budget authority included within the law, with the remainder dictated to Israel in the Indo-Pacific region. This is the top of the 113 billion of the emergency spending previously approved throughout 2022. So Trump pretty much did. That answers your question right there. How much did Trump send? Trump sent 113 billion. There's the question for you right there. I ain't talking about who he was against. I'm just talking about what he did. I'm not talking about the Jews or any. I'm not talking about the actual people. It's just different people, same situation. That's what I'm saying. Don't get sidetracked. But to answer your question, is right there. Trump sent 113.1 billion, and that was before the breakout of what they got going on now. 2022. Who was president in 2022? Who was the president in 2022? Oh, no, that was Biden. So Biden sent 113 first. Sorry about that, y'all. Biden sent 113. Now these motherfuckers sending 100. But we see it's all Congress, though. Obviously, it says Congress passed it. But if we want to give the credit or the blame to a president, we'll say whatever president at that time. I'm playing along with the shit that y'all saying. Because I know that it doesn't matter about the president. It matters about what the Congress doing. And we can fucking look and see who's in Congress and see who's passing these bills. Benjamin Scott, you don't know what I know. I'm trying to keep it simple for y'all that want to just bounce around to anything that you don't approve of. When we can sit right here and we can sit right here and go to the federal goddamn government shit, and y'all want us to go to some kind of back page and shit where you can see conspiracy theories and all kind of fake news and shit. You don't want to get the evidence off of first you got to get the evidence off of the actual site. Then you can go to these alternate sites. So you can see what they're saying, and then you can compare with what's being said on the alternate site. So how can you say somebody's lying if you don't even know what it is that they're saying? This nigga got in the comment, you said that Google some bullshit. So I can tell by what you saying, you don't know that. I mean, you just said Google some bullshit. These folks put in, well, no disrespect to you, but you said to Google some bullshit, I should go to, what it was called, DuckDuckGo, to get the same information that's coming. Google is just a search engine. So you telling me if I go to DuckDuckGo, I still don't have to go to the government website? They're not going to tell me the same information that's on the government website. They're going to tell me some alternate information. They're going to tell me the real truth. I don't get that logic. Because this is saying that in the Biden administration is when they gave 113 billion, and then they changed it to 61 billion or 175 billion. They did it through his administration, but it also telling you that Congress is the one that's passing these bills. That's what I'm trying to get through to y'all. That's what I'm trying to get through to you. You trying to tell me I'm misinformed, but I'm telling you it's the Congress that's passing these bills. It's just an administration. This is Biden's administration. But we can go through Trump's administration, and we just went over it and seeing how much money is being sent out through his administration too. And we can go through every one of them. We can see what they say, and then we can go through your alternate website, and we can see what they claim. But what you're telling me is to go by one and you need more info. How much more info did I need than going by both sources? Going off of what they claim and what you claim. The proof is in the pudding. So why do you argue when you're saying the same shit that I'm saying? Y'all get in here, you say, Biden did this. I say, okay, well, Trump did it too. Here, look. Y'all try to make it like it's a slander on Trump because I'm mentioning that he doing the same political shit that you complaining about the other motherfucker with. That's been my motherfucking point. You'll sit here and fight up and down. His motherfucker been arguing up and down in the chat about what Biden is doing so bad or what he didn't do. And then you can look at these other people's shit and they did the same shit. It's just that we're going into an inflation moment, so the money gets bigger. It gets more. Either way it go, we still collecting a whole bunch of taxpayer money and we spending it on shit like this. They got money, billions for wars. They got billions for assistance for refugees. They got billions for Ukraine. They got billions for all these people. But you think that just because we get goddamn Trump in there and we done seen his work, that all of a sudden you going to get something in your pockets. What did you get last time? That's all I asked. You say you got HBCU funding, but we sat right here and proved that it got cut in half. So it didn't help anything. It actually hurt. Do you know Biden's ties to Ukraine? I don't know Biden's ties to Ukraine. I don't know Trump. Do you know Trump's ties to Ukraine? Do you know Obama's ties to Ukraine? None of them niggas have no ties until they become president. And look at this key word up here. Congress has approved $174 billion for Ukraine since 2022. Not Biden, Congress. Here, look at this bill that just came up right here. IRS cuts would cause $66 billion of revenue loss. A continuing resolution, this is the bill, recently introduced in the House of Representatives would extend the $20.2 billion in recessions to the Internal Revenue Service, IRS, in this year's appropriations bill alongside the fiscal year 2024. New Contra Budget Office finds that these cuts have weakened the agency's tax informing capabilities, increased the tax gap, reduce revenue collection by $65.8 billion over the next decade. Well, it's pretty much say it'll increase our deficit by $45 billion. Shit. So what it's looking like is our country, our deficit. Our deficit is out of control, y'all. We collecting taxes, but man, we can't pay our bills. And we steady sending out all this goddamn money. Biden, he's sending out a whole bunch of money. Trump was sending out a whole bunch of money. Why is Ukraine important to the United States? So the U.S. established diplomatic relationship with Ukraine in 1991 following its independence from the Soviet Union. Did y'all hear that? The United States attaches great importance to the success of Ukraine's transition to a modern democratic state with a flourishing market economy. So pretty much we in Ukraine pockets. We can't let one of our countries fall. We promised them we would protect them. A collective support will ensure Ukraine is successfully today and into the future. The United States stand by Ukraine because it is the right thing to do and because America cares when freedom is at risk. Since when? But we also stand by Ukraine because it's crucial to our own security. Is that enough for y'all? Because if Trump get into office, right? Do you think Trump is not going to support Ukraine? Do you think Trump not going to send Ukraine some money? I mean, just seriously. If you honestly think that man ain't going to send them just as much or more money as Biden, you got to be out of your motherfucking mind. So if your concern is how much money being sent to Ukraine, you're going to experience that with both presidents. You're going to experience that with both presidents. Both sides of the fence. The money hasn't stopped going there. Hell, until they figured out that situation, they ain't going to never stop going there. Even when they figure it out, we're going to have to rebuild it. I mean, we in a never-ending cycle of rebuilding. All right, so before we get out of here, let's look at one last thing, because since Trump is running for president, I don't know why people don't want us to look at his resume and look at what he's done as president, because he actually had the chance. He's already been in the White House. So why do people feel like it's unfair for you to actually dig into what it is he's done? Not out of his mouth, because of course he's gonna say, I did everything super great. We had the greatest economy, we had the greatest numbers, we had the greatest of this and greatest of that. Yeah, that shit sound good. So you have to have the people who went to college to study economics and study the shit that you say. Fact check. So we went on factcheck.org, and I think it's a credible source to, come and check out the summary of Donald Trump's presidency. And let's just see what it says, and we can take it with a grain of salt. So I know y'all gonna say everything's fake, but if it says something good about him, I'm pretty sure let's take the toll right now. If we see something good about, because this has good things about Donald Trump. What I'm about to read, is it okay for y'all to take into as with a grain of salt? So we hear good shit about him. Y'all gonna be over there happy. When you hear bad shit about him, y'all ain't gonna be so happy. So it's all y'all can go ahead and establish now that all the good shit gonna be true and all the bad shit gonna be false. Right. Carl Belton, we over here eating sardines and shit, arguing and shit. Other countries getting all this aid. Well, really, they just getting aid so we can do whatever the fuck we want to with their shit. So, here we go. Trump's final numbers. Statistical indicators of President Trump's 4 years in office. Okay, this is done by Eugene Kelly, Brooks Jackson, Bria Jones. All these people have put in the effort. It was posted 2021, updated July 26, 2024. So, ask science checks. There were questions like, are wind farms harmful to the environment? Because we all know Trump was out there telling y'all that wind farms are giving people cancer. Like all energy sources, wind farms have some negative environmental impacts, but getting energy from wind farms results in dramatically lower greenhouse gas emissions than getting it from fossil fuels. That ain't fully answered question in my what's the name, but anyway, that ain't have nothing to do with it. I just wanted to read that. So, summary. The statistics for the entirety of Donald Trump's time in office are nearly all complied, as we did for the predecessor 4 years ago, which was Barack Obama. We present a final look at the numbers. And if y'all want me to, I'll do the same thing for Barack Obama. And when Joe Biden is done, we can come back and do the final numbers for him. So everybody wants to look at the final numbers, and we don't give a damn that there was a COVID there because that's part of his motherfucking record. I don't want to hear no shit. The economy lost 2.7 million jobs. This is the first bulletin. Oh, they lying. They hating on Trump. No, they hating on Trump. They always lying. They lying. You stupid. You need to go to a different website. I'm going to let y'all get it out real quick, man. All right, y'all. So let's read the rest of it, man. Y'all don't panic. Y'all don't panic. Oh, y'all niggas losing y'all mind over there. All right. This just a summary of the man presidency. Ain't nobody got to lie on this man just to break down the numbers. Damn. We can go over. Y'all want to go over George Bush shit? He was a better president than George Bush. That make y'all feel better? Shit. The economy lost 2.7 million jobs. The unemployment rate increased by 1.7% points to 6.4%. So when Obama got the shit low, when Trump left out, that shit was higher than what it was when he came in. Tragic. Paychecks grew faster than inflation. Let me repeat that. Paychecks grew faster than inflation. Average weekly earnings for all workers were up 8.4% after inflation. Please read that carefully, y'all. I'm not going to tell you what it means. You take that for whatever you want to take it for. Paychecks grew faster than inflation. Average weekly earnings for all workers were up 8.4% after inflation. You can look at that however you want to. After tax corporate profits went up and the stock market set new records and the S&P 500 index rose 67.8%. There y'all go. There y'all go. But no, y'all don't never come with the facts. Y'all don't never want to say this type of shit when you speaking on Trump. You always want to come up with some crazy shit. If you knew what this meant, you could brag on it. But y'all niggas don't argue this. Y'all don't argue this. This is a good thing about him. But y'all don't argue it. Because y'all don't be knowing what the fuck Trump be doing. Y'all just like the entertainment. Like I say, y'all gonna hear some fucked up shit about him, and you gonna hear some good shit about him. But y'all only gonna want to accept the good shit. Y'all gonna want to take this with you as a good thing Trump did right here. Set market new records. Y'all gonna want to take that. But y'all ain't gonna want to take the economy lost 2.7 million jobs and the unemployment rate went up. And inflation went up, so your checks had to go up too to make it look like you can at least maintain. The international trade deficit Trump promised to reduce went up. Let me read that again. The international trade deficit, y'all know the one that Trump promised to reduce? it went up. The U.S. trade deficit in goods and services in 2020 was the highest since 2008 and increased 36.3% from 2016. My bad, y'all. I just got my lunch. The number of people lacking health insurance rose by 3 million. The number of people lacking health insurance, and remind you, there's no health insurance plan that Trump has. He has a concept of a plan. He had 4 years to figure out a fucking plan. But talking all this shit about Obamacare, trying to get rid of Obamacare without a plan. The federal debt held by the public went up from 14.4 trillion to 21.6 trillion. That man was in office for 4 years, and he raised the public federal debt by down to $8 million. I mean, $8 trillion. I'm sorry. Oh, that's fake news, huh? Y'all gonna say that's fake news, but all the good shit, like I say, y'all want to keep that. Let's continue on. Home prices rose 27.5%. No, I'm eating lunch. It's 5 o'clock. I eat dinner about 10. Home prices rose 27.5%. And the home ownership rate increased 21.1% points to 6. Okay. The home ownership rate increased to 2.1 percentage points. So it was 63, so 63.7. So it rose 2 points, which is 65.8. So you can consider that bad, good, whatever it is. But home prices rising under President Trump's office. Oh man, y'all gonna start hearing me say these type of things when we arguing, y'all. We ain't ignoring the shutdown. Y'all ignoring the shutdown. That's part of his presidency. He should have did something about it. That's why he's the commander in chief. That's why he's the guy in charge. We ain't gonna fucking give you no damn break. No, you should have handled the shit like you're supposed to. Oh shit. Y'all ain't gonna like this one. Y'all ain't gonna like this one, y'all. Not only did home prices raise, illegal immigration increased. Illegal immigration? Apprehensions at the southwest border rose 14.7% last year compared with 2016. So Obama had shit on lock, but the nigga that was supposed to be building the wall with the Mexican money, everything rose as soon as he came in that motherfucker. Yes, did unemployment have something to do with the pandemic? No, because people didn't have to quit their jobs. But they did. Yes, the pandemic, it had something to do with why people got unemployed, but that's part of you not doing anything to prevent the spread of it in our country by doing bonehead ass shit and telling people that it's not real. They shouldn't wear masks. They do dumb shit like put bleach in their shit and all that dumbass shit. Fighting against trying to prevent the spread of it where people could stay to work. So that's part of mismanaging shit. If a company had an outbreak, we gonna blame whoever is the head of that company for not putting in preventive measures. America is a corporation. It's a company. The person in charge does take the fall for everything that happens under them. I tell y'all, Bush is responsible for it's for the wars that he was that put us in these wars, because the country was under his watch. If it happened under Obama, I would say that same shit. If 9/11 happened under Obama, I'm gonna say that's his slip up. If COVID would have happened under his administration, I would have said it was his fault for not handling it the right way. So we got Knowledge. You been down there hollering about all these people that came in under what's name? Hell, before Biden got in here, it looked like Trump was leading the race in illegal immigrants coming across. He had more coming across than Obama. I'm just saying. So coal production declined 26.5%, and coal mining jobs dropped by 25%. I thought Trump said he was for the coal people. Carbon emissions from energy consumption dropped 11.3%. Now that's a good thing. That's a good thing. And I think coal production, being that coal production has declined, that is a good thing. And a lot of, good thing that people don't have to work in the coal mines and shit no more or whatever. So that's a good thing. But hell, he's acting like he's for the coal industry. Handgun production rose 12.5% last year compared to 2016, setting a new record. Well, that is something y'all can be proud of, y'all. Yes, that's the same thing that they judge on how many people came over on the that you describe those millions of people that came over. Yes, they're apprehended. That's why they said encounters. That's the same thing that they're counting. Encounters. That's how they count it. So yes, apprehended. So that's how many they caught. What about the ones they didn't catch? But either way it go, it increased. Illegal immigration increased. Apprehensions at the southwest border rose because the illegal immigration increased. When the illegal immigration increased, of course you got to catch more motherfuckers because you got more motherfuckers coming in compared to before. Why was everybody starting to run to the border when Trump became president? When this nigga just talked about a wall and all that shit. That's all they saying. When Trump became president, motherfuckers like, oh shit, let's get over there. So I'm just saying. So we read about the coal production. We read about handgun production rose 12.5%. So they started making more handguns when Trump became president. The murder rate last year rose to the highest level since 1997, Lord have mercy.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
God damn. Y'all know I'm going to use this against y'all now. The murder rate was higher when Trump was president? God damn, my nigga. That nigga made more handguns and the murder rate went up. So that's what Trump meant to black people. Oh, man. Trump filled 1/3 of the Supreme Court. Now, that's scary. That is straight up scary. Nearly 30% of the appellate court seats and a quarter of the district court seats. That's scary. So jobs, he lost two. We already went over the jobs. So this is the chart if you want to just look at it, y'all. So jobs, 2.7 jobs were lost. And I know y'all want to say, okay, that was part of the pandemic. Cool. The unemployment rate went up to 6.4 after Obama brought that shit all the way down to 4 or something. That's not a good thing. Job openings. Now, y'all said, hey, Trump opened up some jobs. They was open, but you couldn't go to them. Hey, there was a lot of jobs opening when that pandemic happened, but your ass couldn't go to them because, you know, nobody ain't want no job no more after the pandemic. Them folks gave them all that goddamn money. So, yeah, job openings went up to 27.9%. Real weekly earnings. Now, this is something y'all can be proud about. I was saying I made more money when Trump was president. Right now, I make more money now than I did when Trump was president. So I'm saying that the next, if you came off of Obama's administration, which the economy was rebuilding, you should be making more money in, you know, in the next couple of years or whatever. And that's what I was definitely doing because, you know, my career had started back continuing. So, yeah. So that's something y'all can brag about. Weekly earnings went up 8.4%. That's not much, but, hey, something better than nothing. Economic growth rate. Our economic growth rate dropped 2.2%. Now, that's a lot considering how big our economic growth rate is. We ain't growing as an economy like he promised us. Now, the stock market did go high, like he said. Some people knew a little bit more than what we had. The median household income went up 6%. That's a good thing. But the poverty rate went down. Good thing. Hey, black people wasn't hurting no more when Trump was president, y'all. Everybody had somewhere to go. Everybody had money. That's what Kwame said. Everybody was balling. Everybody was balling. Poverty rate went down 1.3 points. The stock market was up. You was making more on your weekly earnings. The median household income went up. The murder rate went up. Oh, my bad. U.S.-Mexico border apprehensions went up. More people started trying to come over. Oh, home prices went up 27.5%. So if y'all start noticing you were paying more for your house when Trump can't, well, right now, because this is what Trump left. So if your household income went up, it's because the price of your home went up. Home ownership went up 2.1 points. Oh man, corporate profits went up 17.4%, but he made some money for big corporations. Ooh-wee. He made money for some big corporations. Federal regulatory restrictions went up. That's a good thing. People without health insurance went up. Now, that's not a good thing. 3 million people without health insurance. It went up, y'all. Food stamp recipients. Y'all niggas don't get no food stamps with Trump. That went down 1.4%. I wonder why. Trump ain't fucking with y'all talking about no food stamps. Coal mining jobs, that went down 12,700. I think that's a good thing, but he keeps saying he trying to bring them back up. Manufacturing jobs. Now, this is a big one, y'all. 170,000. That thing went down. Manufacturing job. What's good, Tanya 52? I think I offered you a trade, Tanya 52. And Miss J, I think I offered you a trade too. Am I voting for a lady that doesn't take her husband's name? I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Can she do the job? I mean, shit. Should I vote for Trump? All that crazy shit he do in his personal life? Goddamn, I'm just gonna leave these folks' personal life out of it. I'm just saying, can you do the job? We gave this man a chance. I say get a woman a chance. If we wasn't voting on weed down here in Florida, I wouldn't vote at all, to be honest. Well, yes, I would, because I always like to vote for the local people. But here down here in Orlando, I don't really keep up with the politics of the local people in Orlando. And so I really, because I move around and I move around so much. So, but I would like the state of Florida to legalize marijuana. So I'm definitely going to vote on that. And some other issues that they have around here also that's going to be on the ballot. Might as well. But the main thing I'm going for is a vote on the weed. Manufacturing jobs went down. Trump lied, say they went up. Federal debt held by the public went up 50%, y'all. This is not a good arrow going up right here. And this is not a good arrow going down. And this is not a good arrow going up. Corporate businesses made more money. Less of y'all got food stamps that y'all love y'all food stamps. The trade deficit went up 36.3%. That's not a good thing. Now, this is a good thing. Carbon monoxide emissions went down. That's a good thing. Customer price index went up 7.8%. Handgun production, as we already mentioned, 12.5%. U.S. crude oil production went up 27.9%. And I noticed that Kwame had mentioned earlier today, he said something about we ship our oil to another country and we buy oil from another country because of different grades of oil. The grades of oil that we get is pretty much some bullshit. And yes, we sell that out to other countries and we buy the good shit for ourselves. It said actually there were more people than ever on the food stamps. Hell, that ain't what the numbers say, sir. You say there's more people than ever. Hell, food stamps was down. Food stamps was down, sir. Down. Let's see. While Trump was still president, December 2020, but by the day Trump left office, 401,000 people had died from the disease caused by novel coronavirus, and the economic fallout far from over. Damn, Trump. Damn near over half a billion people died under Trump presidency. How y'all feel about that? Y'all, that ain't fair, huh? Y'all crazy, man. Okay, as a candidate, let's see. We often said readers find these certificates to be good or bad. Neutral opinions differ from how much credit or blame a president should get for what happens while he's in office. We have those judgments to others. Right. Everybody always want to use what happens while they're in office, because when it happens and you don't like a person, you're like, no, that ain't his fault. But when you like a person, you give them credit. So I'm just teasing y'all with both the credit and the non-credit for it. Try to give you the good credit, but you don't want to take the bad shit that happened under your presidency too. You got to take the good and the bad. As a candidate, Trump proclaimed, I'm going to be the greatest jobs president that God has ever created. As President Trump saw 113 months of continuous U.S. monthly job gains in March 2020. Then job growth collapsed because of COVID-19 global pandemic. So Trump was seeing 113 months of continuous U.S. monthly job gains that he inherited. But I know y'all don't want to talk about that. But it's true. The economy was recovering, and the economy that he inherited was fine-tuned and smooth. And then, because of mismanagement, he's seen a record unemployment. A turnaround. Employment, a record 9 years, 5 months of monthly job gain dating to October 10th. So here it is right here. Yes, Trump had 113 months of U.S. continuing job gain. A record 9 years and 5 months of monthly job gains were dating back to 2010. Who was president in 2010, y'all? It wasn't Trump. Who was president? Shout out to Carl Belton for gifting those membership. So the Trump having 113 months of continuous job gains, that had already started back in 2010. 6 years before he even got in office. See, so you want to take the good, you got to take the good. That's cool. Man, when Trump was in office, everybody was getting jobs. Everybody, the economy was steady growing. It was steady growing. Yeah, it had been steady growing since 2010, though. We just saying. It ain't got nothing. It ain't got to be a negative on Trump. We just stating the facts. So, a record 9 years, 5 months of monthly job gains, the same monthly job gains of this 113 months in his presidency, ended March 2020. The U.S. lost 1.4 million jobs that month. Lost 1.4 million jobs in one fucking month. That's amazing. But the U.S. economy was slowing down even before the pandemic. The U.S. added less than 2 million jobs in 2019. So just then alone, it was already slowing down since Trump became president. They was adding the least. They were still adding, but they started to slow down. The lowest annual growth since 2010. And then the novel coronavirus struck. In 2 months, March and April 2020, the U.S. economy lost a staggering 21.9 million jobs for you mismanaging your fucking job. And this is what we're supposed to ignore because we like the color red or blue, or just because maybe a celebrity tell you something different or nothing. I don't give a damn. Fact check it. Most of those jobs, 57%, would return before Trump left office. So when people lost their job, they were supposed to go back to work. But a lot of people didn't. But he ended his presidency with an economic that held 2.7 million fewer jobs than when he started. When you started, there was you left with 200. You can't change history, Mr. Trump. But y'all would try to change history. This is the history. When you mismanage shit, this is the type of shit that happened. Then you want to make an excuse. 2.7 million jobs fewer than when you came in. You were supposed to come in and just not fuck it up. But guess what? You came in and fucked it up. Becoming the first president in modern times to experience a net loss of jobs over his time in office, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is a monthly employment figures dating back to 1939. Unemployment. As a candidate, Trump frequently criticized the monthly unemployment rates as phony numbers. But as president, Trump immediately began to take credit for driving down the unemployment rate. So he was saying, oh, those are phony numbers when it's Obama. And y'all can see those great numbers that Obama was putting up. Those are phony numbers. But when he get in presidency and those numbers are steady dropping, y'all see my numbers? You see my numbers? You can't do that. Can't do that. Educated people are going to call that out. Unemployment, phony numbers. But as president, Trump immediately began to take credit for the driving numbers of the unemployment rate, which at 4.7% that's when he came in, that's what it was at. 4.7%. That's what Obama left him. Obama left you 4.7%. Went from double digits to 4.7%. Was already close to full employment. When he took office in 2017, 2 months into Trump's term, when White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer joked about his boss's change of heart, I talked to the president prior to this, and he said, to quote him very clearly, they may have been phony in the past, but it's very real now. Oh man, so the numbers were phony in the past, but when the numbers look okay and it's in his favor, that's the only time they right. And that's just like the people in the chat. Only when I say something good. When I say good stuff, y'all take it. How am I trying to get you? I just try to give you a player that you need. You needed a running back, so I offered you a running back. Yeah, I keep my player. That's cool. I'm just whip your ass because you ain't going to have no running back when I run into you. I feel like I'm trying to get y'all. Okay, so 2 months into Trump turned White House president. Okay, we got to tell the real numbers. The unemployment rate would continue to drop under Trump until the pandemic. A month before widespread lockdowns would virtually shut down the economy, the unemployment rate stood at 3.5% February 2020, the lowest since December 1969. During the pandemic, the unemployment rate peaked at 14.8%. Damn. The highest since BLS began tracking the figure in 1948. That nigga just fucked up the economy. When Trump's term ended in January 2021, the unemployment rate was 6.4%, which is 1.7% points higher than it when he took office, but still lower than the unemployment rates when President Jimmy Carter and George W. Bush, H.W. Bush, 7.3%, and George W. Bush, 7.8% left office. So all of these people Trump beat out. You know, Trump still did better than Jimmy Carter, George. You notice that there's 2 Republicans on here. and one Democrat, Jimmy Carter and H.W. Bush and George Bush. With them high ass, you know. But when Obama left, it was lower than all of them. But when Obama came in, it was at double digits. Nobody wants to give credit for that. Job openings. For nearly 2 years, Trump in the White House boasted that the U.S. had more job openings than workers to fill them. Hell, I think that might have been true. That was the case for 24 straight months, from March 2018 through February 2020, a month before the pandemic lockdown began to swell the ranks of the unemployed. When Trump left office, the number of unfilled job openings stood at nearly 7.2 million, which was 27.9% more than when he took office. There's more people looking for jobs and trying to fill those jobs than they could fill. Because of COVID-19 induced high unemployment rate, there are still 3 million job seekers than job opening. Labor force participation. Republicans frequently blame then President Barack Obama for declining labor force participation rate, which is the percentage of the population aged 16 and older that is either employed or looking for work in the previous 4 weeks. It is true that the labor force participation rate declined from 65.7% to 62.8% during Obama's 2 terms. Although the downward trend began in 2020, the continued during Obama's time in office, largely due to demographics, including the retirement of baby boomers. Under Trump, the rate seemed to stabilize and even tick upwards, reaching a high of 63.3 from October 19 to 2020. But by the time he left office, the rate had dropped to 61.3%, falling under 1.5% points under Trump after going down 2.9 points during the Obama years. Okay. Okay, the working paper published in the National Bureau of Economics Research found the onset of COVID-19 crisis led to a wave of earlier planned retirements, I can imagine. Manufacturing jobs. Now, this is something that Trump talk about a lot. Manufacturing jobs. The U.S. economy added manufacturing jobs every month during Trump's first 24 months in office. But those job gains began to erode beginning March 19th. Now, a year before the pandemic. So we can't blame that on the pandemic. A year before the pandemic, those jobs start to erode. A year before the pandemic, and took a deep dive as the virus crisis forced a wave of plant closing. Nearly 1.4 million manufacturing jobs were lost in March and April 2020. That's during the pandemic. When Trump left office, there were 178,000 fewer people employed in manufacturing jobs than would become president. That followed a net decrease of 195,000 under Obama. So even before COVID-19 pandemic, this is the economic growth. Even before COVID-19 pandemic, the U.S. economy began slowing down. The real inflation adjusted gross domestic product went up in Trump's first 2 years. Let's see what that means real quick. Oh, they showed the data. Okay. Okay, I'll come back to that. So economic growth. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, the U.S. economy began slowing down. The real inflation-adjusted gross domestic product went up in Trump's first 2 years, peaking at an estimated 3% in 2018, the highest since 2005. But the economy grew only 2.5% in 2019, and the bottom fell out in 2020. The real GDP declined 2.2% in 2020 from the previous year. It was the largest drop since 2009, when the nation's economy declined 2.6% during the Great Recession. As the candidate and president, Trump promised the nation's economy would grow on an annual basis by 4 to 6%. It never exceeded over 3%, and that is before the pandemic, people. But he told y'all some shit that it didn't happen. Hey, it is what it is. And here's the turnaround. We know when Obama came in office, this is what he was looking like. Real GDP percentage change from previous period. Obama flipped this fucking shit all the way around. There was momentum going into the next what's name, and then this is where it ends up at. So yeah, you could have a businessman to try to keep it going, but damn, if you make dumb decisions in other fields, it could flood over into the economy. You're right. There would be a spike in employment, but we still got, like I say, you still got to hold a person accountable that could have managed the situation better. Well, we could have took our ass still to work. Okay, so income and poverty. Household income rose briskly under Trump before declining last year due to the pandemic. The Census Bureau latest report on income and poverty in the United States, which was released September 14, showed the median household income reached $61,000 in 2020, a 2.9% decrease. Oh, damn. Hold on. The 2.9, did I read that right? It showed that it reached 67.5 in 2020, a 2.9 decrease from 2019, but an increase of 3,838 from 2016 when adjusted for inflation. Okay. Gotcha. Inflation changes everything. That's an increase in the median household income of 6% during Trump's 4 years. The median is the midpoint. Half of all households earn more, half less. However, census statistication told factcheck.org that the Bureau in the next couple of months will publish work accounts for a survey non-response due to the pandemic, which could change the 2020 income estimate. I might need to go look at that also. Caution should be exercised in making comparison estimated prior to 2017, since recent estimates reflect improvements made in the current population survey annual social economic supplement 2014-2019. Bureau picture. Okay, on the adjusted basis, the increase during Trump's 4 year would be slightly higher, from 4,083 or 6.4% in 2020 dollars. So they're kind of just, you know, when you got to deal with inflation and how much things are really better, it can look better, but you know, y'all get what. Maybe y'all are reading along with me, so maybe you can comprehend it. I comprehend what it's saying, but it might be a little harder for me to explain it. Property, as incomes decrease, the official property rate increased about 1% from 2019. It was at 11.4% in 2020, up from 10.5% in 2020. It was the first increase in the official poverty rate after 5 consecutive years of declining, which that would mean it was declining under Obama, and now it's starting to raise, dropping 1.3 percentage points in 2015, 0.8 points in 2016, 0.4 points and 0.5 points in Trump's first 2 years in office, and 1.3 points in 2009. In 2020, there were 37.2 million people in poverty, nearly 3.3 million more than in 2019. So over 1 year, y'all, 3 million people went into poverty under Trump's administration. I guess that's something y'all don't want to hear, because y'all was just hearing all this good shit about how the increase of 4 years of your money and all that, but 3.3 million motherfuckers were in poverty. So did the money go to the top? Did it really go to the people in the middle? Yeah, I could take my ass to work. I ain't had no problem. I didn't have to stay home. When I got off work is when I had to stay home. Shit. I don't know about y'all. I was able to go to work. Like I said, that would have happened under Obama. Y'all damn sure ain't had no problem with that. Y'all would have said, hey, shit, that nigga mismanaged it. Why can't y'all say that? Y'all will say everything except for that man mismanaged the pandemic. Like that's going to be the end of the world. Just admit it. The man mismanaged the shit. I work for a company. I had to drive every day to Jacksonville because I was crashing at my since I was doing a project in Jacksonville. I would stay right there in Brunswick with my at my cousin's house. So every morning I would drive to Jacksonville. Every time I had to pass the state of Florida, they made us go through a fucking checkpoint to make sure you wasn't from New York. If you was from New York, they would make you pull over every morning and take a fucking a COVID test or see if you showing signs of COVID. That shit was fucking ridiculous. Imagine if I was from New York and I decided to stay over the Georgia line because the hotel was cheaper and I want to come to work every day. I got to go through a fucking checkpoint just so a bitch should tell me if I got COVID or not. Now I got to be late to work sitting in a long-ass line. That shit was ridiculous. All about politics. They ain't give a fuck if you was from Tennessee. They ain't care if you was from Mississippi. They ain't give a damn if you was from nowhere else. Just because they had a political war with New York, they would make you pull over. Say next, do not work for a company. You work for yourself. Stop it. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say I'm lying? You just asked me, was I working for a company or was I working for myself? When the COVID happened, I was working for a company. So what, I got to be lying because it don't fit your narrative? No, you stop it, bro. You asked me a damn question. What the hell I got to lie to you for? Just because it don't help you. You might have been out of work. I don't know why. But I wasn't out of work. Ain't a damn thing stopped for people like me. But they did slow up a lot of bullshit. And it could have easily been, prevented. That's my point. Instead of you just wanting to admit that, you would rather take shots everywhere else instead of just saying, hey, you know what? It could have been prevented. Anyway, so official poverty rate, however, does not include government programs that benefit low. Okay, the official however, does not include government programs that benefit low income families, individuals such as housing assistance and food stamps that were expanded in COVID-19 relief bills that became law last year. The Census Bureau measures the impact of these programs using supplementary poverty measure. So they don't even count the people that was already on, pretty much welfare. They talking about new people that got on welfare. That become under the poverty level. The supplemental poverty rate fell significantly last year from 11.8% in 2019 to 9.1% in 2020. The lowest rate since estimates were initially published in 2009. Census said in September 14 report. Stimulus payments. This is what y'all niggas love. And stimulus payment enacted as a part of economic relief legislation related to the COVID-19 pandemic moved 11.7 million individuals out of poverty. Wow. These niggas had to give y'all stimulus packages for COVID-19 just to move y'all niggas out of poverty, and y'all niggas, goddamn, y'all might as well ask for a fucking This is why black people want Trump right now. Y'all want some form of socialism. stimulus payment enacted as a part of economic relief legislation related to the COVID-19 pandemic moved 11.7 million individuals out of poverty. God damn, y'all motherfuckers were licking off of that shit. All you had to be is a female with a whole bunch of kids. And y'all ass are getting a bag. Oh, shit. You got a bag, nigga. That shit was getting people out of poverty. Ain't that some shit? Unemployment insurance benefits also expanded during 2020. Prevented 5.5 million individuals from falling into poverty. So they had to extend that shit, yeah, because everybody was fucked up. Under Trump, the overall supplemental poverty rate fell nearly 5 percentage points from 14% 2016 to a record low 9.1%. The number of people in poverty fell by nearly 15 million. That's something that y'all... Oh, that's what Trump be saying is he did more for black people than everybody. The whatever he be saying. This is what y'all was talking about, but y'all don't know how to articulate saying that Trump did more for black people than anybody else, huh? Y'all can't tell us exactly how. Because the poverty rate. So when you talking about black people, you have to connect poverty and black people. Jail and poverty when you're talking about black people, right? That got to be it. Because every time y'all ask what Trump did for black people, you got to mention poverty or you got to mention somebody getting out of jail. Or when you mention the HBCU schools, then that's crazy. You got niggas celebrating about getting half of it and then complain about having to help out because that's crazy. It's like people voting against their own interests. You got to help out an HBCU school while the president that you endorsing is sitting right there. Why not blame him like you blame everybody else? Why not? I don't get that. So regulation, the growth of federal regulation slowed to a crawl under Trump. I bet it did. And that's why a lot of motherfuckers love him right now. They don't want no federal regulation until y'all ass in poverty. Yeah. Y'all don't want nothing regulated until you fucked up at the end of the day. Now you want another president to fix it. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons a lot of people, endorse who they want because the regulations over their industry. Of course you're going to vote what's in your best interest. So a motherfucker with money, they always going to invest what's in their best interest. What's better than a vote? Money. What's better than the money and the vote? Influence. Let's go. Regulations, the growth of federal regulation slowed to a crawl under Trump. The number of restrictive words and phrases such as shall, prohibited, and may not contain the code of federal regulations stayed below 1.08 million for the most of 2009. What the hell kind of shit that is? Oh, I get it. Salute to Trump for that. But none of y'all will ever brag on him for that. A little below where it was when Trump took office, but as the day he left office, the court had crept up to just under 1.09 million, an increase of 10,000 or 0.9% since Trump inauguration. That nigga changed the code. This nigga changed the word coded. But that nigga is slick ick. But it won't benefit y'all niggas nan bit. That small increase during Trump's 4 years is a big departure from the past, where restrictions grew 12.3% during Bush's 8 years, and by 12.5% during Obama's 8 years, according to annual figures from the QuantGov tracking project at George Mason University. So this is something that every president does. It's not a Trump thing. Y'all keep saying Trump not a politician. He do shit different. No, this nigga do everything everybody else do. He doing everything every other president was doing. He ain't no fucking different than Obama. That slowdown under Trump may be temporary, however. In what it called the largest deregulatory incentive of this administration, the Trump administration issued a final rule that nullified Obama-era fuel economy standards for new cars and light trucks. So he killed the little, the fuel economy little shit, I guess, trying to move over to electric cars and all that, which I'm not mad at. I mean, depends on what part. Trump's rule requires them to maintain an average efficiency of 40.4 miles per gallon by model year 2025. So Trump is telling them that the cars that they make in 2025 or more, they need the average efficiency of 40.4 miles per gallon. Down from 46 to 46.7 miles per gallon set under Obama. Well, damn, that's not a good thing. I would like more miles to my gallon to my new car, but I thought 40 was a good thing until you find out that a nigga took something from another person. Hey, does that not affect black people? Y'all could have had 6 more gallons to y'all tank, so y'all not mad at Trump for that? Now that y'all got to pay more, y'all got less gallons in y'all tank? Y'all should be mad that because of Trump, y'all got 6 less gallons in your motherfucking new car. If you buy something 2005 or more, you could have had 6 more gallons per gallon per mile. But now the Biden administration is proposing new rules that it estimates will result in an average efficiency of 48 miles per gallon by the model year 26. And I'm pretty sure if Trump get into office, he gonna take that shit back down just because Biden did that. They don't want y'all to have more gas in your car. Hey, do y'all see the stupid shit they fight over, y'all? What kind of shit is this? These niggas want it, boy. This the dumbest shit. This nigga took 6 miles per gallon off of your motherfucking car. Does that make you buy more gas? What the hell kind of slick ass shit Trump on? Anyway, okay, estimates will result in average, okay. So crime. Oh man, Trump. The crime rate went up under Trump, y'all. Murders, aggravated assaults shot up dramatically after Trump, while most other types of crime declined. Y'all, how y'all gonna, Trump supporters, how y'all gonna answer this? Say, read that again with the gas. All right. I'll start at the okay, so it is called the largest deregulatory incentive of this administration. The Trump administration issued a final rule that nullified Obama-era fuel. Because Obama had a fuel era where he required that cars after 2005, they would receive 46.7 miles per gallon set under Obama. Trump rule required them to maintain the average efficiency of 40.4 miles per gallon by the model year 2025, down from 46.7 miles under Obama. Now that Biden administration is proposing the new rules, the estimate will average efficiency of 48 miles per gallon for the new 2026 cars. So why this nigga want your gas tank to be smaller, I don't fucking know. I don't know. But he definitely changed the tax code, though. Or I think this is the tax code. It's a regular regulations code. Depends on who you are, if that's good or not. So crime. Now these should be all the important things that you should be considering when you are, looking at a candidate. And I'm not trying to tell y'all to vote nowhere, nothing. I say just vote in what's your best interest. What's your best interest? What's in the best interest of you and your family? That's what you should vote in. So my influence on you, I know don't mean shit. But if you don't have enough time to research these things, I'm glad that you sitting in here and you going over some of the things with me right now. And I'm not trying to sway you nowhere other. Like I said, I'm trying to show you even the good shit about Trump. But these niggas, when you ask them the good shit, they don't never want to tell you. They just want to go with a whole bunch of goddamn shit that, the people on the news keep saying. Nah, just show me what you research. Because everything you tell me, I'm going to go and look behind you. Crime. Murders and aggravated assaults shot up dramatically under Trump. So anytime y'all want to say something about Trump, y'all like, nigga, the people be like, nigga, everything went up under Trump. The murder rate went up under Trump. Crime went up under Trump. Niggas was getting murked under Trump. In his inaugural address, Trump darkly portrayed America as a country mired in poverty, drugs, and crime. This American carnage stops right here. It stops right now, he promised. But quite the contrary, the FBI's annual Crime in America United States report released September 27 shows 4,157 more homicides were committed in 2020 than in 2016 when Trump was elected. That translates to a murder rate 100,000 people of 6.5 in 2020, an increase of 1.1 points since 2016. The 2020 rate was the highest since 1997, though still well below the peak in 10.2 rate recorded in 1980. So this is a scale of the murder rate, y'all. So the murder rate from 1960, 1976 was a bad year, boy. Ooh-wee. 1975, boy, it was, 1980? Shit. But that was the beginning of the crack era, y'all. This nigga Trump numbers been high since the crack era. Oh man, nigga, 1980 it was going down, boy. 1992 it was going down. 94, 96, that's Tupac and Biggie and all that shit. Shit went down in 2000. Everything was nice and sweet before Bush started that bullshit. Shit was low during Obama. Damn, look at Obama years, y'all. There's not one Obama year that goes above this line right here, the 5. The murder rate was low during Obama years, my nigga. It went, it went 1 year, it went a little higher, 2016. Then look, it went down a little bit, but that bitch went up on Trump. Then that bitch went way up in 2020. Everybody was supposed to be in the house for the pandemic. How niggas was still killing each other? How did the murder rate go up during the pandemic? That's crazy. But it was already higher than all of Obama years. Only 1 year was even close. The rate of aggravated assaults also rose under Trump, 12.6. God damn, Trump. Why everybody start aggravating assaulting each other when Trump got president? However, the rate of reported rapes declined 6.1%. Is good. The rate of robberies went down 28.2%. I guess since everybody was making all that money, nigga just want to kill you. The burglary rate dropped 33%. Okay. Y'all want to give Trump credit for something? Say the rapes, the robberies, and the burglary went down. Anybody want to say, but just say the murder went up. The murder and aggravated assault, but the rapes, robbery, and burglary went down. The rate of the larcenies and theft went down 19%, while the rate of motor vehicle theft edged up a slat 3.7%. The big jump in numbers of murders is entirely due to the 29% rise in Trump's final year. So he had a 29% rise in his final year, which also saw millions laid off of jobs due to COVID-19. Widespread protests against racism, police brutality, following the Minneapolis policeman's murder of a black man, George Floyd, and the surge of production and sales of firearms. So due to all that shit that happened under Trump, George Floyd and all that shit, the murder rate rise. This nigga is the chaos president, according to them. Murder rate went up 29%. God damn. Guns. Sales and production of guns slowed during Trump's presidency until COVID-19 concerned and protests against policing triggered huge spikes. Handgun production 2020, an annual production of pistols and revolvers in the U.S. set a new record, 6.3 million, according to the interim figures of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives. That represented a 75% spike from last year, that increased to 12.5% from 2016. So everybody was going out there buying them a gun because of the bullshit. What else we got? Border security. Illegal border crossings. Everybody like to talk about how the Biden administration letting all these goddamn illegals in. They act like ain't no illegals ever came in before Biden came in. What did it say about the illegal border crossings? As measured by apprehensions at the southwest border. We all know that. If they get away, they're going to call it an encounter. If they catch them, it's apprehension. As measured by apprehensions of the southwest border, were 14.7% higher. That means more were trying to come in Trump's final year in office compared with the last full year before he was sworn in. So maybe it was because people thought that Biden was coming in. They say, fuck it, them niggas busy over there arguing. Let's go sneak in while them niggas arguing about the border. That's how we've been calculating statistics going back to our numbers, articles for Obama. Total southwest border apprehensions, 2001. Look at this, y'all. Look at the years, y'all. Who was president in 2008, 2007, 2006, 2005, 2004, 2003, 2002, 2001? Who was the president, y'all? Look at this shit. Who was the president these years? Can anybody put it in the chat who was the president while all these motherfucking people was being apprehended at the border? So I guess y'all gonna say this is because they wasn't letting them come past. Okay, that's fair. That's a fair assessment. But damn, that's a big difference in the numbers from over here to over here. You telling me there were millions of people that they apprehended in 2005, but over here in the Trump years, it's only what, 800,000? So yes, that's more than Obama. But since, are there really that many less people coming across, trying to come across the border, or that we're apprehending trying to come across the border? Is there really that much less people coming from back then, 2005, and now in 2019, that's kind of hard to believe. Although Trump boasted during his speech at the Alamo, Texas, just a week before he left office that we reformed our immigration system and achieved the most secure border in U.S. history, the number of apprehensions for illegal border crossings were higher during Trump's presidency than either Obama's 4 years of term. Oh, so these apprehensions, whatever. But these statistics tell only part of the story. I believe that. The number of apprehensions fluctuated wildly during Trump's presidency from monthly low of 11,127 in April 2017 to a high of 132,859 in May 2019. At the constant talk on the campaign trail about building a wall and cracking down on illegal immigration, the number of apprehensions plummeted in the immediate months after Trump's inauguration, what became known as the Trump effect. Associate policy analyst at the Migration Policy Institute told us the monthly low of 11,127 in April 2017 is unmatched in custom and border protection records going back to 2000. But the numbers crept back up in late 2017, early 2018. There was another small dip after the so-called zero tolerance policy was initiated in mid-2018. Trump administration policy required the Department of Homeland Security to refer all adults who illegally entered the U.S. for criminal prosecution. That resulted in children being separated from their parents who entered the federal court system and were placed in detention centers for adults only. But after Trump signed an executive order ending the policy, apprehensions rose again. The number of apprehensions peaked around mid-2019, and the year ended with the highest number of apprehensions since 2007. In response, Trump issued several policies to reduce immigration flows, including measures to restrict eligibility for asylum and return non-Mexican asylum seekers who cross the southwest border to Mexico. Non-Mexican asylum seekers who cross the border to Mexico. I'm reading this slow for a reason, y'all. While their claims work their way back through the immigration court, the so-called Remain in Mexico program, because that's what it was called, when they come over here and they seek an asylum, they try to make them wait in Mexico, even if they're not Mexican. Which, if that's what they come to, that's cool. I ain't mad at them for telling them to wait in Mexico till your shit come through. But these people that are not from Mexico, so you're still putting them in a fucked up situation. But hey, you know, if you say people can't come to our country, which is former Mexico, hey, it is what it is. That's above my pay grade. Correspondingly, apprehensions dropped steadily through the second half of 2019 to 2020. And then, when the pandemic hit, apprehensions dropped even more dramatically in April and May 2020. As a result of the pandemic, there was an increased restriction on mobility, not just in the U.S., but around the world. In response to the pandemic, Trump put into place a series of policies aimed at blocking migration to the U.S., including one that allowed Border Patrol to quickly expel any illegal immigrant they stopped without access to the appeals system. Damn, that's fucked up. While the policy may have deterred families with children from crossing, it served as an incentive for single adults to attempt illegal crossing multiple times if necessary, Border told us. And so there was an increase in apprehensions in the second half of 2020. So, if you come in by yourself, you don't give a damn if they lock you up. Shit, they just giving you a nice little home and a nice little cool goddamn plane ride, and all that shit. And you'll keep coming back. But a person that has kids, yeah, they don't want to get caught up in that because they scared that you're going to separate them from their kids. That's crazy. Trump didn't fulfill the signature promise of his 2016 campaign to build a 1,000-mile long wall alongside the southeast border. Nonetheless, a substantial amount of fencing was constructed. He did build some. In total, 458 miles of border wall system was built during the Trump administration. There y'all go. Right, little Fanta, salute to you for joining in. And I'm about to wrap this up in a minute. I just wanted to make sure we read over the Trump summary. Trump actually got almost half of the wall built. Now, Mexico ain't pay for it, but he got, oh no, hold on, not half. He got about a quarter of it built. So it say to build a 1,000-mile long wall, he got 458 miles of the border wall system was built during the Trump administration. Most of that, 373 miles of it, is replacement for primary or secondary fencing that was outdated pretty much. I can't pronounce that word. I ain't even about to try. In addition, 52 miles of new primary wall and 33 miles of secondary wall were built in locations where there were no barriers before. So the nigga really only got 52 miles of wall and 33 miles of secondary wall of 1,000 miles that he was talking about. Now, 400 and something of the wall was already there. So they just pretty much had to update that. And then this nigga built 52 more miles. And how long that shit was supposed to take? Since the land border itself is 1,954 miles long, according to the U.S.-Mexico International Boundary and Water Commission, the new fencing constructed under Trump covers just over 20% of the southeast border wall. Together with what existed before Trump took office, so they were already building the fucking wall before Trump ever came across office. He just gassed y'all up with that shit. There are now about 706 miles of barriers, about 36% of the total southwest border. Now, corporate profits. After tax, corporate profits set new records in all 4 years of Trump presidency, and that's why I know why rich people like Trump. Y'all niggas is what I don't understand. Shit. Even in 2020, when the pandemic forces business to close, some permanently, guess who was still profiting while y'all niggas was sitting at home going broke? In billions after taxes. Look who was still profiting in 2020, 2019. Boy, that shit, corporation, boy. Oh, did that trickle down? Did that trickle down on any of y'all yet? Look at that corporation going up. Yeah, Obama had some too. Corporate profits. They supposed to profit, but shit. Why was we going into a recession during the pandemic, but they were still making money? Why was we unemployed, but they were still making money? That's tricky. Corporate profits hit a record $2.0 trillion in 2018. Damn. Up from the previous record, nearly $2 trillion set in 2017. Profits rose slightly in 2019, $2 trillion. Again, Trump told them rich folks, I just made you a lot of money. Despite the pandemic, after tax, corporate profits were 17.4% higher than last year they were in 2016, the year before Trump's inauguration. And of course, we talked about the stock market after the pandemic, including plunge in the stock market price, ended a decade-long bull market. The stock market quickly recovered, set new record highs when they had to come back. January 2021, the Standard & Poor's 500 stock average closed at 67.8%, above where it had held a day before Trump was inaugurated 2017. So the first day he got into office, I think there was some kind of shift in the stock market. I'm not a stock market person, so I can't tell you all about that, but hell, that happens a lot. Hell, it happened when Trump came in office. I mean, not Trump, but Obama came in office. It happens. But that's not because of something he did. That was just, what happened when the man came in office. It's probably something that, hell, I can guarantee you somebody did something behind the scenes to make a whole bunch of money when that motherfucker got out of office. But, the stock market did good. Trump is telling the truth about that. The stock market has been doing good while, he's been in office some kind of way, shape, or form. Wages and inflation. I'm sorry. I keep saying information. I'm tripping. During Trump's 4 years in office, wages went up and inflation remained in check. The Consumer Price Index rose 7.8% under Trump, continuing a long period of low inflation that appears to be coming to an end under Biden, as supply chain problems and other factors drive up costs. I told y'all. The CPI rose from an average of 1.9% last year. Each year, the Trump presidency measures as a 12-month change in each January, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That was about the same as the average under Obama, the average, and below the average 2.4% during each of George W. Bush's years. By contrast, CPI was up 5.2% in August compared with a year ago. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell said a panel discussion in late September that he expected inflation pressures to continue into 2022. Wages. Meanwhile, paychecks grew faster than prices during Trump's tenure. An average weekly earning of all private sector workers in real inflation-adjusted terms rose 8.4% in Trump's 4 years. Wages for rank and file production non-supervisory workers, who make up to 81% of all private sector workers, went up 9.6% under Trump. The gains extended a trend that started after 2007 through 2009 recession. During the Obama years, real weekly earnings rose 4.2% for all workers and 4% for rank and files. See, I'm not the only one who compared to the before and after. That's how you can tell the job that a person is doing. Customer confidence in the economy initially rose under Trump. That's a good thing. Who promised during the campaign to make our economy grow again. But like other economies measure, it fell during the pandemic. And that's part of your economy. The University of Michigan survey's customers' monthly index was 87.2 in October 2016, a month before 2016 election, and 98.5 in January 2017 when Trump took office. Under Trump, the customer confidence rate reached 100 or more 5 times. That's something y'all never brag about. A level that it hadn't reached during Obama's 8 years or any of the prior 4 years before Bush's term. If y'all actually did research, y'all could have things to brag on Trump about, but you don't do it. Because when people come with the facts on what they don't like about him. Only thing y'all can do is say you stinky poo-poo head. Instead of just going over the fucking facts, breaking down what it is that you like and what you dislike. Home prices. Now, this is where we know that we got fucked behind Trump. And we're still dealing with this now. The national median price of an existing single family home was $300,200 last year, according to the seasonal adjustment annual sales figures from National Association of Realtors. That's 27.5% higher than it was in 2016, when the median price was $235,500. Much of the rise has taken place since the pandemic hit. Existing single-family homes prices jumped from 12.9% February 2020, January 21. Experts attribute the higher prices to high demand, supply shortages, and record low mortgage rates. So, a decision, and I think they say the homeowners rate has went up. Trade deficit definitely has went up crazy. The international trade deficit Trump once promised to reduce grew larger instead, increasing 3 out of 4 years in his office. The most recent government figures show that the total U.S. trade deficit in goods and services in 2020 was almost $654 billion, the highest since 2008, an increase of 36.3% to 2018. So this is annual export of goods and services decrease 2020 compared with 2016. Meanwhile, annual imports of goods and services were up 3.4% in 2020 compared with the 4 years earlier. Okay, Trump's record with several key trading partners was a mixed bag. Let's look at his the trading partners that we've had changes with over time. After increases in the first 2 years, the annual goods and services trade deficit with China decreased 2019-2020. The $282 billion deficit with China in Trump's final year as president was 9% lower than it was the year before he took office. So he did get our debt down with China just a little bit. None of y'all never say that. Canada, Trump inherited an almost $11 billion goods and service trade surplus. Remember what a surplus is, y'all, with Canada, which later became a $1.1 billion annual deficit in 2019. While it rebounded to a $649 million surplus in 2020, that figure was 94% lower than it was in 2016. So this businessman, let's read what we just read again. When it comes to our international trading partners, when it comes to China, after increases in his first 2 years, the annual goods, trades, and services deficit with China decreased. It was increasing for his first 2 years, then it started decreasing. The $282 billion deficit with China in Trump's final year as president was 9% lower than it was before he took office. So it kind of went up and down. When it comes to Canada, he came in with $11 billion goods and service trade surplus. Do we have to go over what surplus mean again? I don't think we do. While it rebounded, it still was 94% lower than when he came in. So we did not have that surplus with Canada no more. Now Mexico, the annual goods and service trade deficit with Mexico steadily increased throughout Trump's 4-year presidency. As of 2020, it was up to $111 billion, which was 72% higher than the more than $64 billion deficit in 2016. So he did some good when it came to Mexico. So if y'all want to say this is how he tried to build a wall, the annual goods and trade deficit with Mexico, because we was in debt with Mexico, right? Oh, it said, hold on. It said the trade deficit with Mexico steadily increased. Oh, my bad. I was thinking about decrease. So how we owe Mexico and you want them to pay for the wall? That's crazy. As of 2020, it was up to 111 billion. Okay, my bad, y'all. We in a deficit with Mexico, 111 billion, which is 72% higher than the more 64 billion deficit in 2000. So we were in a deficit in Obama's years with Mexico, 64 billion. But since Trump's been in office, that's went up to 111 billion. How the fuck we owe somebody money and we telling them they can't come into our shit and that we ain't gonna and that we gonna make them pay for a wall and you owe us fucking and we owe y'all money? Right, Mia X. I've stressed that a lot, but they don't listen to that. Health insurance coverage. The number of people lacking health insurance coverage rose by 3 million under Trump. That is not good. The U.S. Census Bureau reported, and especially when he was trying to get rid of Obamacare, I mean, damn, 3 million people already out of health insurance. The number of Americans who lack health insurance for all 2020 was 28 million, up from 25.1 million in 2016. That's a decrease of 2.9 million. That's before the pandemic, y'all. The percentage of Americans without coverage for all of 2020 rose to 8.6% from 7.9% in 2016. Trump trimmed the rolls of food stamps. Took y'all motherfucking food stamp. The number getting food stamps, now known as supplemental nutritional assistance, rose by 14.7 million under George Bush, by another 10.7 million under Obama, but fell back to 590 by the end of Trump's time in office. That's a decline of 1.4 under Trump. They're not counting the pandemic people though, y'all. Oh, but it says Trump had attempted to cut the number of recipients even further, for example, by tightening work requirements for able-bodied adults without dependents. And indeed, the total number of recipients dipped below 36.9 million. I agree with that. I ain't got no problem with making able-bodied motherfuckers have to show work requirements to get food stamps. I have no problem with that. Trump then reversed course. He signed the bipartisan emergency relief bill that, among other things, both suspended the new work requirement rule temporarily and made families eligible for food stamps if their children had received free or reduced cost meals at schools that were closed. During his last month in office, more than 42 million Americans were still receiving the food aid. That's about 12.7% of the population, or 1 out of 8 Americans. And that's good. That's good. Now, this is probably the best thing that Trump did for the Republican Party. He appointed so many nominees because the fact that we had Supreme Court justices, I think one of them passed away. I think another one was retired. So Trump just happened to be in a presidency where he got to appoint a lot of judges, and they fought tooth and nail for Obama not to be able to appoint another judge in his second term. But they definitely won when it comes to appointing judges. Because when it comes to the Supreme Court, Trump won the Senate confirmation for 3 Supreme Court nominees. Obama was able to fill only one only 2 high court vacancies during his first term. And as it turned out, during the entire 8 years in office with Justice Sotomayor and Elin Kagan. So he only was able to put 2 people in Supreme Court justice, and I think Trump was able to put 3 or 4. Trump also won confirmation of 54 U.S. Courts of Appeals judges, 30 during his first 2 years, another 24 in his last 2 years. Now, y'all wonder why Trump will be winning a couple of these court cases? But anyway, that's far more than the total for Obama in his first term when he won. Confirmation for 30 judges, 16 during his first 2 years, 14 more in the subsequent 2 years. Trump's total is just one shy of 55 confirmations. Trump done put 55 motherfuckers in the Court of Appeals, y'all. Just because of the vacancies of the seats. Trump installed nearly 30% of all the 179 appellate court judges authorized by federal law. District Court. Trump won confirmation for 175 of his nominees to be federal district court judges. Talking about some inside shit. And y'all say they fucking with Trump. Y'all say they after Trump, right? Y'all do notice most of the fucking judges in the goddamn court system was appointed by Trump. 30%. District Court. Trump won confirmation for 175 of his nominees to be federal district court judges. 175 nominees for federal district court judges. So he got 30% of the appellate court judges, 175 federal court judges. He got 3 justices. That's nearly 26% of the 677 authorized district judges. Obama won confirmation for 143 in his first term and 127 in his second term. Well, that's not bad. They kind of even on that. Trump also filled 10 seats on the U.S. Court in Federal Claims, which has nationwide jurisdiction over lawsuits seeking money from the government. And he filled 3 seats on the U.S. Court of International Trade. Obama filled 4 seats on the Court for International Trade and no seats on the Court of the Federal Claims during his 8 years in office. Do y'all see how that worked, y'all? Trump must share responsibility for his record with Republicans in the Senate. Trump did everything that the Republicans wanted him to do. He was just the face that y'all could sit here and argue over while these motherfuckers push their motherfucking agenda right up under y'all nose and y'all sitting there, Trump. This shit crazy. This man was a puppet and made y'all think that he was for y'all, and all this man is doing is he's doing Mitch McConnell's work. This shit is sad. It's crazy. The Republican majority Senate not only refused to consider Obama's appointment of Merrick Garland to fill the Supreme Court vacancy eventually filled by Gorsuch, but they also blocked confirmation of dozens of Obama's nominees to lower court. So this is how they played. They blocked all of this black man's people that he could have put in power. Could have been black people. Put in all the people that they wanted in power. And then tell you that a motherfucker don't do shit. Trump inherited 17 Court of Appeal vacancies. Because when Obama was about to go out of office, it just don't matter. This man inherited that. For example, including 7 that had Obama nominees already pending, but they sat right there and act like they didn't see it until they got their person in office. Now, if Hillary would have won, those seats could have been filled. They wanted the people who they wanted. Y'all see how this politics work, y'all? They just got to get you something out of they like that you like. Yeah, it is the same. Y'all know, you notice how I'm saying both parties. I'm saying both parties. Debt and deficits. The federal debt held by the public. Let me read those couple of words again. We're at debt and deficits now, y'all. The federal debt held by the public, meaning me and you, your mama and your cousin too. The federal debt held by the public went up by half under Trump. The federal debt by the public. And the deficits also increased each fiscal year on his watch. Every year he was in the motherfucker got down, the deficit increased. We printing up money. We're collecting taxes, but we're spending more money than we're collecting. It's called hustling backwards in the streets. Trump made no progress in erasing the debt, which then presidential candidate once said he could probably do in 8 years. Rather, the amount the federal government has borrowed from the public, I'm sorry, I should have paused there because that ain't make no sense. Rather, comma, the amount the federal government has borrowed from the public went up by 50%. So the government borrowing our money and we can't tell them what the fuck to do with it. During Trump's time in office, from $14.4 trillion on the day he was inaugurated to $21.6 trillion. So it went up pretty much by $8 trillion. $8 trillion in 4 years is what Trump managed to spend of your taxpaying money. And y'all talking about inflation. Likewise, the debt as a percentage of the economy also grew under Trump. The debt as a percentage of the economy also grew under Trump, rising from 76.2% of GDP the fiscal year 2016 to 100.1% of GDP in the fiscal year 2020 for the Office of the Management of Budget. Deficits. Trump left office almost 4 months after the U.S. recorded the largest annual deficit of $3.1 trillion in 2020. Let that sink in. And the historically shortfall was mostly the result of the coronavirus, which reduced government revenues, spurred massive government spending and borrowing to help the nation cope with the economic public health challenge of the pandemic. But prior to that, annual deficits had consistently risen under Trump, going from $585 billion in 2016 to the last full budget cycle before Trump's presidency, $984 billion in 2019. So that was going in a good way until you just didn't pay the fuck attention to something simple. Well, I ain't gonna say it was simple. It was boneheaded. You might can make a good decision about business, but then when it comes to the people, as of January 2020, which preceded the March declaration of the pandemic, and nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office had projected that the deficit would reach $1 trillion in 2020 and an average of $1.3 trillion between 2001 and 2030. Then 3 weeks after Trump was no longer president, CBO project that solely based on laws already effective to January 12, 2021, deficit would be $2.3 trillion. It continued to rise after Biden took office. And it will continue to rise till whoever the next president going to take office. And it's going to continue and continue and continue. As the new president and Democratic-controlled Congress provides still more pandemic relief. And then you have the coal environment. We ain't going to get into the coal and emission or production, imports. Well, I guess we need to do this because this is going to tell us a lot about gas prices too. Increase in crude oil production that began under Obama continued under Trump, soaring to a new record high before COVID-19 contributed to the decline in 2020. The 4.1 billion barrels produced last year was still more than any other in 2019, where nearly 4.5 billion barrels were produced, according to the Energy Information Administration. Even with the down year, crude oil production was up 27.9%. Increased domestic production under Trump led to fewer annual crude oil imports, which were down 27%. However, while the U.S. began becoming the next exporter of premium products last year, remained the next exporter of crude oil. So it's just telling you, we kind of just kept basic with as far as the trade of oil. I don't see any difference of what it's pretty much saying that, which was down 25% 4 years earlier. The total number of imported crude oil barrels was the lowest since 1991. So they was low on import, and I mean, that could mean a lot of things, but it's not saying anything bad or good. Depends on how you take it. But there's a lot to this, and I mean, I'm not gonna read all of this shit because I would have to go into, y'all see how long this shit, but I did read the most of a summary. There's a lot of good shit, there's a lot of bad shit. Now this is the candidate, that's all I'm saying. I don't know why y'all get a little upset about somebody checking on the candidate, and I will go over Kamala. I will take the time, and we're gonna go and look over some Kamala shit. But the thing about it is, like, y'all don't want to hear the shit about both of them. Y'all be like, oh, it's the person you like. You say something about Trump, y'all be like, what about Kamala? Damn, we're talking about this person. Let us get to the next person. But I try to compare these people with the president before. And if we're going to get into Kamala, what we're going to have to do is also look at Biden. Because she's been his vice president. She's been his vice president for 4 years. So I think it's fair to look at what Biden did, and we can hold her at the same fire as Biden. I think that's about fair. So we're gonna do some research on Kamala, see what her record is, and look at it like that. Like the economy doing well is not all the work of a sitting president. Yeah, the economy, you're right. The economy doing well is not all from the sitting president. Because, like right now, let's document this right now. I make more money and made more money, and I feel like I have more opportunity when it comes to the job market or whatever. Yes, food is higher, but I make way more money. I don't mind paying for food right now because I make more money. And that's just me. Everybody's going to vote from their perspective, but a lot of people that I know that are doing good and, you know, they've made something of themselves or whatever, or they're working towards something. Hell, right now, jobs are paying more than they ever have been. In some cities, McDonald's is paying $16, $17 an hour. You know, that's a long way. And I know that has to do with inflation and all that stuff like that, but it is what it is. So you have to bring the cost of energy down to control inflation. I mean, it could be one part. See, inflation, it's going to be a whole bunch of multiple parts to bring down inflation. It ain't going to be just one thing. Because this has been something that's been boiling for over 20 years. So there's not going to be one solid answer to solving our inflation problem if it's something that's been building for years. There's a lot of good things that they're saying that Trump did, and I read over a lot of good things, but I never see those arguments. But there are some things that you can't argue with because you've seen them yourself.
What do you mean? There's more than one thing to bring down inflation?
I said there's more than one thing to solve their problem. That's what I mean. To solve the problem of inflation. There's not just one single thing that put us in this this inflation period. That's from a stem of things.
That's not true. What causes inflation is when people just print money and give out checks. And with that Inflation Reduction Act, that's what they did. On top of Trump already printed out checks for the bailouts and the stimulus package. That's why the inflation went up. And when they started, when the energy costs went up, the oil costs went up because everything is predicated on how we get the stuff to the stores, how we get it to your front door. So if the cost of energy and fossil fuels are up and gas is up, then everything goes up. And that's why we have inflation.
So what you pretty much just said is the same thing.
No, it's not. You said it was a multitude of things. I'm saying
you just mentioned a multitude of things that cause us to have to print money, correct?
No, you don't have to print money. And what I'm saying is, I'm not saying nothing that you're saying. I'm saying the only thing that brings down inflation is controlling the energy costs. That is the number one thing and the only thing that will bring down inflation. Everything else you do is going to add to inflation. That's why there's no tax on overtime will help the economy because they won't have to print money in order for Americans to have money in their account. So that's why I said it's bipartisan and it will immediately impact the economy because he found a way to put money in Americans' pockets without printing some imaginary money.
And you telling me he just found that out? He didn't find that out last presidency.
Say that again?
And he just found that out because he was the president before, right?
We enjoyed the best economy before the pandemic under his presidency.
But I'm saying, why didn't this idea get for motion if that's all it takes?
I can't speak for somebody else because there's a lot of ideals that people don't have before that they end up coming up with. But he had a lot of good ideals. He had a lot of good stuff that was helping the economy. And all I'm saying is the only way that we get back to that is to not print no more money and figure out a way, which I think that way he just figured it out. In my opinion, because it's directly put money in Americans' pockets by their own work that you don't have to print imaginary money.
Okay, so that still goes to what I was saying.
Cool Eagle even agree. Oh my goodness, it's a fucking a miracle that Eagle.
He's agreeing that when you're saying that that's one of the reasons. But if you see the second part of his sentence,
I know I was just about to get to that.
Energy.
So I know
He's kind of agreeing with both of us, and that's why I say we were kind of saying.
Okay, if you could calm down, I was just about to address the second part.
Can you calm down so I can finish a sentence?
I can
play back what we just said.
All right, let me go on mute.
Every time I'm just trying to speak a little bit. I would rather you talk more. But every time I try to speak, you are a little over hyperactive. But just relax. I'm saying, you're saying we're not saying the same thing. Cool. We don't have to be saying the same thing. But my statement was, it's more than just energy. That's the same thing Cool Legal just saying. You said that you disagree. It's only just energy that can fix this inflation. And I still disagree, but we can agree to disagree. Now go ahead and say whatever it is you want to say.
Right. Cool Eagle made the statement to me, so I was going to address both parts of what he said, but it's almost like you trying to have a I got you moment. Hey, look at the second part. And all I was saying was I'm about to address the second part. And the second part is I was going to say, Cool Eagle, if you will, come up and at least explain to me what is the other part that you agree with, because you're just saying you agree to disagree. But I would like to know what else could they do that will boost the economy without printing money. Because if you print imaginary money, then it's just going to increase the inflation. So what else do you propose that they do other than the no tax on overtime?
Well, I mean, tax is always going to be the way that you can put money into people's pocket without having to print money, giving people lower taxes or giving people different type of tax breaks. So, and then you have to push education and give people an opportunity to have their loans forgiven so they can get into the market and push back into the economy where you don't have to print more money. So, giving supporting small businesses and allowing people to be able to get educated to get into that field, you won't have to print more money, but you have to establish that type of economy, though.
But how do you establish that type of economy? People, the food prices are not going down.
I just said that. Tax.
Okay, but a tax break is not going to stop what the cost of food is, because the gas prices cost a certain amount of money to get the food to the grocery store.
Oh shit, my bad. I'm thinking I'm muting my mic. My bad. I already had my damn shit on your shit earlier.
Oh, can you hear me? I'm saying that's still going. That inflation, the inflation is still going to be there just because you give somebody a tax break or you give somebody incentive or whatever you said. That's not going to stop the gas prices and the energy prices from being what they are. If people got to pay this amount of money at the grocery store and at the gas pump, you're still not going to have any money. Just because they give you loan forgiveness, that's still not putting money in your pocket.
No, it's not putting money in your pocket, but it's not inflating the value of the dollar also, because the money is
40 splatter. You say I'm slow and coked out. It's a shame that people that just because they don't like someone,
before you want to address the person in the
have
chat,
an open-minded conversation, because what I'm saying don't have shit to do with being slow and coked out.
Let me finish my statement.
Oh, you was talking. I couldn't hear you on my end. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. Nah, my fault. Go ahead.
No, I couldn't tell if my phone was out or something because I didn't hear you talking at all. So I'm gonna go on mute.
No, you're good. Like I say, like you say, if the prices of energy go down or whatever, yeah, that would save from inflation. But the money is already printed. The value of the dollar is not going to be what it is because it's not backed by the gold. Correct? That's how money works. Now, so we're moving into this cryptocurrency kind of way and all of some territory we've never been in before. So when it comes to inflation, if you're starting to make more money, then wouldn't it still be online if you have to spend a little more money for certain things?
No, I want to make more money and get the tax breaks that Trump is trying to propose. If all of these things work, where senior citizens, you're not taxing, you're giving that Social Security back to senior citizens and it's tax free. You're not taxing tips and you're not taxing overtime, and you're going to give a tax break to the wealthy so that they can continue to create businesses for everybody to enjoy. It's going to be a crazy, robust economy without them having to print money. Everybody going to be eating again.
Okay, and what about all this money that they're sending across seas? Where would they get them taxes from to do that with?
Trump not going to be sending Trump not going to be sending the money across seas no more. He already said, get out of war, retract the troops. He's going to do a deportation of all these people that's over here draining our economy. They got to go. And then he's not going to send money. We wasn't in war under Trump. He's going to get out of that war.
Well, why was he sending money to Afghanistan?
Oh, all of us, we are the United Nations. We have to take care of certain nations. So every year you're going to see a budget, no matter who's the president, you're going to see a budget of us paying and helping take care of smaller nations. So that's going to happen with any president in office. So
Afghanistan? Nah, we understand about smaller nations. I specifically said Afghanistan. We're talking about the Taliban. Because remember, he invited them to Camp David.
But Afghanistan is not all the Taliban. And you got to understand something. That talking point that she said he invited them to Camp David, Trump had one conversation with that dude. He showed him a picture of his house, showed him a picture of his kid. If you kill one United States soldier, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill your kids, and I'm going to turn this house into trouble. And guess what did not happen? Not one soldier got hurt. Now, under Biden them, 13 went underground. And they just had their memorial that Biden nor Harris showed up to. So they just got talking points. But in real life, they get soldiers killed.
Nobody in Afghanistan got hurt. You're telling me because who brought home?
When they were
who ended the war
I
in
didn't say that, bro.
Afghanistan?
You changing my words. I did not say that. During the retraction of the troops, Trump told him because he was bombing people. He was threatening to bomb people. Trump said if he showed him a picture of his home, if you kill any one of these troops while we're leaving, I'm gonna blow you up, your house up, your kids up, and everybody. And he didn't touch nobody. When they was withdrawing troops under this administration, they killed 13 of them.
So he did that, and what did that have to do with him giving them $6 million though?
Bro, you talking about money. Money is nothing when it comes to America. Give everybody money. You see they're giving Ukraine and
They ain't
everybody
giving
money.
us no damn money.
Okay, but I'm answering your question. $6 million was a small price to pay. $6 billion or whatever it is was a small price to pay so American soldiers don't lose their life and there's no war. And Trump wanted to make sure there was no war, and guess what did not happen? There was no war, and there was no military people killed as they were leaving. Under Biden, 13 military men were killed under Biden. They left all of our equipment. Do you know how much money and equipment they left over there? You want to talk about $6 billion. Do you know how much those planes and those tanks and those weapons cost that they left over there? See, they just ain't gonna report it to you in the right way.
And I'm asking you, who proposed to who ended the war?
Biden retracted the troops, but the way that he did it.
But I'm saying the whoever was office that ended the war, wouldn't that be what they were set for?
I don't understand what you're saying.
They're retracting. Okay, so whoever ended the war, who ended the war? Was it Obama or was it Trump?
It wasn't Trump. It was Biden. Both of them were retracting troops. Under each president, they were retracting troops out of war-torn countries. Trump said, why are we in Pakistan and in Afghanistan? Those troops are over there, and this is a third world country that they're going to war their entire life. That's what they do. So he said, our troops don't need to be over there. Biden said the same thing, but the way that he retracted the troops, he just up and left people over there with no protection and left equipment, tanks, all type of stuff that taxpayers paid for. That was in the millions of dollars. We can't even put a price tag on it because we don't know how much a chopper and a tank and all this stuff that they left over there even cost in the first place. Because we just pay our taxes and they do what they want to do with it. So you got to stop listening to just their talking points because what they do is got Americans killed.
I'm listening to what you're saying. Okay.
I'm saying listen. Okay, well let me take that part back.
Because I asked you, who set the game plan of pulling out of Afghanistan? You said
I'm saying they both pulled out of different wars at different times. Trump pulled troops away from there. Biden pulled and Kamala pulled troops. Under Trump, no one got killed. Under Biden, they got killed.
Are you talking about Iraq or Afghanistan?
I don't know which part they pulled it from or who what, because I don't want to get caught up in that. But all I want you to do is go do the research.
I'm asking you. I know.
I'm trying to get it out so you can get the. Let me just land the plane real quick. I want you to do research under Biden administration. Where did he pull the troops from? You already could tell me where Trump pulled the troops from. You already said, why did he give money to Pakistan? So we know where he pulled troops from. Go look up where Biden and Kamala Harris pulled their troops from. Also, go look up the military men and women that are pissed off at them online right now because neither one of them came to the memorial service that Trump went to. Just look this stuff up.
All I'm asking is which president pulled the troops, because that points to.
I answered that. I said they both did.
That's not possible. They wasn't both presidents at the same time.
At different times, sir. They both pulled. So go look up.
That means one had to do before the other, right? That means one was set with the responsibility of, I'm the commander in chief. We need to get our troops out of this country, and this is how we're going to set it forward. Whoever come after me, they fall in line to what I already set forward. That's what I'm asking. Who set the plan forward from the beginning to retract the troops? It had to be one or the other.
Earz, your question don't make sense because it's not one or the other. There's two different presidencies at two different times. Under one presidency, he dealt with his own situation. His situation was to retract the troops. There's nobody setting nothing forward or none of this stuff you're saying. Trump dealt with his situation and nobody died. Biden ends up in a situation to where he decides to retract the troops. And during his retraction of the troops, 13 members of the military got killed. That's all. It's in the story. There's none of this added stuff that you're adding.
I'm not adding anything. Oh, man, I'll ask Google since you don't understand the damn question.
Yeah, let's just move on from that because
No,
that question ain't getting nowhere.
Google, which president retracted the troops from Afghanistan? Damn, 2020, Biden administration final decision April 21 was to begin the withdrawal of in May 21st, but the final pull out of the U.S. troops was delayed until September 21, triggering the collapse of the ANSF and the collapse of the Taliban takeover of Kabul. So they collapsed. That was 2021. That was Biden. That was very easy.
Okay, now Google when Trump pulled his troops out of the Taliban because there's two different situations. I don't know why you're getting upset, that you found out,
I'm getting frustrated that you couldn't answer that simple question.
I answered the simple
question. If you're going to speak on something, I'm like, okay, which president?
I don't know. I'll wait till you finish because I don't know why my answer wasn't good enough. In 2021, Biden dealt with a situation that had nothing to do with Trump's situation for the Taliban that happened before Biden was in office. You even answered the question. You said it had to happen at two different times. I said yes. In one presidency, when Biden was in office, he retracted troops. When Trump was in office, he retracted some troops from the Taliban, and nobody got killed under Trump. That's all I said.
Okay, so Trump agreed to end the war, and Biden pretty much signed the final confirmation they had to uphold it. Is that what you're saying?
That's what you're saying. I'm not saying none of that. I just said what I was going to say.
That's what I'm reading. What they're saying that's happening. What happened? So I mean, because it didn't make sense to me if somebody said, "Well, both of them did it," and I know that's not how it works. So I was just trying to make sense of what you were saying. My bad.
Well, if you Google the Trump situation when he retracted the troops, the only thing that I was trying to point out the difference is when Trump retracted the troops from the Taliban, no one got killed because of the way Trump handled it. People want to talk about him inviting them to Camp David. That's cool and all, but the conversation that he had at Camp David was gangster. Motherfucker, if you touch anybody that got a U.S. military shirt on, we gonna blow your motherfucking brains out, and ain't nobody got touched.
That sound good, cause this the same guy. That,
it was good.
Cause this the same guy that told us when he talked to Vladimir, he said, "Vladimir, you would not do that. No, Vladimir, you would not." I said, and he said, "Yes way." I said, "No way." He said, "Yes way." So I believe that story. You're right. That's how they talk. Do I need to play that for you? Cause I know you heard that.
No, I heard that already. That's why I don't argue certain points because if I heard it, I know something of it. It is what it is.
I take that as just as serious as that.
Well, that guy took it serious because nobody got killed, and that's the only thing I'm saying.
Well, nobody got reported to be killed.
Well, nobody got reported to be killed, but under Biden, if you go do a little deeper search, did anybody get killed? You'll see Americans pissed off at Biden and them because they tried to make it political by saying that Trump only showed up to get votes and Trump was invited.
Okay.
So you said you wanted the facts. I'm just giving you the facts.
Okay, he went to go visit the family because, and he got invited to visit the family. He's not the president. And they didn't. Did they invite Joe Biden?
Yes, sir. They invited Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and they wouldn't return the calls because those two are really not that presidential. They just go and hide in basements and come out and be a token president, and then they go back in the basement.
Why you just ain't say no? Why you got to do all that?
Oh, because we're talking about the facts. I'm just saying. That's not
a fact. We're saying, the token president, they go hide in basements. And
it's not a fact that they're hiding?
Those are not facts. They just...
Okay, can I tell you why they are?
You're talking about people that are running the country, and it just didn't happen. So
Can I tell you why they are facts?
The fact is, they just did not come. Not all.
Kamala Harris wasn't running the country. She was up the street, home in her house in D.C. She was at home. What are you talking about? This has already been fact checked. Google it. She was at home right up the street when she got invited. She wasn't doing nothing.
How you know what this woman was? This woman is the
She
vice
was
president.
at home. The report said she was in
wasn't
D.C.
doing
at home.
nothing. That don't mean that she ain't doing nothing.
That is her job. The military died. That is her presidential duty. She is running for president. What are you talking about? She got to show up. One of them got to show up. Joe Biden is still the president. One or two of them got to show up. That's a fact that they hiding in the basement because you can look at the amount of interviews. Kamala Harris did one live debate and 2 tape interviews. That's hiding. Trump and them has done over 50 something interviews. How can you say they're not hiding? Joe Biden, you ain't see this motherfucker one time all year. And then you found out he was slower than goddamn pond water. So the moment he spoke, everybody found out he was slow. But they already knew he was slow.
So the work of a president is measured on the interviews they do?
The work of a president? No, go look at any other presidential candidate doing what Kamala Harris and Joe Biden has done. They would have at least 40, 50 interviews done and in the bag by now. They are scared of the media because what they're saying is full of shit. They know it.
So it's more of Biden's fault that someone got wounded at the end of the war, not the 2,500 people that got wounded through the war, and the 20,000 people that got killed in the war, and the 20,000 people who got wounded in the war. Now we are looking at the families that have an issue because he didn't show up, not the people who pushed the war.
The Democrats always push war, my friend.
But this war was started in 2000 what? Under what president?
There was no war up under Trump.
It was under George Bush. It was started there. It was a 20-year war. These people, everybody after Bush has just been trying to figure out a way to pretty much clean up somebody else's shit.
So let me ask you this. If it started under Bush, and how did it end under Trump and then start back under Biden?
It never started back. It was it says Trump was negotiating the terms of exiting out of the war, and it rolled over into Biden's presidency, and he finished off the deal. That's what it's saying.
There was no war under Trump, sir. We was not at war up under Trump.
We
so
were still we were still in Afghanistan from.
Okay, we were in Afghanistan, but that's why you won't let me land my plane. I wait for you to finish talking, and then as soon as I say one thing, you cut me off. I'm not saying there's military bases all over the world. The U.S. is in everybody's country, so we don't even need to say that. But what I said was we are not at war under Donald Trump. And we're under and participating and paying for war up under this administration, even though they said that Trump would be the one that go to war. And that's a fact.
So we just talked about the $6 billion he sent to this country because of the 20-year war we've been in. Do you not forget about that?
Sending money to a country doesn't mean that you're in war. We are actively in a war. We could potentially, if Putin attacked Ukraine in a certain way, America is going to get involved.
Okay, when did our country pull out of Afghanistan? We just answered this question. 2021, correct? Who was the president? So he don't got to be in a war, but I don't know what you're trying to do here. What is you saying? So we haven't been. We wasn't in war. You saying we wasn't in war for the last 20 years in Afghanistan, or we was?
I'm saying we wasn't under war under Trump.
What? But we didn't come back to 2021. They didn't end it, finalize it, or even negotiate it. So
I'm just telling you. I'm just letting you know we wasn't under war during Trump.
The United States armed.
Cool Eagle even said this is actually true. A vote for Kamala is a vote to go to war that we do not need. I'm just telling you the facts are the facts, bro.
Go to which war?
I'm just saying we're gonna be at war under Kamala Harris. I can guarantee it.
That's an opinion.
That's not an opinion. They're going to go to war. We're at war right now.
Where's the evidence?
The evidence is right now. She's in office, and we at war right now.
With who?
We're not at war?
With who?
Okay, with who?
I'm asking, with who?
You'll see. You don't think we are in this Ukraine war? You don't think we're involved in that at all?
Yeah, I mean, but we're not at war. It's a difference between assisting in war and being at war. We don't have troops on the ground in the Ukraine system. We are funding it, yes.
Okay.
But you're saying we're at war right now. Where are we troops on the ground at?
We got troops on the ground everywhere. That's what I'm saying. There's no need.
I mean, in war. Come on, bro. Why you do this, bro? Stop it. You know what?
Well, you keep cutting me off, so I can't finish my full point. I said we have troops on the ground, so there's no need to even say that. We got troops on the ground everywhere. So, but that doesn't mean we're at war. But we are actively one step away from World War III under this administration. One false move from Putin because he don't respect Biden. He don't respect Kamala. That's why he came out openly saying, I hope Kamala get in. You damn right he hope Kamala get in because he know he can't fuck with Trump.
Well, since you don't know, we went in 2001 to 2001 to 2021.
That was already going on before Trump. What am I saying wrong? No new wars were started under Trump. That's all I'm saying. You even said
why are you trying to be right or wrong? Why can't you just give the information?
Okay, because you're giving the information that we both already agreed on when you said it. I said no new war was started.
I tell my audience the information, whether you right or wrong or whether I'm right or wrong.
Go ahead.
This is a fact check. Just because you say something, it doesn't mean it's a fact. I'm just reading it.
Okay, go ahead.
2001 to 2021. That's when the war was officially supposed to end. It lasted from October 21 to August. 2001. October 2001 to August 2021. That is what's documented. Whether anybody like it or not. And you could tell whoever who was the president. Go ahead.
I don't got nothing. Because like I said, I wasn't arguing that point. That was nothing to argue. I said no new wars were started under Trump, and we wasn't actively engaging in a war. Right now, it's talks that we might be going to World War III, and there was no talks of that under Trump. That's all I said.
True. And you just slid in new wars, but you actually said we had no wars going on under Trump, and that's
we didn't.
That was the initial thing.
Okay, but when you added that information, you said we've been going on war since Bush, and I said there's been no new wars since when Trump got there. It stopped. He didn't actively participate in no war. First thing he said was we need to pull out of Afghanistan. We need to pull out of that. He advocated for ending that shit right away. You got so many people in your chat that's just negative Nancy's that they don't understand that just because you don't like somebody, that don't mean that they wrong about what they saying. So I wish
the problem is you're trying to be right or wrong, and I'm just giving.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm just saying they trying to keep up drama. The immature people in your chat, if you just look at what they're saying, they got something negative to say on everything I say, all because they in their feelings. And I'm saying just enjoy the conversation. Ain't nobody trying to do all that dumb shit. I don't give a fuck about being right or wrong. Facts don't care about being wrong or right because a fact is going to stand. You can go fact check everything I said, and it's going to be what it's going to be.
Right.
Now, you can interpret it a different way, but it is what it is.
And that's all I do over here. I mean, you say something, and I allow you to say it or whatever. And if I say something, if I'm wrong, I go back and I'm like, damn, hey, y'all, I was wrong right here. Ain't got no problem with that.
But you got to also be careful with just doing a Google search because sometimes a Google search is going to give you some liberal that's like what Kamala said. Oh, these top Goldman Sachs execs said that my plan is going to do this and my plan is going to do that. When the actuality is it was an independent study from one person who happens to be a liberal who just thought her plan is going to work. And that's one person that happened to work at Goldman Sachs. That don't mean that everybody think her plan is going to work. Okay. So you got to be careful with going to Google and just going to these little searches that could be written by some liberal person that's just that happens to be some sort of scholar that got a name that they running with.
Okay, and
That don't
I
mean that's
understand.
absolutely
I
fact.
understand your point of that, but if you ever paid attention to how I do my research, I just go to, if I'm talking about one of the candidates or whatever, I don't mind going to the government site and just seeing what their plan is or what they actually did. I don't need somebody else's opinion of what they think it is or whatever. Now, sometimes we do look at articles or something like that, but I don't mind looking at the articles from both sides because then we can form opinion after that. So, I mean, I get what you're saying with just not only look at Google, but sometimes you have to be careful not to go look at these wild conspiracy theory blogs too that throws out crazy stories also. So it goes both ways.
Somebody in the chat, they got it figured out. They said the U.S. owed China so much money. So that's probably why they sold all of our oil to China, and now they're buying oil from overseas in Saudi Arabia and everywhere else. It makes no sense to sell our manufacturing companies to Chinese companies. GM and all these companies are going to lose their companies to the Chinese place. Like, this is crazy. Why in the fuck would you be that much indebted to China? We got just as much oil as Saudi Arabia. We need to frack. That'll bring our goddamn costs so we can control our energy, open back up that goddamn pipeline, and we don't need another motherfucker for nothing. Put them tariffs back on their ass and make them pay. Close that goddamn border, and we good money. Get money for your overtime pay and get no tax on your tips and go to fucking work.
Now, speaking of that overtime tip thing, let's check out that real quick. What Republicans are supporting the no overtime tip bill? I might have said that wrong. Let me try that again. Next up, the Trump's no time. I'm trying to see what other Republicans are, backing this. Let me find that.
No, what would be more interesting after you do that? See what Democrats are backing it, because I said it's bipartisan.
Right.
I don't think anybody should go against it. So I would do both.
Has the Department of Labor already been trying to push this?
You talking to me or the chat?
Chat, both of you in the chat.
I only heard, this is the first time I heard anybody say no tax on overtime pay. That's just for me though.
Okay, so let me pull this up real quick, and y'all can take it with a grain of salt. It's just a thought. It's just an article. So. All right, so this is the say Republicans launch effort to block new DOL overtime pay rule. GOP lawmakers introduced the measures to block the U.S. Department of Labor, because this is before Trump even said this. This is an older article. That's why I asked, was this already a law? I mean, was this already something they've been kind of pushing out there? It said, introduce a measure to block the U.S. Department of Labor's overtime rule, siding with business opposition that says the regulation will increase costs for employers. Representative Tim Walberg, Michigan, and Senator Mike Braun, Indiana, introduced a resolution under the Congressional Review Act on Wednesday to block the rule from taking effect. The DOL rule, and they got it highlighted right here what the rule is, would expand overtime pay eligibility to roughly 4 million workers by raising the exemption threshold annual salary to $58,000. So this would go for the people that's on salary too, to also be included into this no tax on overtime thing, and actually give them overtime. The regulation, which goes into effect July 1st, is in phase implementation, has been targeted by major business groups and faces legal challenges in Texas. District occurs. Plaintiffs include that the state of Texas argued that the DOL exceeds its authority under the Fair Labor Standards Act. So, like I said, it's been a thing that they've already been trying to do, and it's been a little block. So my question would be, and I'm on board with you, when I see a representative that's not supporting this, I need to be talking about them. Now, I'm about to pull up what Democrats do not support this bill also.
Hold on, but let me tell you why they don't support for the salary workers, because that's different. Okay. The reason why, if I'm a business, I'm not going to support no salary worker getting no overtime pay is because that's the reason why salary employees are getting businesses. I mean, they get bonuses and things of that nature. When you're salaried, I know a lot of salary workers, and they'll get an extra $10,000 during Christmas time. They get a $10,000 bonus check that the people that work hourly don't get. So it's a trade-off to making it to salary that the companies give you bonuses. So I wouldn't give them no overtime pay either.
Well, it can seem like a bonus, but if it's like how it is, in the union, like for instance, you can get they'll be really paying you $55 an hour, but you'll get 34 on the clock, and then they'll save up a certain amount, and then hit you with a bonus at the end of the year. It's still your money, so why not still be able to get your overtime?
Because you can look at if it's that.
I want you to work more hours. Go ahead.
Well, if it's still their money, that's the same thing for the hourly worker. It's still their money. It's still the time that they put in. So the reason why they're not going to give it to the salary worker is because they get the bonuses. Now, if you say take away those bonuses, then you can get the overtime pay and it'll equal out the same. But that's the reason why I could see a business not wanting to give a salary worker that, because they make more than overtime workers anyway, and they get bonuses. But we're talking about just the overtime workers, the hourly workers. When that hits the floor, I don't see nobody rejecting just hourly workers.
I think that's gonna be an interesting thing for them to figure out. And I'm just hoping that they can figure out a bipartisan way.
Oh no, they gonna figure this out. Like I said, when you introduce the salary thing, that's something totally different. Salary employees get end of the year bonuses, they get holiday bonuses, and they make more money than hourly wages. So we're talking about hourly workers. There's nobody that's gonna sit on a seat and take money away from the hourly worker, because everybody is gonna get behind crushing them when it's time to get them up out of there.
But I think it would push a lot of people to say, I don't want to earn a salary no more. I would just rather work hourly. Because if I'm
because I know some salary.
Let me throw something, because I'm going to speak from my experience. If I work for a salary, say $100,000, but then somebody tell me they want me to work 12 hours, shifts 5, 6, 7 days a week, and I'm really overworking myself if you break down the numbers. But if I'm getting that same in overtime pay, and I'm not getting taxed on those days, and I work 7 days a week, and I'm making 30 hours overtime, I'm gonna make more than $10,000 every 3 months. I'm gonna make a lot of money that would pretty much equal those bonuses that you're talking about. People will have to wait for the end of the year.
Well, I don't know. I don't see it that way. Maybe not. Maybe in your field, but I don't think in every field, a worker that work at McDonald's or a bartender that got to work a double. I just think those people are gonna love this, because if they're gonna get tips anyway, sometimes they gotta split the tips with everybody. They gotta split the tips with the bar back. They gotta split the tips with the bus boy. So it's like a tip pool that they gotta split. But that overtime pay that they get from working a double, that will be their specific money. So I think anybody in hospitality, first responders, people like that, they're gonna love this shit.
But those are more salary people, though.
No. A lot of those people are hourly workers. Police officers, they work overtime. They work hourly.
Oh, okay. I thought they were salary.
Nah, hell no.
I guess maybe the higher ranker. Oh, okay.
My nephew a cop right now. He was like, boy, hell yeah. Nigga, all them hours I work, shit. And he used to pick up extra hours in front of the club. You know, go in front of the club, $50 an hour, 60 bucks an hour, go out there for 3 hours and make a little extra money. But now that he can work overtime, just like those people in Dalton, Illinois, they work overtime. That dude was working so goddamn much. If that stuff was tax free, he'd be a millionaire right now. How many hours he was working?
Y'all say my mic low? Let me see what the fuck going on with my microphone. Multiple people done said that by now. I know everybody ain't lying.
This guy say, why listen to someone who hasn't done anything that we have done? Nigga, I just dumped a load of trash in with my dump trailer the other day. What the fuck are you talking about? This nigga is crazy.
Okay, so
man.
Iceberg say police are salaried, but the OT on days off is hourly. Okay. That comes from an ex-police officer.
Okay, well, all I know is my nephew get overtime hours, so that's what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to argue with nobody.
I think that's what he's saying. He said, but the overtime days off is hourly. So if you're doing, yeah, y'all saying the same thing. He just saying you could do it, but it's, you know.
Oh, okay. No, okay. Well, I'm glad for that clarification because I was like, shit, my nephew was happy.
So
as hell,
it'll be like you getting a set pay every week, but then you can work 2 extra days, but it's just an hourly shit instead of, you know. I guess ain't nothing wrong with that. So they kind of ain't getting taxed on that either then. They kind of wouldn't fall into that.
Shit, they getting taxed on that, bro.
Because if it don't count for overtime, that would kind of count for regular. Because I don't know, shit. Anyway, he said you rack up on the days off. He said, okay, Kwame is right. He said you can rack up on days off. Yeah, but you still get your salary paid and just rack up on the days off. So, okay, I get you. Y'all saying the same thing. I was just trying to understand.
Nah, it's all good.
So,
I ain't tripping.
Next thing, what's the next topic? I'll let one of y'all in the chat throw something up here. You're guaranteed 40 hours, but you can work over 40. Well, I know I usually do 48, sometimes 54, and 56. And I really don't try to go over that because they do take a lot of taxes, and I can't stand to see all that motherfucking tax coming out of my shit. So if it will be like that, that would be sweet. I'm just concerned that he might be putting out something there that the Congress, because we know that's who really behind it, will not be in full support of one way or another. Because this is something that's been in the oven for a little while, and it looked like Alabama is experimenting with it, but it's not a new concept. But you know, I'm just wondering how the Senate will get behind it.
Hey man, that nigga, what this dude with 40 spotter in your chat, man? Do I owe this nigga money or something? This nigga has got to be the most diabolical hater I ever seen in life. Do I owe this nigga money or something? This nigga say if he was in the NBA, he wouldn't be here, he wouldn't be doing that. Well, nigga, you wasn't. And that's why them niggas in the NBA be losing their mind and going crazy. What's the point of having money and having nothing to do? Life ain't about just having no money, you stupid motherfucker. Life is about having purpose. Having a bunch of money sitting up in a house, that you got no purpose doing that. Nigga, I always got something to do, nigga. Fuck, I look like having money and sitting on my ass. You got life fucked up, nigga. I move and shake in the real world, and I know real people, and that's why I live the way I live, and some people live the way they live.
True. Okay, I see what you're saying, Iceberg. Okay, you said like I work 4 days on and 4 days off. On the 4 days off, I could work 10 hours a day doing bullshit like being a police officer on duty at a jewelry store or private school, all OT. Okay. Hell yeah.
He say dirt track yard ass nigga still worth $1 million. Nigga, nothing you say gonna hurt nothing, man. You just an angry little jibber jabber ass nigga, and you could keep jibbering jabbering.
So you got that. Hey, that ain't bad though. I mean, you could work, you can make all that extra money overtime or whatever, but like you say, as long as they can deliver on that, I'm all up for that. Now, there's more to the economy and there's more to the country of, you know what I'm saying, just that. But hell, that does get people's attention. That does get people excited for a policy. But I want to see, you know what I'm saying, the support of that shit from the Congress.
I know one damn thing. I'll jump in my truck and
It's
pull
only
that
so
trailer.
much agreeing that we could do on that. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I'll jump in that goddamn truck or I'll jump in my goddamn in that trailer. And goddamn, I'll be pulling something for 80 hours a week just so I can goddamn get an extra goddamn overtime paid and leave it in my company. I wouldn't even take the money. Or I'll just run it through an account for 6 months and just get a $50,000 loan off of it. Some shit. Just to keep turning it on, take that money and put it into a life insurance policy. Get some whole life insurance. Borrow from that. You know, some shit that 40 Splatter dumbass don't know nothing about because he a stupid little boy. They just running his mouth to an adult.
So, anybody got anything they want me to fact check? Now, I still got the HBCU breakdown if you was interested in seeing it, but if you're not, I'm looking in the chat, and anybody got anything they want me to fact check?
You said, wait, KB, repeat that slowly so you can.
Somebody said, how do you pay yourself overtime?
How do I pay myself overtime? I'm an owner-operator of a hauling company. I pay myself just like anybody else can pay themselves.
You say Kamala Harris' real last name? That's what you want me to research? They ain't got shit to do with our policies and shit. Y'all just want to be messy. God damn.
Toby said repeat that slow so you can do that for his company. What I want to do is I want to get that tax break shit and just like I like to run some money into account for 6 months and then get a business line of credit or a business loan and then use that money for some real estate or use that money for.
Oh shit.
My shit went out, my bad. You need a whole life insurance plan, not term life. That's why everybody always go to black folks' house and try to give them a term life insurance. You tell them, kiss your ass, you want whole life. Because you can borrow against that tax-free and you can create a revenue stream off that tax-free money.
Shout out to Carl Belter for the 50-pack. Salute to the tradesman. You say... All right, I'm still fact checking, man. What y'all pulling up? And do I need to round this off? I got shit to do, I guess.
But it's a bunch of motherfucking ways you can make some money. It's just these niggas just be wanting to argue, shoot flu, cuss each other out all goddamn day. And that's cool. I can cuss with the best of them. But when you stop cussing and you get to thinking, I can think with the best of them too. Or I'll listen to some motherfuckers that are already done. I don't reinvent the wheel. I listen to motherfuckers that's already doing it and already in business. That's why I never sit back on my ass. I get around people that have small businesses and you learn the tricks of the trade.
All right. So.
Yeah. Hey, that's what I do a lot, Toby. That's what I was gonna ask my CPA. Like, hey, should I pay myself the overtime or just let the business have it and let the business pay me? Because that's what I do now. My business pay for my expenses. That's why I always say, you're right, I am broke. I'm broker than a motherfucker, but my business ain't. I want Kwame Brown to stay broke. I be laughing when niggas be talking about how much money they got. I don't want no motherfucking money. I just want to be able to control it.
Yeah. You say you have a question. What you say, Foxy Brown? You say I have a question. Is this overtime statement something DT said in the debate? I'm just asking because I didn't hear that. I was wondering. I believe when I went and checked it out earlier, is what he said after the debate in Arizona. And he kind of introduced it. Didn't go into a whole bunch of details, but hey, I would like to hear more details about it because It would benefit a lot of people, but I'm pretty sure there's people that want to know if the party is behind it.
Hey, that shit was so detrimental to the Democrat, they tried to blow his goddamn head off a day or two later.
But that dude was a Republican, though.
No, he wasn't. He used to be. And then right after, no, listen, right after that, right after he voted for Trump, I guess Trump ain't do something he liked. Because right after that, boy, he been hating Trump ever since. He wrote a whole dossier. He moved to Ukraine in 2022. He don't fuck with Trump. I don't know what Trump didn't do for him, but he ain't do something.
So it ain't really the people are trying to say it's the rhetorics and all the promoting the violence and shit. Hell, do you think it's something that he just, realized when he went over there and seen the people and seen what they was going through?
I don't know.
That's crazy.
I can't speak for his psyche, but this man said he was a peaceful man, he a loving man, but you in the bushes with an AK with a scope on it. Yeah, that make a whole lot of sense. With extra guns hanging on the gate. You don't seem too motherfucking peaceful to me.
They say he shot a couple of times.
I think they at the Secret Service. It's conflicting stories. At first, they say the Secret Service shot at him before he shot.
Okay, hold on. The L get you down to. He said he did not fire or get off any shots at our agent. Rose said the suspect, who officially have said was 300 to 500 yards away from the former president. I could have swore I heard them say he got off a couple of shots. Hold on, let me pull this shit up real quick.
Yeah, the first report did say what you said. The first report said he got off a couple of shots. The second report said that the sniper that was a hole ahead of him got shots off on him once he saw a barrel sticking out of the bushes.
Okay, hold on. They just put an update out just an hour ago, so let's breeze through this a little bit. This story is fucking changing. God damn, did the man shoot or not?
You know why the story changed? Because the Secret Service look like they in on this shit. There's no way. You got enough money for migrants, but you don't got enough money for the motherfucker who is the front runner to be the president. That don't make no goddamn sense.
I thought Trump went with like some private service or something.
No, he's asking for more service from the Secret Service. He's asking for more Secret Service agents. The Kamala Harris ain't got no problem with being shot at. Joe Biden's sleepy ass ain't got no problem with being shot at. This guy can potentially win the office seat, and you barely got security around him after his threat level was elevated? That makes no sense. They want him dead. You got money for migrants and got money for every damn thing else, but you ain't got money to protect a president that got 74 million views, 74 million votes the last time, and could potentially get more this time. That's fucking crazy.
I'm Nora O'Donnell in Washington, and we are coming on the air with breaking news as the FBI and Secret Service are set to give an update on the investigation into the apparent assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump.
So they got an update. Hold on. Y'all seen this? Because this is an hour ago. So something that happened. Oh, shit. Oh, let's speed it up a little bit because it is a couple of... We ain't got to listen to it. We can react to it live.
The FBI has said Trump was the target of what appears to have been a planned assassination at his West Palm Beach, Florida golf club. Now, that suspect, Ryan Wesley Routh, appeared in federal court today where he was charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. So more charges are possible. Court documents.
Hey, did you hear about the charges that he had before this shit? What, with the machine gun and shit? This nigga should have been already locked up.
Yeah, he should have.
It's also revealing today that...
Why lock them up? They done radicalized them. Why lock them up? This is the type of people they need. With that rhetoric that Trump is Hitler, they going to get this type of idiot.
That's when he used to be a Trumper. But he should have been just locked up for his charge alone. Like anybody else would have been locked up for having that. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know about that.
Because now he a convicted felon with one, but whatever, the shit that they said he had before that, he should have been locked up already.
Was camped
Man, these
outside of the
migrants ain't locked up.
Of course, for nearly 12 hours, lying in wait before he was spotted by the Secret Service. Now, it does not appear that the suspect fired any shots at the former president and that the only gunfire came from the Secret Service.
So he didn't shoot, but they shot at him. So that's the only gunshot. So I thought I heard them say something about somebody shot. So that cleared that up. They seen him at the gun, trying to point the gun. He didn't take no shots, but I did hear them earlier say he wasn't even in the range to be able to shoot. And they were just coming in, checking the golf course before he got to that golf course, and they happened to see him. So they weren't playing no games this time. They weren't taking no chances.
No, to get a guy 300 to 500 yards from the president, that's playing games. Because if Trump would have got to that hole and that dude ain't had that barrel sticking out, he could have easily killed Trump. Hell, I can make that shot.
Right. All right, we got Chaotic Truth live. Welcome to the show.
What's up, man? Are you guys live right now? It says scheduled. Are you sure you're live?
Oh yeah, we're live.
Really?
Yeah, I just got this. I'm going through OBS and I got screen through OBS. So.
Oh, okay.
Just showing my other schedule through that little bit.
Yeah, man. I saw that you were live. I saw the title. Definitely needs to be talked about. It's a damn shame what's going on, man. I don't know whether this is the deep state or I don't know whether this is. You could even argue that this is just a lone gunman here. It's a lot going on in this country, man. We got to protect this man at all costs. At all costs. I don't know why he didn't have Secret Service at the scale that he should have had it yesterday. I mean, he is a former president, and Secret Service.
They said they don't have enough money for him. They got enough money for Joe and Kamala, but they don't have enough money for him.
Oh, okay.
Hey, man, you got to pass around the money. You got to protect Obama too now. You still got Jimmy Carter still alive. You still got.
I don't think anybody's gonna stuff out Jimmy.
All of them need Secret Service though.
Clinton, George W. Yeah, you're correct.
All of them need Secret Service.
Don't the Veeps get Secret Service as well?
The threat level for Trump was elevated after a attempt on his life. So maybe you pull some of the Secret Service from other people that you named that nobody's looking for, that they have a slower paced life, and you protect Trump.
Man, they still blow Obama shit if they can.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't do Obama. Obama is too close to removed from the White House. I'm talking about some of those older presidents that you named.
Right. I'm just teasing around.
The guy Ryan Ruth, he was a radicalized liberal. He had been in the Ukraine. Attempted to recruit. Did you guys hear about this? Attempted to recruit individuals 2 or 3 years ago to do mercenary work there as well. Man, the guy was a complete nut job. Man, I saw a couple of videos of him from years ago. Man, being interviewed actually in the Ukraine. So yeah, man, he was a nut job. Yeah.
Oh,
do you guys think he's a Manchurian candidate? Is that a possibility?
It's just as well as anybody else can be, but.
Oh yeah.
There's been some weird things going on. Of course, we've seen what happened with the young boy. That doesn't look like your average guy that's going out to do these things. And like they say, he was a Trump supporter at one time. What's up with these former Trump supporters turning crazy all of a sudden?
He was a registered Republican, but if you check his donation patterns, that kid he was 20, but he donated to the to several Democratic organizations. Man, you should really look into it. Yeah.
And if I'm trying to kill a sitting president and get away with it, of course I'm going to use somebody that's a registered Republican so I can get people to say that. I'm not going to get a real sniper. I'm not going to get somebody who's a registered Democrat. I'm going to get somebody who I radicalized by calling this man Hitler, saying that he's an existential threat to democracy. All of this rhetoric that they're saying is going to pump up these mentally ill incels, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I agree. I've done several videos on
let me get to one pause real quick. Let me recognize his money. Salute Michael Hope for the $10. Salute to Earz KB for having a real conversation. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, I've done several videos even on my channel about the uprising of the incel community in America. Man, we see a lot of this in the Western Hemisphere now. A lot of these guys who feel disenfranchised. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Salute to Fatty for the $4.99. Go ahead. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've seen, and thank you so much, Fatty, man. Guys, please hit the like button. Guys, salute to you all in the chat. Yeah, well, we are seeing an increase in the incel community A lot of these guys feel disenfranchised. A lot of these guys are suffering from a lot of insecurities. And you're probably going to see a lot more of these violent acts taking place, man. A lot of these mass shootings, et cetera, man. A lot of these incels, man, you know, I got to say it, man. These people are anarchists to a degree. And they want to see an imploding society, man. And it sucks, man. But I got to agree with Kwame on that, man. Man, this guy or this individual probably is an incel. And I saw his Twitter account. He looks like he was on drugs, maybe.
I don't think he said he was. Did he say that?
I could have sworn I could have sworn he made mention of that. But
I missed that, but maybe.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, but yeah.
How old was the kid when he got killed?
The first assassinate. That guy was like 21. He was real young. I think.
That's the definition of an incel. 21-year-old not out filling his life up with mistakes and getting vagina. That's an incel.
I have to agree.
Those are the times in your life that you're going to make the most mistakes, and you're supposed to be out in the world, not trying to kill a former president.
Yeah, I agree.
You haven't even lived enough life yet to be this angry to throw your life away like that.
Yeah,
you're gonna die or do the rest of your life underneath a damn supermax prison. And at 21, that's what you want to do?
Yeah. What do you guys think? Do you think it's the fact that a lot of these kids now, they're not, you got to think about the increase in the LGBTQ community, the whole Me Too movement. A lot of these kids, they didn't grow up like we did, right? So I'll be 40 in October, and we were encouraged to go out and talk to chicks, and we were encouraged that even like failure comes with it, right? A lot of these kids grew up in the participation trophy generation, et cetera. So a lot of these kids, they can't take rejection. They're mad at society, man. I think that's what's going on, to be honest with you. But yeah, I don't know, man. What do you guys think? I don't know.
That's exactly what I think. These kids are scared to fail. Mm-hmm. They put too much emphasis on failing on anything. If they lose a fight, that's why they go to the ultimate. Most of these kids won't fight because if they get beat up on Instagram, then they think that's the worst thing in the world. So, all of them are insecure about women, insecure about fighting, insecure about a lot. And that's what you mostly get, these insecure men.
Yeah. Well, guys, I don't want to take too much of your time up. Salute to you guys. Thank you so much for allowing me on the panel. Is it Earz or Earz or?
Earz to the street, man.
He's on mute. Salute to you, Earz. Salute to you, Kwame, man.
It's Earz to the street.
Oh, Earz to the street. Salute to you guys, man. I don't want to take up too much time, man. But salute to you guys. Thank you so much.
Salute to you for coming through, man. Oh, your channel is. Oh, damn! I meant to ask him what his channel was called. I see he was named Truth Chaotic. Shout out to that brother. Look like he has a show or something like that. I got to go check him out, see what he's talking about. But what was? Oh, we was going over the breaking news. What they just? Oh, damn! My bad, y'all. I had my mic on mute. Shout out to the brother. I got to go check out his channel, Truth Chaotic, for pulling up. So I guess we can get back to what we was looking at with this new updated info on this Trump situation. Let's see what these folks talking about. They say it's an update.
To Sheriff Rick Bradshaw of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office,
which is the U.S. Attorney, FBI, Secret Service. We're going to give you everything that we have.
Hey, man, y'all hell, man. Hey, man, y'all motherfuckers said now it's Earz and not what he says his channel. Oh, man, y'all niggas wild, man.
Oh, so I'm supposed to tell the dude, I'm supposed to tell him tears and all that shit that he don't got nothing to do with. Come on, man.
Okay, I just got on to that.
Yeah, the dude asked, how do I pronounce your name? How do you pronounce his name? Is it Earz or Earz? And I said, no, it's Earz to the street.
Oh, okay.
I told you got a lot of bitch ass niggas in your chat that just want to argue, man.
Oh man, y'all enjoy the content, man.
They be pumping you up. All they want to do is
the
argue.
Latest updates. They're going to tell you what's going on with the investigation, everything, and then we're going to do a limited amount of questions. So make them good, all right? Don't get into what if and all this. Get legitimate questions. We got it? Okay, everybody ready? Okay. We're here today to give an update on the investigation in regards to the incident at Trump International. With me is the U.S. Attorney, the FBI, and the Secret Service. Just to give you a little information, as you well know, the road down there on Summit is still blocked off. It will be blocked off probably for the remainder of today and probably a good portion of tomorrow until some of the investigative things need to be done and finished. But we're accommodating people in and out, getting them to the library, getting them to the post office, so the public is not going to be that far inconvenienced. The security level at Mar-a-Lago is the highest it can possibly be now. The road closures are back in place and will remain there. The checkpoints are in place. And my commitment to the Secret Service is to give them every possible resource from PBSO. Once they determine the level of security that they need, they will get all the resources.
I hope this enough security now. I mean, you would have think he had all this damn security before. He just getting all this damn security? God damn. This nigga out here playing golf and you didn't think he needed some security?
As possible. So having said that, I'll let you talk to the U.S. Attorney.
Thank you, Sheriff.
All right, Dan, there's a commercial. Hold on, let's get that out of the way.
Play war.
So, I'm hoping that they got something new updated, not just going over the same shit.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Markenzie Lapointe. I am the United States Attorney for the Southern District of Florida. I want to start by expressing my deep gratitude to Sheriff Rick Bradshaw of Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office for hosting today's press conference and for his department's assistance with this matter. I'm truly grateful for your leadership, sir. I'm also pleased to be joined by our partners in federal law enforcement from the FBI and the United States Secret Service, and also from ATF. Joining us today for comments and announcements are Special Agent in Charge Jeffrey B. Veltri of the FBI Miami Field Office, and Acting Director of the U.S. Secret Service, Ron Rowe. I want to also thank the men and women in law enforcement who have been working around the clock in the initial phase of this ongoing investigation. Our partners include federal and local authorities who effectuated the... We're here to announce that Ryan Wesley Routh, 58 years old, of Hawaii, has been charged by a criminal complaint in the Southern District of Florida with firearms offenses which occurred yesterday with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and possession and receipt of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. He had his initial appearance today before Magistrate Judge Ryan McCabe.
So he's not charged. Hold up. So he's not charged with any kind of attempted murder or anything. He's only charged with the weapons and being a convicted felon with the weapon. That's what it sounded like, even though it's skipping up a little bit.
In the federal courthouse in West Palm Beach. According to the allegations in the complaint, a U.S. Secret Service agent walking the golf course perimeter saw what appeared to be a rifle poking out of the tree line. After the agent fired a service weapon in the direction of the rifle, a witness saw a man later identified as Routh fleeing the area in the tree line. Routh was later apprehended by officers from the Martin County Sheriff's Office in coordination with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. The complaint alleges that in the area of the tree line from which Routh fled, agents found a digital camera, a backpack, a loaded SKS-style rifle with a scope, and a black plastic bag containing food. The serial number on the rifle was obliterated. According to the complaint, Routh was convicted of felonies in North Carolina in December 2002 and March 2010, and therefore was prohibited from possessing a firearm. The FBI is leading this investigation, this ongoing investigation. As the Attorney General stated earlier today, the FBI is continuing its investigation of this incident as an assassination attempt.
So, hold up. So they're gonna classify this as assassination attempt, even though he didn't take any shots. You got a gun right here. It looked like, I don't know what the fuck this is. Maybe that's the food they were speaking of. I don't know what these things are. So he was behind the fence trying to take shots from back here. That is crazy. This guy got to be the dumbest motherfucker in the world, or he could be what y'all say an intel. Hey, I do believe in them. What old boy said. Even though it might seem crazy because we watch all these crazy movies.
Upon the former president. The investigation remains at its early stages. The entire Justice Department, including the FBI, the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida, and the National Security Division, are coordinating closely with our law enforcement partners to fully investigate and prosecute this matter. The charges we're announcing reflect a strong collaboration of the agencies represented here. The U.S. Attorney's Office, the Department of Justice, would be unable to carry forth our mission without the invaluable assistance of our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners. I would like to thank the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and we have Chris Robinson here, Special Agent in Charge, and your Secret Service for the invaluable assistance they are providing, they have been providing. I would also like to recognize the Palm Beach County and Martin County Sheriff's offices for operating the defendant. Again, without the local authorities to assist in those things, it would be literally impossible to accomplish the things we're able to accomplish in the federal side.
What y'all think he gonna say? He might say he been framed. He might be saying that he getting framed.
I want to personally express my gratitude to the attorneys with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida and the Counterterrorism Section of the Justice Department's National Security Division for their non-stop work over the last 24 to 30 hours. Together, we will continue to work tirelessly to ensure accountability and the pursuit of justice. At this time, I will invite FBI Special Agent in Charge, Jeff Veltri, to the podium.
Man, I know they ain't just about to have everybody just come up here and say the same fucking shit. I'm going to have to go through this shit, man, later, because this shit is 40 minutes, and if they about to go through 40 minutes of saying the same damn dumbass shit, I ain't going to make y'all sit through it like that. So, they claim that they got some update. I'll check it out, and if it's something, you know, well, I'm pretty sure somebody else will speak on it, but if it looked like it's been uploaded everywhere. I see it on several channels. But anyway, anything else, man? Anything else we need to touch on? Anything else that needed fact checking? Let me look in the chat, man. See what y'all been talking about. It's been a good day. You good? I would love to see what he posted when Ted on social media before this happened. Said NC stand up. Oh man. Y'all niggas crazy, man. But I don't know, man. I guess I need to get up out of here, man. I guess I need to get myself ready for I need to go ahead and get out of town. And
all right.
Do some I'm gonna do a little bit more research. Like I said, I'm looking in the chat to see if there was anything else somebody wanted me to address before I got out of here. So I've been on for a while. Y'all have been on for a while, man. I ain't even noticed I've been on this goddamn long. Shit, all this damn information we done went across, shit. That shit take time sometimes. I went in detail on a lot of shit. But I ain't trying to get nobody to vote for nobody. Like I say, vote in your best interest. And just because your best interest ain't somebody else's best interest, doesn't mean you don't know shit or you ain't goddamn, your shit don't matter. So y'all do what y'all do. So.
All right, well, I'm about to charge my phone, man. Y'all be good, be safe on that road. I'm up out of this thing, dog.
Yep.
All right.
You say they only show up for the beef, huh? Nah, you only show up for the beef. Cause shit, we be doing some goddamn good numbers over here. We all right. Everybody don't always show up live. Or hell, I know damn well everybody go catch the replay of Earz to the Streetz. So I appreciate all the love, man. Salute to the cash apps and the super chats. All the people who came up here and stayed in the chat, didn't get too offended by, you know, any of the stuff that we pulled up, any of the talking points. I mean, hey, some things were good that we heard about Mr. Trump. Some things were not too good that we heard about Mr. Trump. We're talking about a job here. I mean, I don't hate Trump. I actually like him as an entertainer. It's funny. But when it comes to, you know, saying these parties, I look at more than just Trump. I look at these parties and I look and see if a person like me will benefit from a person like that's running for president. And I lived through a Trump presidency, and I'm not going to say it was horrible until the pandemic came. Other than that, he was fucking up himself with all the legal shit. Now, I don't like the fact of a person that going through so much legal trouble try to run the country also. I don't think that's a good connection. I don't think that's a good mixture. So there's that. But I enjoy Trump as a comedian. There's a couple of things he probably could do good for in business, but overall, he was kind of riding high off of what Obama left in place. That was kind of obvious. I can't really say what Trump really did because he was kind of riding off a high wave of the previous administration, which is nothing wrong with that. All we needed him to do is keep doing what he was doing without fucking it up. And you have to admit he handled it wrong. He handled the pandemic, as y'all like to call it. He handled the pandemic very, very wrong. Very, very horrible. He handled the pandemic very, very horrible. Trump is a businessman. Man, y'all niggas just know quotes. Oh, man. Trump is a businessman. Hey, man, a businessman is for his business. It's not for your business, dude. He might be a businessman, but that don't mean he's there for your business. Because when it comes to decisions of outside the business, sometimes making bad decisions can lead back to your business. Now, I'm not opposed to another Trump presidency. I just don't want it. There was nothing special about it. And him not coming in after Obama this time, all it's gonna be is just a whole bunch of finger pointing, bro. You lost, bro. Just go retire some fucking well. Give us a new Republican candidate. God damn, because right now I feel like Trump just trying to be president so his ass don't have to go deal with his legal troubles. And he definitely handled January 6th wrong. But y'all see how we had that whole debate and I left January 6th out, even though January 6th is very, very, very crucial to my decision on choosing him or choosing Kamala. Or Kamala. I have a hard time saying her name. Sometimes I don't know if it's Kamala or Kamala. And I'm not trying to be funny. You still ain't said nothing about that Obama did though. What you said about what Obama did? Like what? I did mention some things that Obama did. But only thing I was doing was comparing whatever the person that's running for president, how did he do when he was president, and how did he do when he was president, compared to the person that came before him and the person that came after him. If he's running for president, I have to properly, screen him. I mean, Trump is against the rainbow community and documenting our children public schools, so you can't say piggyback off of that. I don't know how did they handle something wrong when he literally said to protest peacefully, but you guys want to ignore that part. Nah, we ain't ignore that part. We see how that man didn't send in the motherfucking goddamn the National Guard. So I mean, you could ignore that. We ain't ignoring what. We heard that speech that man gave. He told them folks to go down there. We ain't gonna listen to a Trump speech and then ignore what we heard with our own two. We ain't gonna listen to a post interview of a motherfucker telling us what he said and how he said it when we was there, when he said it, what he said. We sat right there and watched that shit. We watched that shit escalate. Same thing with the Charlottesville. I mean, come on, man. It's been thing after thing after thing. It's okay though. Nobody is perfect. That man can't control everything that happens during his presidency, and that's fine. Nobody ain't blaming Trump for shit that he ain't had nothing to do with. But the shit that he absolutely has something to do with, you got to give him credit, and you got to give him the fault. When it comes to the pandemic, he handled that wrong. When it comes to January 6th, he handled that wrong. And we still got this nigga under investigation for trying to get the people in Georgia to overturn the election. That should be the biggest no-no right there. I don't understand how the American people are sitting beside that right there. The man trying to overturn the election. And even people in his own party are testifying to that. He definitely did John McCain wrong. But anyway, man, y'all have a good one. I'm about to get out of here, man. We had a great live or whatever. I hope y'all can enjoy that live. I hope it wasn't too much of political mix up for y'all, man. And I'm kind of proud of my chat, man, because y'all ain't go crazy today. Ain't nobody got sliced and baked, and it wasn't like no real fights and all that shit that be going on and shit. So I'm proud of my chat, man. Salute to my chat for, you know, being mature adults, because that's what I'm trying to build my channel on. And a lot of these situations, when we're talking about real life situations, you know what I'm saying, not just, you know. So we're showing the example that we can have conversations without chopping each other head off. You know what I mean? So I think that's actually 2 in the fucking row. You know what I mean? So it's definitely, it's definitely productive that adults can talk about the actual issues. Now, everything that you heard in this live, I need everybody to go do the research yourself. And if Earz said something wrong, if Kwame said something wrong, if Antonio Barnes or anybody else that was up here said something wrong, y'all are welcome to fact check us with bringing up your information and your source and, showing us different. I can't go to these other web browsers that y'all telling me to go to. I'm not about to risk getting no fucking virus or some shit put in my goddamn computer so y'all could prove some kind of point about Donald Trump to me or some shit. Y'all don't want me to go on Google, but hell, everybody else go on Google when they want to prove a point. So I don't get it, but we're just gonna stay within where we at. And the facts are backed by evidence. It's not a fact if it's not backed by evidence. They cheated the election. Well, even the judges that he put in place did not agree to that. So, sometimes we got to let the law do their job. If they cheated, even the judges he gave a job to didn't agree to that. That's all I'm saying. But, man, y'all have a great day. I enjoyed every bit of a nice topic to discuss. Man, the closer we get to the election, the more heated the discussions will get. And hopefully we can hear some more plans from these so-called leaders and at least entertain ourselves with what they promise that they're going to do. And we definitely got to hold their feet to the fire if these things don't get done. But this unemployment, not unemployment, but this no tax on overtime pay, hey, that shit, if Trump goes around and bangs on that, if he goes around and bang on that and he makes these politicians hold that to the, to putting up a bill for that, I'm all for it. But I want to see that effort because that will, help out a lot of jobs. So if that's what's going to get banged on, I'm definitely going to listen and out for it. But we'll see. We got about 50 more days left. And salute to the chat. I'm out of here. Oh, yeah. Before I get out of here, man, y'all don't forget, man, it's a new week. So make sure y'all stay tuned. Tomorrow I probably will be doing a NFL fantasy show on my other channel, and definitely make sure y'all turn in your picks for any weekly NFL picks. It's been $30,000 in the pool every week. Everything's electronic, so make sure y'all get y'all chance to win some of that money every week. It's only $10 to play. To the people who are in the fantasy league, y'all tune in and see what these records are looking like. Check your trades and everything, either accept it or don't accept it. I just threw trades out to everybody, y'all. If you like it, you like it. If you hit accept, I'll take it. If not, just decline it, and I'll try with other people. Shit, that's all I can say. So. Y'all have a good one. I'm getting out of here.
This is a 421 production.
At this moment in you fucked up.
Point that finger at me. Say I'm the bad guy.
At this moment in you fucked up.